In the Mirror. Scale Ironhand, king of the Northmen, was at least 20 years past his best. He'd been a great warrior, but then he'd lost his hand and had an iron one wedged onto the stump. He'd been a great war chief, but now he was happy to follow along in the rear and eat all the spoils. Eat 'em messily, since he was missing his 2 front teeth as well as his hand. Clover remembered him when he'd still been a tower of brawn. Now he was a mountain of blubber, pale jowls spread over his fur collar, a tuft of grey hair sprouting from his sweat-beaded pate, his beard full of grease, and his swollen cheeks full of broken veins. 2 painfully skinny girls haunted his elbows with a platter and a jug, and the hardest jobs in the north, making sure their king never ran out of ale. A set of old warriors were gathered at his right side with well-polished armour but long-faded names. Scale would have called them his closest named men, his royal retinue, his king's bodyguard. But their main purpose was to remind him of old victories and insist he was still the man he'd been when he had half the belly and twice the hands, in spite of all the evidence. The fire pit was banked high, the tables crammed with warriors, the stolen halls sweaty as a forge and noisy as a battle, women kicking and cursing as they shoved through the press with platters of meat. Clover sat with Wonderful at Black Calder's table in the shadows further from the fire pit. There was less gold over here, and less laughter, and less ale, but a lot more power. Scale Ironhand might wear the king's chain, but everyone who mattered knew it was his brother who made the king's choices. Calder had an odd guest today, though, a small man in travel-worn clothes who carried no weapon but a staff he'd left leaning against the wall. A stranger thing in this hall bristling with blades as a hen playing among foxes. Clover had seen Black Calder entertain some strange, proud, grand guests, Styrians and Union men and dark-skinned Southerners drawn into his spider's web of schemes. But he never saw him treat anyone with as much respect as this nothing-looking little unarmed man. "You'll be along, Master Sulphur," said Calder, laying a humble hand on the tabletop between them. "You can depend on it." "You have never given me cause to doubt," said Sulphur. "Yet." And he gave that hand a familiar pat. Calder swallowed and drew his hand back. "A shame your master couldn't be here." "Oh, indeed." Sulphur smiled about at the grease-smeared, ale-spattered gathering. "He does love sophisticated conversation, but sadly he is detained in the West." "Nothing serious, I hope?" "A disagreement with 2 other members of our order. His brother Zacharias and his sister Cornel have their own ways of seeing things." "Families, eh?" grunted Calder, frowning at his brother. "Our best friends and our worst enemies." And there was a clatter as the doors were heaved open. Stour Nightfall swaggered in, with chin hefted high and sword slung low, oozing so much scorn it was a wonder he didn't tramp through the fire pit and dare the flames to burn him. The warriors at his back swept the benches with fighter's contempt as the hall fell silent. Maguire aimed a baleful glare at Clover, and Clover saluted him with a piece of half-eaten meat. "You come late?" rumbled Scale, sucking the last shreds from a bone and tossing it down for his dogs to fight over. "To dine with your king?" The old king and his old cunts glowered at the young heir and his young cunts, naught praiseworthy on either side, but all jealous of what the others had even so. Matching groups in many ways. Clover could almost see each warrior squaring up to his counterpart. The mean one, the handsome one, the one who hardly spoke, the one who spoke too much. "Like looking in a mirror," he muttered. "A mirror that makes you old," said Wonderful. "I come whenever it fucking pleases me," Stour hoisted his sneer up from the king's impressive collection of stripped bones to the king's fat face. "After all, my guess was you'd be dining a while." The chill moment stretched a little longer, then Scale broke out in a roar of wheezy laughter and struggled with an effort to his feet, almost upending the table as he caught it with his mighty belly. "Tell me of your victories, nephew!" And he spread his arms wide, iron hand dangling limp from the end of the withered right one. Stour gave that wolf grin as he danced around the table. "None to sing of lightly, uncle?" And he flung his arms around the king, and they clapped each other on the back with a great show of manly affection. "This union bitch and this dogman coward are still fighting over who can run away from me fastest. Ha! Keep pushing 'em, boy! Keep pushing 'em! Don't give those bastards a chance to breathe." Scale jabbed weakly with his iron hand as if it was an army, while he drained his cup with the other and held it out for more. "He should get himself a bigger cup," murmured Clover. "Maybe two," said Wonderful. "He could empty one while his servants filled the other. The poor girls would never have to stop pouring." The great wolf was still bemoaning the lack of murder. "At this rate, they'll fall back beyond the white flow, and we'll win without ever drawing our swords." Scale clapped Stour on the shoulder so hard he nearly knocked him over the table. "You're like a fighting dog. Can't wait to slip the leash. So was I once, so was I." And the king of the Northmen stared off into the fire pit, eyes shining with reflected fire, and drained his cup again, and held it out again, and made the girl shrug back her long braid and dart forward with the jug. Again. Clover took a sip from his own cup. "Don't ever let me drift along on past glories, Wonderful." She gave a grunt. "You'd have to have some glories to do that." "Tell me how you beat Stranger Come Knocking one more time," roared Scale. He was one of those men who couldn't say anything quietly. "By the dead, I wish I could have been there." And he knocked his iron hand against the table with a clonk. "Where's that girl? Fill a cup for my hair." Stour sat back and flung one boot up on the table. "Well, uncle, when I crossed the Crinner with 1,000 carls, I knew we were far outnumbered." Wonderful rubbed at her temples. "Must have heard this story 10 times the last 10 weeks. "Aye," said Clover, "and every telling makes Stour a bigger hero. Soon he'll be beating 1,000 barbarians with his hands behind his back and his sword tied to his cock." "What is?" Sulphur gave a heavy sigh, as if at a spell of bad weather. "It seems the great wolf is in no mood to discuss the future of the North tonight." "No, Master Sulphur." If it had been any other man, Clover would have called the note in Black Calder's voice a wheedle. "Like all storms, he'll soon blow himself out." "Alas, I have so much other business." Sulphur's eyes shifted to Clover for a moment. Different-coloured eyes, he noticed, as they glittered in the torchlight. "Never the slightest peace, Master Steepfield?" "I reckon not," muttered Clover, no idea who this bastard was or how he knew his old name, but judging it always wise to agree with a dangerous man. And any man Black Calder feared was a dangerous man, whether he wore a sword or not. "They call me Clover these days, though." "Calling a wolf a cow will not make him give milk. The same could be said of calling chaos order." Sulphur put aside his cup and stood, looking down at Calder. "My master appreciates that we must sometimes have a little chaos if a better order is to emerge. There can be no progress without pain, no creation without destruction. That is why he has indulged this little war of yours." He looked up as Scale roared with laughter at some new flourish of Stowers, and the warriors about them competed with each other to blast the spittiest peals of merriment. "My master loves to see the earth ploughed from time to time." Calder nodded. "That's all I'm trying to do." "Provided the soil settles quickly and the new seed is sown. Otherwise, how can he reap a harvest?" "Tell him this war will be done soon," said Calder, "and the harvest richer than ever. We'll win. He'll win." "Whoever wins, he wins, you know that. But too much chaos is bad for everyone's business." Sulphur plucked his staff from the wall. "It is often the doom of men blessed with greatness that they are cursed with short memories. Your father, for instance. I advise you to keep that pit always in your mind, the one outside Osrung." And Sulphur smiled as he turned away, a toothy little bright-eyed smile, but it seemed to Clover there was somehow a threat in it. He leaned close to Wonderful. "Everyone serves someone, I reckon." "Looks that way," she said, as she watched Sulphur slip from the hall. "And they're usually a prick." The moment he was gone, Calder thumped furiously at the table. "By the fucking dead!" He glared over at his son, still boasting to his king's great delight. "He's worse than ever, and my brother only encourages him. Didn't I tell you to keep him on the right path?" Clover helplessly spread his hands. "There's only so much even the best shepherd can do with a willful ram, Chief. At this rate, he'll end up as mutton. What did Stollikus say? Never fear your enemy, but always respect him. This Brock woman's for damn sure no fool, and the dog man's for damn sure no coward." "Reckon they're just waiting for their moment," Clover sighed. "Sooner or later, they'll be setting a trap for us. And at this rate, these two heroes will be blundering right into it." Calder frowned harder than ever at his son. "How did he end up with so little of me in him?" "Never had to face hard times," said Wonderful softly. Clover wagged a finger at her. "There speaks the stern voice of experience. Defeats do men far more good than victories." And he reached up and scratched gently at his scar. "Best gift I was ever given. Taught me humility." "Humility," scoffed Calder. "Can't think of a man with a higher opinion of himself than you." Clover raised his cup to Maguire, who'd picked him out for another dose of glaring, as Stowers' manly legend reached its climax. "The world's brimming with folk keen to break me down. Don't see any reason to do their work for 'em." "You don't see any reason to do any work at all." There was no point denying it. Luckily for Clover, the king of the Northmen chose that moment to struggle up, raising his iron hand for silence. "Here comes the wisdom," murmured Black Calder without much relish. "My father, Deathod!" Scale roared at the gathering, swaying from good ale and bad knees. "Made himself king of the Northmen. He built cities and bound them with roads. He forced the clans together and carved out a nation where there was none before." No mention of the 30 years of bloodshed that had got it done, but that's the nice thing about looking backwards. You can pick out the bits that suit your story and toss the unhappy truths to the wind. Scale was frowning down into the fire pit now. "My father was betrayed. My father was struck down. His kingdom torn up like meat between greedy dogs." His dewy eyes rolled up, and he pointed to Stour with his good hand. "But we'll put right the wrongs of the past. We'll finish the dogman's fucking protectorate. We'll drive the bloody Union out of the north. Stour Nightfall, my nephew and my heir, will rule supreme from the Whiteflow to the Crinner and beyond." And he held up his cup ale slopping over the rim and spattering down his front. "Bethod's dream lives on in his grandson, the great wolf." And all raised their drinks and competed with each other to roar out Stour's name the loudest, and Clover and Wonderful raised theirs just as high as anyone else. "Still say he's a prick," whispered Clover, smiling wide. "More so with each day," forced Wonderful through clenched teeth, and they tapped their cups together and took a swallow, because Clover had never worried much over what he drank to, as long as he drank. Calder didn't join the toast, just frowned at his brother as he sagged back down on his bench and bellowed for more ale. "Some men never learn," he murmured. "We all learn." Clover watched those old warriors and those young, and ever so gently scratched at his scar. "Just some of us have to learn hard." A deal. "You promised me, Gunner." Liddy's voice came muffled through the flimsy wall, but easily understood. "You promised me you'd stay out of trouble." "I've tried, Liddy. I haven't looked for it. It's found us out." "Trouble has a habit of finding you out." Savine looked across the little room at May, light from outside the ill-fitting window catching her clenched jaw, head turned away from her parents' voices as if to pretend she could not hear them. "I'm just trying to get from one day to the next," came Gunner's voice. "Trying to keep things together." Keeping things together was no easy task in Valbec. The riots might mostly have stopped, but the heat and the anger and the fear hung over the city thick as the vapours had when the furnaces were still lit. Fear of violence, fear of hunger, fear of what would happen when the authorities returned, fear that they might not. Who was in charge depended on who you asked, which part of town you were in, whether it was day or night. If there was any plan in all this madness, all this destruction, Savine could not see it. No one was safe in Valbec now. Perhaps no one ever truly was. Perhaps safety was a lie people told themselves so they could carry on. She closed her eyes and thought of the feeling as she stabbed that squinting man through the chest, as she ran the one with the cap through the back. A slight pressure in her palm, a slight tugging at the grip of the sword. So shockingly easy to kill a man. She told herself they had given her no choice, and yet she saw their faces whenever she closed her eyes and felt her breath coming fast, the sweat prickling, her heart thumping the way it had then, rubbing over and over at her itchy, greasy neck with her fingertips. "So you're a breaker now," came Liddy's voice through the wall. "Malma's doing the best he can for folk, so I'm doing the best I can for him. Stand on the barricades, hand some food out. I'm not a soldier no more. I'm not a herder no more. What should I be?" "My husband, May's father." "I know. That's all that matters, but what should I do?" It was strange to hear that wheedling, almost tearful note in the voice of a man Savine knew to be so very dangerous. "I can't just sit and do nothing, can I, while people are getting hurt?" There was no weakness in Liddy's voice. Her strength amazed Savine, the way she kept going, working, smiling, making the best of this nightmare. "It's a fine line, Gunner, between helping people and hurting them. You're prone to wander all over it." "I'm trying to do the right thing. It's just the right thing ain't always easy to know." And their voices dropped to a soft burble, lost as someone started shouting outside. A fight, maybe. Savine shrank back until it drifted off down the street and was gone. She licked her lips as the silence pressed in on her. She did not want to speak, but it was better than seeing those faces again. "My parents used to argue sometimes." May's eyes met hers. "What about?" "My father's work, my mother's drinking, me, I was always their favourite argument." Were they arguing about her even now? Savine looked down at the cheap boards full of splits and splinters. It was better not to think about her old life, better to pretend to be a new person who belonged where she was, who knew she was lucky to be here. Liddy had given her a dress, if you could call it that, a shapeless bag of coarse cloth, carefully mended and smelling of cheap soap, and she was grateful for it. Gunnar had found her a mattress, or some scratchy sacking that the straw poked through. Savine had no doubt it swarmed with lice, and she was grateful for it. She shared a room with May no bigger than a cupboard in her house in Adua, with laths showing through the cracked plaster and a bloom of mould about the flaking window frame. She scarcely ever had a moment to herself, but she was grateful for that too. When she was alone, the things she had seen and done the day of the uprising rushed into her mind like filthy water into a holed boat, and dragged her down so quickly she felt she was drowning. She had thought of trying to get out of the city, but the truth was she scarcely had the courage to look out of the window, let alone to risk the streets again. She found she had a great deal less courage altogether than she had smugly supposed while blackmailing investors or choosing a wig or pronouncing social death sentences in the salons of Adua. She had always reckoned herself such a gambler, no more audacious woman in the Union. Now she realized the games had always been rigged in her favor. She never had to gamble with her life before, and the stakes had risen suddenly far too high for her taste. They had a candle the first few nights, but now it was gone, and the only light came from distant fires, always burning somewhere in the city. Everything was running out. The shops had been looted, the rich houses stripped back to the rafters. The breakers brought some food around, but every day there was less. She had always known life was hard in these slums, but if she had thought about it at all, she had pictured a romantic version, a version that was easy to live with. Pretty children giggling as they frolicked in the gutters, old women cackling as they boiled bones in a pot, strapping men slapping one another on the back, singing good old work songs in harmony as they sat around a fire made from their last sticks of furniture. Oh, the sisterhood, the spirit, the nobility of poverty. It turned out there was nothing romantic about shitting in a bucket while someone else watched, nothing spirited about hoarding the bones from the chicken for tomorrow's dinner, nothing sisterly about the women who tore at each other over scraps scavenged on the great rubbish heaps. Nothing noble in the cramps you got from rotten water at the pump, or the lice you picked from your armpits, or being endlessly cold, endlessly hungry, endlessly scared. And yet living this way did not make Savine sorry for the people who were forced to do it every day, who did it in the many buildings just like this one she profited from all across the Union. It only made her desperate never to live this way herself again. Perhaps that made her selfish, wicked, evil even. While she fled whimpering through the city on the day of the uprising, she had sworn to a God she did not believe in that she would be good if it meant she could live. Now she was happy to be evil if it meant she could be clean. "You were in Colonel Valamir's house," said May. Savine stared at her, caught off balance and failing to hide it. The constant nagging ache of fear turned suddenly terribly sharp. "What?" she croaked. "The night before the uprising." May could not have looked calmer. "I served you jelly." Savine's eyes slunk to the door, but there was no way out of this room without going through the other, where a man she had seen stomp another man's head into the road was arguing with his wife. "Horrible jelly," she muttered. "I was trying to work out how much your dress cost," said May. "Far more than this room, probably more than this whole building. Your hair was different." She glanced up at the mousy fuzz starting to grow back on Savine's scalp. "A wig?" Lots of us wear them, in Adua. So she knew who Savine was. She had always known, but she had not told. Savine took a deep breath, trying not to let the fear show, trying to think, the way she used to in a meeting with partners, a negotiation with rivals. May nodded slowly, as if she guessed Savine's thoughts. Beautiful dresses. Horrible jellies. Different world, isn't it? You asked me what I thought about the city. You were very honest. A little too honest for my own good, I expect. Always been a problem of mine. You stood up for me, though. I listened at the keyhole, and you stood up for me. Savine cleared her throat. Is that why you took me in? Wish I could say yes. May sat forward, thin hands dangling over her knees. But that wouldn't be entirely honest. Fact is, Valamir's whole house was buzzing with news of your visit, everyone desperate to get a look at you. I know who you are, my lady. Savine twitched. You don't have to call me that. What should I call you? Savine? Savine flinched. Best for both of us if you don't call me that either. May lowered her voice to a whisper. Lady Glokta, then? Savine grimaced. Best not to even think the name. There was a long silence while they looked at each other. Next door, someone had started singing, always happy songs, because there was misery enough here without singing up more. Might I ask whether you're thinking of telling anyone? May sat back. My father thinks you're just some waif got lost. My mother guesses you're somebody, but she'd never guess who. Best we keep it that way. If news got out... She left that hanging. It was nicely judged. There really was no need to say more. Savine remembered the crowd of men in her mill all looking at her, the mob, the hate in their faces. She carefully licked her lips. I would appreciate your discretion. It would put me very much in your debt. Oh, I'm counting on it. Savine turned up the hem of her dress. Heartbeat thudding in her ears, and dug down inside the fraying seam with a finger, hooking out the earrings she had been wearing the day of the uprising. First one, then the other, the unfamiliar gleam of gold in the shadows. Take these. Her voice was far too eager for a negotiator of her experience. They're gold don't think they'd go with my ensemble. May's eyes flicked down to her own threadbare dress, then back up to Savine. You keep 'em. Silence stretched out. Clearly May had planned this, waited for her moment, and already set her price. What is it you want? Asked Savine. I want my family taken care of. When this is over, there'll be hell to pay. Savine closed her hand around the earrings and let it drop. I expect so. I want no trouble with the Inquisition, a full pardon for my father. I want you to find somewhere for us to live, good jobs for my parents. That's all I want, for you to keep us safe, the way we've kept you safe. May held her eye for a long time, trying to judge whether she could be trusted, just as Savine would have in her worn-out shoes. Can you do that? A refreshing change, to go into a negotiation holding none of the cards. I think that is the very least I could do, said Savine. May spat in her palm and offered it out. The room was so small, she barely had to lean forward. Deal, then? Deal. And they shook. The new monument. Do you know how many peasant laborers died building King Casimir's roads? Asked Rizenau. He shaded his eyes against the angry sun to look up at the monument that dominated Casimir's square, or its remains anyway. All that was left on the 8-stride-high pedestal, cobwebbed with wobbly scaffolding, were a pair of enormous boots sheared off at the calf. Arapella's famous statue of the legendary king himself, who'd defeated the Northmen and added England to the Union, lay in scarred chunks on the cobbles, daubed with messy slogans. A gleeful urchin was trying to prise His Majesty's nose off with a crowbar. Vic only broke a silence when she knew she could improve on it. Rizenau was the sort of man who'd soon answer his own questions. Thousands, buried in the loam of Midland in unmarked pits beside the roadways. And yet, Casimir is remembered as a hero, a great king, and all those marvelous roads. What a gift to posterity! Rizenau gave a snort of contempt. How often have I walked through this square and gazed up at this paean to a tyrant, this symbol of oppression? No doubt it's a stain on the Union's past. Rizenau turned somewhat reluctantly to Malma, who stood behind them, with Gunner Broad looming at his shoulder. But it's the present that's worrying me. Most of the breakers still had the fervour of true believers, or at least pretended to, but Broad pushed his lenses up and frowned at the ruined monument as if he was harbouring some doubts. What happened when the rest began to doubt was anyone's guess. Rizenau didn't seem worried, though. He was fixed on higher things. And only look at what we have achieved today, brothers! He clapped Malma and Broad on their shoulders as if he'd fold them in a great hug. We have cast Casimir down. In his place, we shall raise a new monument to the workers who died for his vainglory. Vic wondered how many workers would be dying for Rizenau's vainglory. No small number was her guess. Casting down a king 2 centuries dead was one thing. The one currently on the throne might raise stiffer objections. She was starting to think the ex-superior was at least half mad. But then, sanity was a rare commodity in Valbec lately, and didn't look to be coming back into fashion any time soon. Practicals were always loitering around Rizenau, like the dogs around the city's baking rubbish. They'd put aside the black and taken off the masks, but a sharp eye could still pick out the telltale tan marks around the mouth. They were swarming in the streets near the House of Questions, optimistically renamed the House of Liberty, hunting for anyone disloyal, or perhaps for anyone loyal. Loyalty had become quite the fluid concept. The uprising had changed some things, but others seemed wearily familiar. The workers were still working, the practicals were still watching. The big hats might have moved around, but the men wearing them were still lecturing everyone else on the way things should be while doing none of the work themselves. Some great change. Ever since its founding by that charlatan Bayaz, the Union was always built on the backs of the common folk, Rizenau was spouting. The coming of the machines, the ever-swelling avarice of investors, the raising up of money as our god and the banks its temples. These are only the latest, bleakest appendices to our sorry history. We must dig new theoretical foundations for the nation, my friends. Malma made another effort at hauling him down to earth. Honestly, I'm more worried about feeding folk. One of the big granaries got burned that first day, another's empty, and this heat's not helping. Few of the pumps in the old town are already running dry. The water from some of the others I wouldn't give to a dog. The mind needs nourishment too, brother. Rizenau waved away a fly, the only things prospering in the stifling city, then grinned at Vic. No doubt Sibbald told you that. If Sibbald had told her that, she'd likely have broken his nose. It was the sort of shit only someone who's never starved could serve up. He was a fine man. Rizenau struck his fist against his heart. I miss him as one might miss a part of oneself. I think that must be why I so enjoy conversing with you, sister. It is as close as I can come now to talking to him." Vic rarely allowed herself the luxury of not liking people, no more often than the luxury of liking them. Either one could get you killed. But she was starting to truly despise Rizenau. He was vain as a peacock, selfish as a toddler, and for all his high-flown language, she was starting to suspect he was a fool. Truly clever things are said with short words. Long ones are used to hide stupidity. She could see no way this fat dreamer could have organized this uprising alone. Someone a great deal more formidable had done the heavy lifting, and Vic wanted very much to know who. So she nodded along to his nonsense as though she'd never heard such profound revelations. "I arrested him for organizing here," said Rizenau, gazing into the distance. 20 years ago, just after I joined the Inquisition, and the foundations of the first mills were being laid in Valbec. We both were young men then, idealistic men. I arrested him, but in the end, I could only agree with him, that the workers would be ground down." Rizenau gave a heavy sigh, the plump hand on his plump gut rising and falling with his breath. "I released him. To be my informant, I thought. I told myself that I had turned him, but the truth was, he turned me. We turned each other, maybe. Just the two of us talking late into the night about the blows we would strike for the common man. Just the two of us and the Weaver." Vic frowned. "Aren't you the Weaver?" "A title I borrowed from a better man," mused Rizenau before his fickle attention was snatched away. "We should draw up a manifesto, don't you think? Demand a workers' representative on the closed council." He had that gleam in his eye again, as though he was gazing off towards a better tomorrow. "Sibbald would have loved that idea." "Look, brother." Malma made one more desperate effort at waking the dreamer, stepping in close, making Rizenau's practicals bristle. "I knew Sibbald too, and he was a good man, but he's dead. There's lots of good living folk in need. People are hungry, people are sick, people are scared." He dropped his voice. "I'll be honest, I'm bloody scared." "You don't have to be, no one does. We've stopped the riots, haven't we?" "In daylight. But there have been beatings, hangings even, and not just owners, foreigners, servants. Folk had taken the chance to settle scores, to just grab whatever they want. We need order." "And we will have it, brother. Some of the workers have been so long oppressed, they were sure to be carried away with their new freedom. But our prisoners are safe in the House of Questions. Of Liberty, I should say, the House of Liberty. The mayor, the commander of the city watch, various leading citizens, by which I mean the most greedy and debased." "What about Savine dan Glokta?" asked Malma. "I heard she was in the city." "She was." Rizenau gave a shudder of distaste. "A most acid, arrogant and impolite young woman, the exploitative avarice of the modern age personified, scarcely to be preferred to her father as a dining companion. It's not her manners that interest me, it's what she could buy us." "It would appear she slipped through our fingers. The day of the uprising was rather chaotic, as I say, even more so than expected." Broad gave Malma a worried glance over his lenses. "Let's hope Judge doesn't have her." Vic felt a surge of worry even above the usual. "Why would Judge have her?" "The burners took charge of a big chunk of the old town," said Broad. "We had to put barricades up. They aren't too picky over who they hurt." "We've no notion what's going on over there," said Malma. "But they've taken hostages. I hear Judge set herself up in the courthouse." "Where else would Judge take up residence?" Rizenau gave a little titter, but no one joined him. "She says she's going to start trying her prisoners for crimes against the people." Vic felt the horror creeping up her throat. "How many does she have?" 200. Malma gave a hopeless shrug. 3. Some owners, some rich folk,
But plenty of poor folk too. Collaborators, she's calling 'em. Anyone ain't zealous enough for her taste, and her taste is for the very zealous. We have to get those prisoners, said Vic, if we're ever going to negotiate.
Judge has never been the most reasonable. Rizinow shrugged as though all this was a natural disaster in which he was entirely helpless. Since the uprising, she has turned positively caustic.
Don't the burners answer to you?
Well, they're unpredictable people, fiery. That's why they call them burners, I suppose. He snorted up another, a little titter, then, when he saw Vic had never looked less like laughing, cleared his throat and went on. I suppose I could ask for her prisoners.
Or you could send me to ask, she said, catching his eye and holding it. That's what Sibylt would have done. We need you to work on what really matters, our manifesto, our principles. Let me talk to Judge.
Rizinow liked that. His little eyes twinkled at the thought of paragraphs of neat script, of high-minded declarations, of rights and freedoms. Sister, I begin to see why Sibylt thought so highly of you. Take some men along.
Definitely.
From what she'd seen of Judge, Vic thought she'd better take a lot of men, and those ready for violence. As luck had it, her first pick was close by. Brother Gunner? She glanced down at the tattoo on Broad's fist. I've a feeling you could find a few men who know how to fight. He frowned at her over his lenses. Made a promise to my wife I wouldn't take any risks.
The bigger risk is if we don't do it. If the Archlector's only daughter gets hurt, His Eminence won't rest until every one of us is dangling.
She looked over at Rizinow, explaining to his unmasked practicals how he wanted his new monument to look, living in a dream that was apt to become everyone's nightmare. At this rate, his new monument will be our tomb. All equal. The burners ruled here, and it showed. There were houses plundered, their broken doors dangling from twisted hinges. There were houses burned out, their windows yawning empty, the fire-blackened brickwork of a fallen chimney stack left in pieces across the sun-baked mud of the roadway. Rubble and glass were scattered, torn clothes and broken furniture flung around, as if a great wind had ripped through the neighborhood. The place stank, worse the further they went. Stank of rot and piss and charred wood and stale smoke, all cooking in the sticky heat. Salby held his flatbow tight, hard eyes flicking between the doorways.
Weren't many rich folk around here before the uprising?
Weren't any, said Broad.
Got robbed and burned out anyway.
Poor folk never feel comfortable around the rich. Given the choice, they'd much rather rob other poor folk. Vic turned to hiss over her shoulder.
Keep up, keep together. Can't say I care much for taking orders from a woman, grumbled Salby, though he took 'em anyway.
This one seems to know what she's doing, said Broad. More than I can say for most of the officers in Styria.
You've a point there.
Looking back at the last 5 years, truth is I make shit decisions. These days I tend to do what the women tell me and assume it's for the best. Liddy says build a barricade, I build one. May says take in the girl came over it, I take her in.
The one with the clipped head. She's living with you?
Ardy's her name, and she can't do a damn thing. Liddy asked her to help cook, and she looked at the pot like she never saw one before. Broad puffed out his cheeks. But May's taken a liking to her, so she stays.
Hard times, I guess, said Salby. Everyone's got to do what they can.
Hard times, echoed Broad. When do they get softer? That's the question. All felt far too quiet. He saw a figure lurking in an alleyway, a face at a window quickly vanished, a couple fighting over a bone who scurried away as they came close. Someone had been busy with a paintbrush, There were slogans smeared and spattered everywhere, painted across whole terraces in letters 3 strides high, scrawled across front doors in letters tiny as in a book.
"What do they say?"
asked Salby. Broad pushed his lenses up his sweaty nose and squinted so he could spell them out. "Fuck the king, fuck the queen, fuck them all. Rise up, take what's yours." That type of thing.
"Might steal your clothes," muttered Salby, shaking his head, "but they'll leave you with a fine slogan. Fucking burners. Just another kind of arsehole."
"That's politics for you," grunted Broad. "Arseholes digging up excuses to be arseholes."
"High ideals and reality are like oil and water," muttered Vic. "They don't mix well." She squatted at a corner, beckoning them over. "Quiet now. We hear." Valbeck's courthouse had been a grand building, stately steps of coloured marble with stately columns at the top. Someone had been on the roof and torn some copper from the dome, a spider's web of rafters showing on one side. The big new bank next door must have been even grander than the courthouse not long ago. Now it was just a burned-out shell. Ashes chased each other around Broad's boots in little swirls as they crossed the empty square in front.
"Someone tried to hold 'em off here," he said as they eased up the steps. The doors were battered, one half torn from its hinges and hanging loose.
"Let's hope we do better,"
said Salby, fingering his bow. A pair of statues flanked the entrance, impossibly stately ladies in noble poses no person ever struck, one holding a book and a sword and the other a broken chain. Justice and freedom, Broad reckoned. The burners had smashed freedom's head off and put a dead cow's where it used to be, flies crawling at the glassy eyes, dried blood in streaks down the hacked marble. Justice had a great red smile daubed over her frown, and "We'll give you fucking justice" painted in drippy letters across her chest. Vic strode between them.
"Some sense of humour, these burners."
"Oh, aye," said Broad. "They're a hoot." The door of the great courtroom wasn't guarded, but the public benches were scattered with burners. Or perhaps they were just thieves, pimps, gamblers and drunks. Hard to tell the difference. Some hooted and jeered, shook their fists. Others were passed out, surrounded by empty bottles. A couple had made a nest from some old curtains, and the slurping sound of their hungry kissing echoed about the chamber. A dark-skinned cantic was huffing so hard on a husk pipe, Broad wondered if he was trying to replace the Valbeck vapours single-handed. Flies buzzed in the soupy heat, and the place stank of unwashed bodies. Someone had daubed a childish cock across the mosaic floor in red paint, but rain had come through the hole in the dome and washed half of it into a rusty puddle. Judge sat up on high in the judge's box, the lunatic ringleader of this carnival of fools, a judge's four-cornered black hat perched on her riot of red hair. She'd wreathed herself in stolen jewels, fingers crusted with rings and one arm dripping with bracelets, guildsmen's chains and strings of pearls and ladies' necklaces in a tawdry tangle across her battered breastplate. She had one long, thin leg slung lazily over the arm of the gilded chair, tattooed writing scrawled blue around and around her bare white thigh. The sight of that leg gave Broad a guilty tickle deep inside, the same one he got when he felt violence coming. The dock held a bony old prisoner, hands tied behind his back, wispy hair stiffened with blood, chin covered with white stubble. The two guards by him wore clown's motley, but the swords they carried were no joke.
"Richte Dan Valamir," sneered Judge. "Quite apart from anything else, you stand accused of having a fucking Dan in your name." "Guilty!" There were 10 whores in the jury box, 8 women and 2 boys, plus a thick-set man in an apron who looked decidedly puzzled to be there. One of the whores had leapt up, night bell tinkling around her neck, painted face twisted in a mad snarl. shitting guilty! Ladies of the jury! Judge whacked at her desk for order with a hatchet, sending splinters flying. How many times? Fucking silence till I'm done with the charges! I reject this court, growled Valamir, puffing up his chest. I denounce it! Someone on the public benches flung rotten fruit at him. It missed, burst against the far wall, spraying slime across the fine old panelling. You scum have no authority over me! Wrong! Shrieked Judge. Show him our credentials! One of the men in motley clubbed Valamir across the head and knocked him gasping against the rail. The other dragged him up again, blood from a fresh cut streaking his face. Judge shook her ring-covered fist at him. We have the authority of the fist! We have the authority of sharpened metal! We have the authority of force, you blubbing cunt, which is the only real authority there is! Some light cheering from the few members of the audience still conscious. You should know that. You were a soldier. Counsel for the defence? Where's that fucker Randock? A man rose trembling from behind a table covered with ash, empty bottles, and a fly-blown chicken carcass. He was stripped naked, apart from a pair of broken lenses clinging to his broken nose, hands clasped defensively around his fruits, his back a mass of purple bruises. No defence, Your Honour, he gabbled out. What defence could there be? And he gave a hysterical little titter and shrank back into his broken chair, which rocked on 3 legs and nearly dumped him on the floor, much to the amusement of the jury. Judge wasn't laughing. She'd caught sight of Vic and her breakers as they filtered through the door and spread out around the public benches. Her black eyes seemed to linger on Broad and made that guilty tickle spread all over him. He told himself she was lethal as a scorpion, but that didn't help, just the opposite. I don't remember calling witnesses, she said, lip curling. I might have to find you lot in contempt. That's one word for it, said Vic, glancing around. Rizinow sent us. He wants your prisoners. Judge reached for a bottle and took a long pull. Seeing folk drink always made Broad thirsty, but there was something about the way she wrapped her tongue around the glass neck made him especially want to be in her place. Or maybe it was the bottle's place he wanted. Judge narrowed her eyes at Vic. If Rizinow wants a favour, he should have come himself. He sent me. Should I be scared? The burners were waking up to the new arrivals now, staring blearily over, hands creeping towards weapons. Vic didn't step forward, didn't step back. Not if you give me the prisoners. My prisoners have charges to answer, sister, but don't worry. Judge waved towards the jury. They deliberate like lightning, these bitches. Sometimes I have to stop 'em giving the verdict before I've even named the accused. If they were in charge in Adua, we'd soon have the case backlog cleared and every lawyer out of work. They'd be selling their asses in the gutter, squealed one of the whores, to gales of laughter from her fellow jury members, and the naked lawyer flinched and looked down at his feet. Judge leaned forward, smile turning to a snarl. We didn't throw down our masters just to raise up another. Far as I can see, Rizinow's setting himself up like an owner above his workers, like a king above his subjects, like a judge above her jury, offered Vic. Ouch! Judge pushed out her lips in a pantomime of upset. Cut with my own razor, you cunning fucker! She leaned from her box to shriek at the tiny clerk's desk below, where a bent old beggar woman was sitting. Strike that from the record! Can't write anyway, muttered the beggar, and went back to drawing scribbles in the ledgers. I get it. Vic stepped forward. You want to see someone pay. No doubt there's plenty to pay for.
Broad didn't know how she could stay so cool with all this sweltering madness around her.
"No one wants to see them pay more than me. But we've a city full of people to think about. We need something to bargain with."
It was a good effort, very calm, very reasonable, but Broad didn't reckon this was the place for calm or reason. Strip it all back, it's the authority of the fist that counts. Judge was right about that, and Broad knew it better than anyone. Beside him, Salby eased the dowel from the trigger of his flatbow. Judge slowly stood, clenched fists on her scarred desk, bony shoulders hunched around her neck, stolen chains swinging.
"Oh, I see. You're going to march my prisoners up to our oppressors and swap 'em for a better world. Just you and your honeyed tongue."
She stuck out her tongue and made the pointed end wiggle in a way Broad found disgusting and strangely exciting both at once. She was trouble made flesh. Everything he'd sworn he was done with. Felt he was breaking his word just looking at her, and he couldn't take his eyes off her.
"Please," she spat. "You can't buy freedom."
And she snatched up her hatchet and hacked at the desktop, making everyone jump.
"You have to cut it out of them. You have to burn the bastards, then dig through their ashes for it. Look at you, sorry fuckers. A crowd of cowards playing at change. Someone get these fools out of my sight."
"Your Honour."
One of the motley clowns stepped towards Vic.
"She says out you go, so—"
He was cut off in a squawk as Broad caught him by the neck and flung him across the room. He crashed into the witness box, staving in the panelling with the side of his head and going down in a tangle of limbs and splinters, his sword clattering away across the floor. One of those long, silent moments then. Broad heard some hard breaths behind, the scrape as men stood, the rattle as Salby brought his bow to his shoulder, the soft ring of steel as weapons were drawn. Broad unhooked the lenses from his ears, folded them, slid them into his coat pocket. Ready to let go. Always ready.
"Oh!"
Judge's throaty voice had gone all purry soft, and even though she was just a sparkly blur now, Broad knew she was staring straight at him.
"You I like. You've got a devil in you. Takes one to know one, eh?"
Felt like Broad stood at a precipice, and all it would take was a nudge to tip him over. His voice seemed to come from a long way off, hardly sounded like his at all.
"I don't want to hurt no one." "Course you fucking do. It's written all over you. 'Cause you're not much at anything else, are you? But at hurting people, you're the best. Don't apologize for it. Don't snuff your candle, bad man. Let it burn. You belong with us. You belong with me. Don't want to hurt anyone." She clicked her tongue. "Your mouth says you don't, but your fists say you do."
Then Broad felt a hand on his shoulder, gentle but firm.
"We just want the prisoners."
Vic's voice, solid as a wall.
"Then no one gets hurt."
That wonderful, awful moment stretched out just a little longer. Then Judge slumped back into her seat, stuck out her tongue, and blew a long fart.
"You're one of those stubborn bitches, aren't you? Once you've latched your teeth into something, no amount of beating will get you off. You know why they call me Judge?" "Can't say I do," said Vic. "Used to settle the disputes among the whores down on the docks in Keln. Judge you had the right of it. Judge what was fair. Those girls can dispute fucking anything, believe me. And in that game, well, sometimes you've got to find a compromise. We're all on the same side, aren't we, after all? All seeking a better world, a world where we're all equal." "That's right," said Vic, her hand still on Broad's prickling shoulder. "All equal. Even if our methods are different, meaning mine might fucking work and yours most assuredly fucking won't." Judge gave a generous wave of her hand, ring-covered fingers twirling. "Take the prisoners. But if you think you're getting anything for 'em from old sticks, I reckon you'll learn a bitter lesson. Warden of the court!" A man stepped forward and planted his gilded halberd on the tiles with a bang, smiling hugely, stark naked apart from a filthy sock over his fruits.
"Your fucking honor?"
"Conduct these worthies to the yard, where the majority of our prisoners are taking their ease. And mind your foul mouth, you rogue, you. Our guests have delicate sensibilities." She waved Valamir away. "Take him down, and give him into the custody of the breakers, the lucky fucker. The fucky looker. Ha! Case dismissed." No more violence today, then. Broad wasn't sure whether it was relief or disappointment he felt as he fumbled his lenses back on to see Judge pointing down at him, lips split in a mad smile. "As for you, you beautiful bastard, you get tired of pretending. My arms are always open." She whipped her hat off and tossed it spinning at the Cantic smoker. "Don't hog that pipe, you shit. Stoke it up and give me a suck." Broad stood staring at her a moment longer, pulse still thudding in his skull, then let Vic steer him after the warden's hairy buttocks and out of the courtroom. The jeers of the jury followed him, but they were half-hearted. It seemed, for now, the burners had drunk their fill of justice. He thought he could hear the creaking of rigging as he followed Vic down the shadowy steps behind the courtroom, the sound he'd heard when he looked up at the billowing sails on the voyage to Styria. But there was no reason for that much wood and rope behind a courthouse. "Bloody hell," whispered Salby as they stepped out into the light. Across the cobbled yard, between the broken windows to either side, the burners had set up a dozen great beams, stolen from some half-built mill, maybe. From those beams, at neat intervals, bodies hung. Might have been 100, might have been more, swaying just a little with the breeze. There were men and women. There were young and old. All equal now, all right. "Bloody hell," whispered Salby again. None of the other breakers said a word. Vic stood staring. Broad stood staring. High ideals, like the ones that had led him to Styria. They surely can't take you to some dark places.
"There's a few haven't been tried yet, down in the cells."
The warden sniffed and adjusted his dirty sock.
"Guess you can have them too."
Young Men's Folly.
"Prince Orso isn't coming," said Leo, stomping up the crumbling stairway after his mother with the dogman behind him. "We have to fight." Her only reply was a frustrated sigh as she stepped onto the moss-speckled roof of the tower. From the top there was a fine view of the valley below the ruined holdfast, the road threading along its bottom, and the high fell on the far side, crowned by red bracken. Off to the west, the road met a fast-flowing stream and crossed it by an ancient-looking bridge. There must have been a village beyond, the houses out of sight, but the smoke from their chimneys faintly smudging the sky. Cries drifted over as the wind picked up. Thousands of men, hundreds of horses, dozens of wagons trickling down the road between the two hills and over the bridge in a glittering ribbon. The army of Angland pulling back steadily to the south and west, just as it had been for weeks. "Mustard and Clencher brought 2,000 men from Angland. We won't get any more." Leo stepped up next to his mother, planting his fists on the crumbling parapet. "Hold off now. We'll look like cowards." His mother gave a dry little laugh. "The one advantage of being a woman in command of an army is that you don't have to worry about looking cowardly. Everyone expects it." We'll bloody be cowards." The dogman snorted.
"Your mother was a prisoner of Black Dow and faced him down, and didn't only talk her own way free, but saved 60 men besides. I'll hear her giving no lessons in courage, boy. There's a world of difference between being scared to fight and wait until you can win."
"As long as you stop waiting." Leo waved off in a direction he hoped was southwest, past the bridge towards England, the direction the Union men were retreating, always retreating. "We're no more than 80 miles from the border, and if we're pushed all the way to the White Flow, we'll never push back. The Protectorate will be finished." He might have hoped for some support from the dogman. His bloody Protectorate, wasn't it? And he'd stood beside the Bloody Nine, the greatest champion the world ever saw, who won 11 duels and claimed the crown of the North in the circle. But the old Northman only frowned into the valley and thoughtfully rubbed at his pointed jaw and quietly said, "Well, you have to be realistic. Naught lasts forever." "I understand the stakes," said Leo's mother, turning from the road to frown at the dark woods to the north, fussing absently at that bald patch she had under her hair. You could see the footprint of the fortress on the hilltop below them, the walls little more than heaps of rubble, loose stones scattered down the hillside, the forest pressing in at the base. "If you think all we do is run away, our enemies might too." Creases spread around the corners of the dogman's eyes as he grinned.
"You're gonna fight 'em here."
"You approve?"
"Ground's good."
He considered the steep-sided trough of a valley with its grey thread of a river, its brown thread of a road, the rocky hills to either side.
"Could be very good, if luck's with us."
"You're going to fight them here?" asked Leo, eyes wide. "This is a war, isn't it? Stour Nightfall has moved ahead of his father and his uncle, perhaps as much as a day ahead. His men are scattered, tired, undersupplied, and exposed." The dogman grinned.
"Touch reckless of him."
"A mistake I hope we can make fatal. If we put a fat enough worm on the hook. You know how warriors are about their flags." Leo's mother turned to look at him. "Your standard should be the very bait he needs, especially after you stung his pride by stealing one of his. We'll make it look as though our rearguard is caught in a tangle on the bridge. Hopefully it'll be a temptation he can't resist."
"You want me here in the ruin?"
asked the dogman. "Hidden and waiting for my signal. Angland's forces will be concentrated behind that hill to the south. Once nightfall is committed, we fall upon him from both sides and catch him against the river. If we manage it well, we might destroy him in one throw."
"That'd do a lot to even the odds."
"And make me feel a great deal better about all this retreating. Believe it or not, Leo, I enjoy it no more than you do." Leo couldn't stop the smile spreading across his face. "We're going to fight them here. The day after tomorrow, I hope. Do either of you have an opinion on the plan?" Leo was too busy imagining the victory. The two hills would be the jaws of their trap. The great wolf, lured into the valley between them by his own arrogance, surrounded at the bridge and crushed against the water. What a song that would make! He was already wondering what they'd call the battle when the history books were written.
"I like it," said the dogman. "If there's one thing you can rely on, it's young men's folly. I'll send word for Ufrith's warriors to gather here and be ready for a battle."
He paused, wind stirring the grey hair about his craggy face.
"Lady Finry, I've fought beside great warriors, great war chiefs, against some too. But I rarely saw an army better handled than by you. Might be men who think there's something weak in what you've done the last few weeks."
He curled his tongue and spat over the battlements.
"Those men know less than nothing about war. Would have been easy to break faith with us, let us be swallowed up. But you kept your word. Aren't many who do, once they see it'll cost them."
And he held out his hand.
Leo's mother blinked, evidently moved, and took it. "I'll have kept my word when you are back in your garden in Ufrith, not a moment before." He broke out a great toothy grin.
"Then we'll drink to our victory there."
And the dogman turned and trotted down the crumbling stair with a new spring in his step. It gave Leo a flush of pride to see the respect the old Northman had for his mother, the respect they had for each other. He took a breath of sharp air through his nose and let it sigh happily out.
"I'll lead those men at the bridge."
"No," said his mother. "I want your standard there to draw him on, but not you."
"The first wave of reinforcements, then?"
"No." And she gave him that look down her nose that always made him feel like he was still a little boy. "We'll keep our cavalry in reserve in the village of Sudlandal." She nodded towards the faint smoke rising beyond the bridge. "I want you with them."
"With the reserves?"
He waved a hand towards the valley, towards the glory, towards the songs.
"Finally, we fight, and you leave me with the baggage?"
"It's not as if I'm sending you back to Ostenholm." The muscles at her temples squirmed as she clenched her jaw. "If something goes wrong, as it very well might, you can ride in and save the day. That's why we're all here, isn't it? To bear witness to your legend."
"That's so unfair,"
he whined, the niggling thought that it might be entirely fair making him even angrier.
"When you're fighting for your life, you don't leave your best sword on the mantelpiece and charge in with a bread knife."
"There are other men in this army who can fight." She spoke with icy calm, but there was an angry colour spreading across her face. "Experienced men who understand the value of caution and planning and of doing as they're bloody told. You're reckless, Leo. I can't risk it."
"No!"
he snarled, thumping the crumbling battlements with his fist and sending stones clattering down the wall.
"I'll be Lord Governor soon. I'm not a boy anymore." "Then fucking act like it!"
she snarled with such violence he shrank back a little.
"This isn't a negotiation. You'll stay with the reserves, and that's the end of it. Your father's dead. He's dead, and I can't lose you too. Do you understand?"
She turned her back on him to look into the valley.
"I can't lose you too."
There was the slightest quaver in her voice, and somehow that cut him down more sharply than any sword blow. He stood staring, suddenly guilty and ashamed, and feeling an utter fool. She'd carried him when his father died and he fell all to pieces. She'd stood dry-eyed and stern by the grave, and through his tears Leo had thought how heartless she was. But he saw now she'd stayed strong because someone had to. She'd been carrying them all ever since. Instead of being grateful, being a good son, helping her lift this impossible weight, he'd moped and whined and picked at her, as if there was nothing bigger at stake than his pride. He had to blink back tears himself, and he stepped up and put a gentle hand on her shoulder.
"You won't lose me, Mother," he said. "You'll never lose me."
She laid her hand on his, an old hand, it seemed suddenly, frail, the skin on the back wrinkled around the knuckles.
"I'll lead the reserves,"
he said. They stood together in the wind, looking down into the valley. The party's over. The clatter of the handle, the gurgle of filthy water as it surged into the bucket, the slop and trickle as she lifted it, breath wheezing, legs, arms, shoulders trembling, and passed it to May, and took an empty bucket from the old man on her left, handle clattering, and bent to the water again. She stood hunched, up to her knees in the river, soaked dress rolled and tucked into a belt made from knotted rope, all thought of propriety long gone. All thought of propriety had gone the moment she staggered from this sewer of a river the first time, shivering in her drawers. Clatter, gurgle, slop and trickle. How long had she been filling buckets now? It felt like hours. As blue evening turned to grey twilight, turned to mad darkness, lit by the glow of fires. As the distant tang of burning became a tickling reek, then an endless scratching of smoke that, even with a wet rag across her face, made her want to choke with every breath. How long had she been filling buckets now? It felt like days. It felt as if she had always been filling buckets and always would be. The women made a chain, passing slopping pails, cans, pots from hand to hand up the shore, children darting back through the rubbish with the empties so Savine could take them and fill them again, clatter, gurgle, slop and trickle. On the other side of the river, mills were burning, flames towering into the night, the great chimneys black fingers against the brilliance, their reflections wriggling in the slow-flowing water. Burning things drifted from the sky into the streets, onto the beach, into the river, little flaming birds that sputtered and popped, dancing lights floating on the black mirror for a moment before they were gone. Up among the burning buildings, at the end of the chain of buckets, men struggled with the fires, shouting, bellowing, yelling at one another. Anger, maybe. Desperation, maybe. Encouragement, maybe. Savine was too tired to tell the difference. So tired she could hardly remember how to speak, how to think. She had become a machine herself, a machine for filling buckets. What would her important connections at the Solar Society think if they could see her now? She gave a weary snort that caught in her throat and nearly made her retch. Serve the arrogant bitch right, more than likely. The clatter of the handle, the gurgle of water as it filled, the slop and trickle as she passed it to May, her legs, her arms, her shoulders trembling with the effort. Was it the cold, or the exhaustion, or the fear that made her shake so? What was the difference? Her breath snagged and she was caught with a coughing fit, sudden as a punch in the gut. She doubled up, wasted ribcage buzzing with each choking gasp, tore the rag from her face and was sick. All she had to be sick with, anyway. Bitter bile and bad water, her own little contribution to the river's filth. She wrested back control of her lungs, then stooped to fill the bucket. Clatter, gurgle, slop and trickle. There was a hand on her shoulder. Liddy. "It's out," she said. Savine stared dumbly at her, then up the bank towards the buildings. Smoke still rolled skywards, but the flames were gone. She waded from the river and flopped on the slimy shingle on her hands and knees, utterly spent. She arched her back, one way, then the other, ache stabbing right through into her heels, right up into her neck. The faintest shadow of what her father felt, perhaps, every morning. Maybe it should have given her sympathy for him, but as he was so fond of saying, pain only makes you sorry for yourself. "It's out," rasped May, sinking down on the shore beside her. Savine groaned as she came up to sitting, winced as she tried to work her fingers, cracked and wrinkled by cold water, ripped raw by the rusted handles of the buckets. "It's out over here," she whispered, staring across to the great blaze still raging on the far bank. "All we can worry about is here, over there." The orange glow of the fires across the river picked up the hollows of Liddy's face even more starkly than usual. Savine understood. Over there was lost. Over there was gone. When she arrived in the city, she had smiled to see the building sites everywhere, the cranes and scaffolds, the stuff of creation. But Valbec was one vast demolition now. She caught some fragment of her mind trying to calculate the scale of the investments gone up in smoke. The buildings and machinery destroyed, the people ruined. What were her own losses, for that matter? None of it felt very important compared to the pain in her hands. There was a breeze, at least, carrying the haze of smoke down the river, enough that Savine could get a proper breath into her raw chest.
"What happened?" she whispered. "Reckon the burners set some fires on their way out of town." Liddy wiped her face on the back of her sleeve and only succeeded in smearing ash across it. "A little parting gift." "Their way out?" May ran her tongue around the inside of her mouth and spat. "They say the Crown Prince is coming with 5,000 soldiers. Rumour is they'll be outside the city tomorrow." "Also is here," she whispered. She had hardly thought of him since the uprising. Hunger, cold, and the constant threat of death rather blunted one's appetite for romance. Now his grin came up in her memory, painfully sharp, and she felt weak with a sappy welling of relief. "Guess they managed to prize him out of the whorehouse," said Liddy. "No doubt he'll be bringing the Inquisition with him." "Oh," said Savine stupidly. For most people here, a horrifying prospect. For her, the best news in weeks. "Seems the party's over," murmured May. There was a rumble and Savine jerked up. On the other side of the river, the roof of a burning mill was falling in, fountains of sparks towering into the night, smoke boiling as half of one wall toppled inwards. The brave new age collapsing on itself. Crown Prince also was riding to her rescue. Perhaps she should have laughed at that. Perhaps she should have wept at it. But she had no laughter and no tears left. She was a husk. She sat on the bank and watched the flames dance in the water. Eating peas with a sword.
"Should we attack, Your Highness?"
"Attack, Colonel Forrest?" Also did not blame the man. Violence is very much the job of a career soldier after all. But the limits of his imagination were becoming clear. Attack who? The city itself is an asset, not an enemy. As for the inhabitants, we really have no idea who is loyal and who disloyal, who a rebel and who a hostage. Making war on our own citizens, it would look dreadful. We would create more rebels than we killed. Orso peered through his eyeglass towards Valbec again. He could see tiny buildings, towers, pinprick chimneys, dark columns rising from the stricken city that he feared was the smoke of destruction rather than of industry. How he would have loved to order a glorious charge, to put rebels to the sword, to root through every house until he found Savine, to whisk her off her feet and kiss her fiercely and so on, much to her great delight. To be, for once, the one to rush to her rescue. But also knew he had to put the children's stories to one side and think. She was tough, a great deal tougher than he was. She was resourceful, a great deal more resourceful than he was. Her best chance, everyone's best chance, was for him to move slowly, cautiously, and very, very boringly. He blew a sigh from puffed cheeks, itchy with the beginnings of a beard he hoped might look military, but suspected would prove to be another of his many mistakes. Attacking the city with an army would be like eating peas with a sword, he said. Messy, frustrating, and you've got a good chance of stabbing yourself in the face. We need to be measured, calm, the firm but necessary hand of authority. We need to be grown-ups, for once in his life. Orso snapped his eyeglass decisively closed. Vital to look decisive, especially when you haven't a bloody clue what you're doing. He had been making it up as he went along all his life, of course, but never before had the fates of many thousands of other people depended so directly on his total ignorance. Perhaps that's what makes a hero, though. The towering self-confidence to dance at the brink of disaster and never consider the drop. "Surround the city," he said, tapping the eyeglass thoughtfully into his palm and letting his eyes wander across the fields around Valbec. "Deploy our cannons where they can be clearly seen but not used. Block every route in or out, cut off their supply, make it abundantly clear that we are in charge." Then? Asked Forrest. Then find out who's leading the rebels and, he shrugged, invite them to parley. War is only ever a prelude to talk, came a voice. A man stood nearby in neat civilian clothes, a man who also had, as far as he was aware, never laid eyes upon before. A nondescript man with curly hair and a length of wood in one hand. He smiled at Orso. My master would thoroughly approve, Your Highness. As a crown prince, Orso was used to forgetting 9/10 of the people he was introduced to, as well as to total strangers sticking their noses into his business, and so he remained scrupulously polite. Pardon me, but I'm not sure we have met. This is Yoru Sulphur, offered Superior Pike, a member of the Order of Magi. I was just now struggling to put out a fire in the north when the unmistakable tang of the Union in flames reached my nose. Sulphur smiled wider. Never any peace, eh? Never the slightest peace. His Eminence the Arch-Lector, said Pike, as well as His Majesty your father, were very keen that Master Sulphur should join us. Merely to observe. Sulphur waved it away as if the favour of the Union's two most powerful men was nothing to comment on. And perhaps offer some trifling advice, if I can, as a representative of my master Bias, first of the Magi. Pressing business detains him in the West, but the stability of the Union has ever been a prime concern of his, even so. Stability, he's always saying. A stable Union means a stable world. This business, and he shook his head sadly as he looked towards the smoke over Valbec, is quite the opposite. Why, the very first thing they did was burn the bank. I see, said Orso, meaning that he did not see at all. He turned back to Forrest, where things made at least a little more sense. What was I saying? Surround the city, Your Highness. Ah, yes, proceed. Forrest gave a stiff salute, and the orders rang out, followed by the tramp and jingle, as the latest column of the Crown Prince's division left the road and fanned out into the fields to begin the encirclement. Master Tallow, said Orso. The boy crept forward. Yes, sir. I mean, your, Highness, threw in Tunny, grinning ever so slightly. You've been in the city? He nodded, those great luminous eyes fixed on Orso. And you observed a meeting of these breakers? He nodded again. Any notion who's in charge in there? Risenau, the superior of the Inquisition, called himself the Weaver. Seemed like he was leading them, but he talked like a madman. Then there was a woman called Judge. He gave a little shiver. But she seemed even madder than Risenau. Then there was an old fellow, Mulmer, something like that. He seemed decent, I reckon. Mulmer it is, then, I suppose. Orso frowned at Tallow. Have you eaten today? You look bloody famished. Tallow blinked. You like chicken? He slowly nodded. Yoke, Your Highness, go to my cook and get the boy a chicken with, well, whatever he wants. Yoke looked a little sour. Sour about that, Yoke? Think the task's beneath you? Well, any task I could give is far above you. Get the boy a damned chicken, then I want you and him to go out towards Valbec under a white flag. Have we got a white flag, Tunny? Tunny shrugged. Stick a shirt on a stick, job done. Chicken first, then shirt on a stick, then head up to the nearest barricade and tell them Crown Prince Orso would very much like to speak to Mulmer of the Breakers. Tell them I am ready to negotiate. Tell them I am keen to negotiate. Tell them I feel about negotiation the way a stallion feels about a mare. Yes, Your Highness, said Yoke, still looking somewhat sour. Yes, Your Highness, said Tallow, his eyes still wide. Narrowing them simply did not appear to be an option for the boy.
Orso stood frowning towards the city as they walked away, one hand on his stomach.
"Hildy,"
he called. The girl was sitting cross-legged in her drummer boy's uniform, making a chain of daisies.
"Little busy here.
Get me a chicken, would you?"
I could eat."
"Get everyone a chicken, then. Chicken, Master Sulphur?"
"Very kind, Your Highness, but I must keep to a very specific diet."
"The discipline of the magical arts, eh?" Sulphur grinned wide, showing 2 rows of shiny white teeth.
"We all must make sacrifices."
"I suppose so. Never been much good at it, though."
"Lack of practice, probably,"
said Hildy. Also snorted up a laugh. "I can hardly deny it. I fear I want everyone to like me, Master Sulphur."
"We all do, Your Highness, but he who tries to please everyone pleases no one at all."
"I wish I could deny that, too, but I've certainly pleased no one so far." He looked over at the Magus, who, aside from the staff, was about the least magical-looking man one could have asked for. "Don't suppose you could solve all this with, I don't know, a spell?"
"Magic can level mountains. I have seen it. But there is always a cost, and it rises with each passing year. In my experience, swords offer considerably better value."
"You speak more like an accountant than a wizard."
"A sign of the times, Your Highness."
"Superior Pike, can I tempt you to chicken?" The superior did not look pleased by the thought of chicken. Indeed, it was the most Orso could do to stand his ground, as the man's hideously burned face advanced on him.
"You mean to treat with the rebels?"
"I do, superior." Orso gave a false chuckle. "After all, what harm can talk do?"
"A very great deal. I am not sure His Eminence will approve."
"Is there anything His Eminence does approve of?" Orso grinned, but Pike's face remained impassive. Perhaps it was the burns. Perhaps he was thoroughly tickled, but physically unable to smile. Perhaps he was chortling away on the inside the whole time. It did not seem likely. "Look, superior, the wonderful thing about being Crown Prince is you can talk and wheedle and promise and bluster, and everyone has to listen." He leaned close to murmur in the melted remnants of Pike's ear. "But you never have the power to actually do anything." Pike raised one brow, or looked as if he would have had he any to raise. Then he gave the faintest nod, perhaps even a nod of approval, and faded back to confer with Sulphur. Orso was left alone in the wheat field with Tunny, the steadfast standard resting covered in the crook of one arm. "What is it, Corporal?" "I never saw more harm done than by the heroes who couldn't wait to get started." Orso popped open his top button. Uniforms were a great help around the belly, but they could get awfully tight at the throat. "Well, if I excel at anything, it's doing nothing. You know what, Your Highness? I'm starting to think you might make a better-than-average king." "So you're always telling me." "Yes." Tunny had a knowing smirk as he watched the men of the Crown Prince's division steadily spread out around the city. "But I never actually meant it before." The Battle of Red Hill. "How's your leg?" asked Rikke. "Sore," said Isern, wrinkling her nose as she picked at the stitches with a fingernail. "And somewhat crusty." She straightened with a sigh. "But sore and crusty is about as good as one could hope for from an arrow wound." She stuck 2 fingers in a pouch and started smearing something on the pink and puckered skin. It was Rikke's turn to wrinkle her nose. The smell of it was quite impossible to describe. "By the dead!" trying to hold her breath. "What is that?" Isern started to wind a fresh bandage around her thigh. "Better you don't know. I might have to spread some on you if you get arrow pricked, and I wouldn't want you arguing." She slipped a pin through the bandage and stood, wincing as she rubbed at her thigh with her thumb, flexing her knee, testing her weight on it.
Knowledge isn't always a gift, you see. Sometimes it's better we be swaddled in the comforting darkness of ignorance.
She pushed a pellet of chagger up behind her lip, then rolled another between finger and thumb and handed it over. Rikke chomped on it, savoured that sour, earthy taste which she'd found so vile when she started chewing it, but that now she could never get enough of, and pushed it down behind her lip. It was cold. No fires, in case Stow's scout saw them and spoiled the trap, and she'd hardly slept, and she was aching and hungry, but sick at the same time, and bloody hell she felt nervous. Kept fussing with her fingers, fussing at the chagger pellet with her tongue, fussing at the runes around her neck, fussing at the ring through her nose.
"Stop fussing," said Isern. "Neither of us'll be fighting."
"I can feel worried for those who will, can't I?"
"Meaning your young lion?"
Isern grinned, tip of her tongue showing through that hole in her teeth.
"Can't spend your whole life fucking, you know."
"No." Rikke gave a smoky sigh. "Something to aim for, though."
"I've heard less noble goals, 'tis true."
The silence stretched, the silence and the nerves, and somewhere someone started up a song in a deep bass. That one about the battle in the high places, where her father laid Bethod low. Old battles, old victories. She wondered whether sometime in the future folk would sing songs about the Battle of Red Hill, and if they did, who'd be the winners and who the losers. "When will they get here?" she asked for the 100th time. Isern leaned on her spear and frowned off to the east. The sun was rising there, a brilliant crescent over the hills that set the edges of the clouds on fire. The valley below was dark still, here or there a glitter on the stream, mist hanging over the trees that marched off to the north.
"Could be soon," mused Isern. "Could be later. Might be they change their mind and don't come at all."
"In other words, you've no notion." Isern glanced sideways.
"If only someone could just look into the future and tell us how it'll all unfold, that'd be handy."
"Aye." Rikke planted her chin in her palms and sagged. "It would."
"Bravery," said Glawood, staring gloomily at the fire. "Audacity, loyalty, yes, but I never guessed patience would be the soldier's most important virtue."
Barnava rubbed at his scar with a thumb tip.
"Fighting and soldiering are two very different things."
They were starting to seem like opposite things to Leo. He frowned at the sun, the slightest pink smudge in the east. He could have sworn the damn thing was rising at 1/10 the normal speed. No doubt it was somehow in league with his mother.
"Patience is the parent of success,"
murmured Durand, with so gentle a touch on Leo's shoulder he only just felt it. "Stolicus." Huh. Normally, as the sun rose, Leo would have been training. He'd heard Bremer Dan Gorst, well into his 50s, still trained for 3 hours every day, so he'd determined to do the same. But what's the point of training if you end up stuck on your arse in a village miles from the fight? He took a hard breath and let it smoke away, his 1,000th of the morning so far.
"Nothing to do but wait."
Whitewater Gin carefully pushed his sausages around the pan and made them sizzle. The fork looked tiny in his paw of a hand.
"Wait and eat."
The smell was making Leo's stomach rumble, but there was no way he could think of eating. He was too nervous, too impatient, too frustrated.
"By the dead!"
He flung an arm towards the men scattered about the village, already in their armour. Anglan's cavalry, the best and the brightest, sitting idle.
"She should be letting us fight. What's she thinking?"
"I saw an army mishandled in Styria," said Barnava. "This is not what it looks like." "If you ask me," said Durand, "the Lady Governor's a hell of a general."
"No one did ask you,"
snapped Leo, even though he just had. Durand heaved out a sigh, and Barnava drew his blanket tight about his shoulders, and they went back to watching the sausages sizzle. Leo frowned up at the sound of hooves, one rider trotting down the rutted track that led from the bridge, Antaup loose in his saddle. "Morning," he called, scraping that lock of dark hair back with his fingers. "Any news?" Leo couldn't keep the eager little warble out of his voice, though it was perfectly clear there was no news at all. He was needy as a jilted lover, unable to stop pining no matter how often he was turned down. "No news," said Antaup, swinging from his saddle. He peered over Jin's big shoulder at the pan. "I suppose you lads have a sausage spare?" Barnava grinned up. "For a boy with a smile as pretty as yours, I think we can find a sausage." "Do you have to?" snapped Leo, curling his lip with disgust. "What did Mother say?" He right away regretted his choice of words, but how does a man make taking orders from his mother sound good? "She said sit tight." Antaup leaned on Jin's shoulder, made him turn, then reached around his blind side and nimbly stole the fork from his plate. "She said she'd let you know if anything changed," and he stretched over to fork one of the sausages from the pan. "Oi!" snapped Jin, elbowing him away. Leo frowned up towards the red-topped hill, a black lump against the pinking sky, here and there the telltale glint of metal where the men were getting ready for battle, or for just another day of waiting. The waiting, the endless bloody waiting. He really was the worst man in the world at doing nothing. "I'm going up there," and he grabbed his helmet and strode for his horse. "And she said, don't go up there," called Antaup with his mouth full. Leo froze for a moment, angrily clenching his jaw, then he strode on. "I'm bloody going anyway." "I'll come with you," said Durand. "Keep a sausage for me." "For a boy with such delicate features as yours," said Barnava, laughter in his voice, "I'll always have a sausage." "By the dead," grumbled Leo, hunching his shoulders. "I've got a feeling about today," said Wonderful. Clover was fully occupied trimming a blister on his big toe. "Good feeling or bad?" "Just a feeling. Something's gonna happen." "Well, something happens every day." "Something big, you fool." "Ah," said Clover. "Well, I hope I'm left out of it. I like little things mostly." "You must be pleased with your cock, then." Maguire sneering down from his horse with the sun behind. Clover saw no pressing need to look away from his feet. "A cock's not for pleasing yourself, boy, it's for pleasing others. Maybe that's where you're going wrong." Maguire bristled. Always the ones quickest to insults got the thinnest skin for some reason. "You spend more time on your blisters than your weapons." "My blisters are more important," said Clover. Maguire's ill-favoured face crunched up in a clueless scowl. "If you're lucky, you might get through a whole campaign without drawing your sword." Clover gave his blister one last shave with the point of his little knife, then sat back to admire the results. "But you will, without question, be using your feet." "The man has a point," said Wonderful. Maguire spat. "No fucking idea why, but Stow wants the two of you up front with him." "Aye?" asked Clover. "Has he not got all the wise counsel he needs with you lot of heroes?" "You mocking me, old man?" Clover puffed out a weary breath. That boy seemed determined to butt heads with him. You let things go with most men. They let things go too. But some are just fixed on taking offence. "Wouldn't dare, Maguire," he said. "But war's a depressing things, whatever the songs say. We must lighten the mood where we can, eh, Wonderful?" "I smile whenever possible," she said, stony-faced. Maguire looked from one of them to the other, then gave a sour hiss, spat once more for luck, and wrenched his horse roughly around to the west. "Just get up there with the scout soon as you can, or there'll be trouble." and he rode off, mud flicking from his horse's hooves, nearly riding down some poor woman who'd been off fetching water and making her drop her buckets in the mud. "I like that boy a lot. Reminds me of me as a young man." Clover shook his head. "If I'd been an absolute cunt."
"You were an absolute cunt," said Wonderful, "and I've observed no significant changes in that regard."
Clover started pulling his boot on.
"Or indeed in any other."
Wonderful scrubbed worriedly at the back of her shaved head as she frowned off down the road to the west.
"Damn it, though," she said. "I've got a feeling about today."
"No sign," said Rikke's father, offering her his battered eyeglass.
"If you say there's no sign," she said, "I dare say there isn't any. You're the war chief. I don't know, a seer, maybe?"
Sounded like a bloody presumptuous title.
"Just a really shit one."
"Sooner or later you'll have to stop hiding your talents, girl. Your long eye may be patchy, but your short ones are still way sharper than mine." Rikke sighed and took the eyeglass and peered over the weed-sprouting old battlements, keeping low just in case. Spots of gorse on the hillside, fast-flowing water in the stream. Sheep dotted about the yellow-green grass. Sunlight and shadow chasing each other down the valley as the gusting wind dragged clouds across the sky. There were a couple of 100 Union men gathered around the bridge, where a wagon had been carefully positioned to look like it had just that moment broken an axle and was blocking things up halfway across. The bait on their hook. Seemed a laughably obvious trick right then, but tricks always do when you know how they're managed. Fish keep biting even so.
"No sign."
Rikke handed back the glass and clapped her father on the shoulder and slipped down the steps. The yard of the ruin was crammed with Oxals and Red Hat's carls, checking their gear, passing food, talking softly to one another. You'd think men would get fired up before a battle, but more often they get maudlin. When you feel the great leveller's shadow cold on your back, it's not your hopes you come back to, but your regrets. Isern had set her bony arse on the heap of crumbled masonry that was once the north wall of the fortress, spear across her knees, giving the blade a few licks with the whetstone.
"No sign?"
she asked, not even looking up. Rikke thought she caught a glint of metal among the trees at the bottom of the slope, but there was nothing there now.
"No sign."
And she perched on the tumble-down wall and wriggled till she found a comfortable spot, then started to arrange the fronds of a surprisingly pretty weed growing out of it.
"The songs don't say much about all the time spent sitting down, do they?"
Isern winced as she stretched her hurt leg out.
"The skalds give disproportionate attention to the sword work, it's true. Truth is, battles are more often won with spades than blades. Roads and ditches and trenches and proper shit pits. You'll dig your way to victory, my da always told me."
"Thought you hated your da."
"Being an utter fucker didn't make him wrong. Quite the opposite, far as fighting goes. It's a sad fact that the—"
Rikke trailed off, staring. A man had stepped from the trees below them. A tall man with pale brows and pale hair in a spiky riot, shoulders hunched and elbows stuck out wide and short beard jutting. He had a sword in one hand and an axe in the other, and he was frowning up the slope, not at her, but at the tower beyond.
"Who's that?"
she said.
"Who's who?"
The pale man beckoned with his axe, and Rikke's jaw fell open as a couple of dozen others slipped from the trees around him, all well armed. She jumped up, nearly falling over that pretty weed, and pointing wildly down towards them.
"There's men in the trees!"
she screeched. A few carls scrambled onto the crumbling wall, staring down. Oxal was one. Rikke was waiting for him to roar out for more men, but all he did was turn his shifty sneer from the trees to her and spit.
"What the hell you talking about, girl?" he growled. "There's no one there." "Fucking mad bitch,"
she heard one of the others mutter as they drifted back into the ruin, shaking their heads. Rikke wondered if she was going mad. Or more mad, maybe. Men were flooding from the trees now, hundreds of the bastards.
"You see 'em, don't you?"
she asked Isern in a small voice. The hillwoman leaned on her spear, calmly chewing.
"The men are rude, but the men are right. There's no one there."
She gave Rikke a painful jab with her sharp elbow. "But maybe someone will be."
"Oh no."
And Rikke covered her eyes with a hand, and the left one was hot.
"Want to be sick."
She bent over and coughed out an acrid little mouthful, but when she looked up, the men were still there, too brightly lit since the sun was still low, a great standard in their midst, flapping hard even though the breeze had died.
"They even got a flag."
"What flag?"
"Black, with a red circle."
Isern's frown got harder.
"That was Bethod's standard. Now it's Black Calder's."
Rikke was sick again. Just a little string of drool this time, and she spat and wiped her mouth.
"Thought he was way off north." "You cannot force the long eye open," murmured Isern, "but when it opens by itself, it's a fool who doesn't see."
She turned and limped quick across the rubble-strewn yard of the fortress, making men grumble as she shouldered past.
"Black Calder's always had a bad habit of turning up where he shouldn't."
"So what are you doing?"
"Warning your father."
"You sure?"
muttered Rikke as she followed Isern up the crumbling steps, still glimpsing those men out of the corner of her eye. An army of them now.
"I mean, what if they're going to turn up next week or next month? What if they turned up years ago?"
"Then we'll look like a right pair of fools."
Isern grinned at her as she limped up onto the roof of the tower.
"But at least we won't be two corpses in a big heap of corpses. Dogman?"
"Isern if fail,"
muttered Rikke's father with a sideways glance.
"Make it good. I got a battle to—"
"Black Calder's in those woods."
She nodded off to the north.
"Planning to sneak men around you, I reckon."
"You seen 'em?"
"I must confess I did not, but your daughter did."
She slapped a heavy hand down on Rikke's shoulder.
"The moon has smiled upon us all and blessed her with the rare gift of the long eye. We should make ready for blood."
"You're not joking."
Rikke's father pointed in the opposite direction.
"Stour Nightfall might be coming down that road any bloody minute, and Lady Brock's counting on us to be one half of a trap for him. We don't arrive, the whole plan's in the shit."
Isern grinned like this was all quite the lark.
"Not half as deep as if Black Calder sidles up our asses while we're facing t'other way, though, do you see?"
Rikke's father pressed at his temples.
"By the dead, I can't turn around just on your say-so, Rikke, I can't."
"I know,"
she said, shrugging her shoulders high as they'd go.
"I wouldn't."
"You seen 'em, though?"
croaked Shivers. Rikke glanced sideways, and there they still were. A great long line just in front of the trees, hundreds of carls, their shields bright blobs of colour gathered around Black Calder's standard.
"I see him now, the one at the front smiling right at me."
"Describe him."
"A long, lean, pale bastard with an axe and a sword, sort of hunched over, all elbows. Ugh."
And she had to bend over herself, hands on her knees, head spinning.
"Sounds a lot like the Nail,"
said Shivers, frowning down towards the woods.
"If Black Calder sent a man around the back, the Nail's the sort of man he'd send."
Rikke's father gave a low grunt.
"Maybe." "Give me a few carls," said Shivers. "I'll have a route around those woods. I find nothing lost."
Rikke's father looked from Shivers to Isern to Rikke and back.
"Route around then, but quick. If we're called for, we can't wait."
Shivers nodded and slipped down the crumbling steps. The sun was getting higher, and down in the valley on the brown strip of the road, men were moving. A few, and coming carefully.
"Oh, by the dead!"
Rikke covered her eye with her hand, felt it still throbbing hot against her palm.
"Tell me you see them."
"Oh, aye. Stour Nightfall's scouts, I reckon, and Isern spat. Course I see them.
Muddy grey dawn had become muddy grey morning by the time Leo rode up through the red bracken on the hillside. The men of Angland sat in massed ranks where they were hidden from the valley, armed and ready. Some stood to salute, a few held up their swords, others called out, "The young lion," against their orders to stay quiet. Seemed the soldiers approved of him a lot more than his mother did. She was kneeling in the bracken just beyond the summit, an eyeglass trained on the valley, a whispering group of scouts and officers around her. She shook her head as he crept over, keeping low. "I thought I gave Antaup orders that you shouldn't come up here." "Yes, and I came anyway." He trailed off. There were men in the valley, mounted men spread out, watching their little show of incompetence down at the bridge. Northmen, without a doubt. "Nightfall scouts?" he asked in an eager whisper. She handed him her eyeglass. "And his main body is following close behind. Head of the column is there at the farm." Leo trained the glass on a few pale farm buildings higher up the valley. Metal gleamed on the brown strip of road, mail and spear points, a column of armed men moving towards the bridge. Carls, from the little spots of bright colour which must be their shields. Like seeing one ant in the grass and suddenly seeing dozens, Leo became aware of another column, and another. "Bloody hell!" he squawked, excitement surging up his throat and nearly choking him. "They're taking the bait!" He squinted harder. There was something waving beside the farm, a tall grey flag, and though he couldn't be sure at this distance, he'd a feeling there was a black wolf on it. "Nightfall standard," he whispered. "Yes." His mother pulled her eyeglass from his limp grip and set it to her own eye again. "And this time, I've no doubt, the great wolf is here in person."
What did these bastards do? Asked Clover, frowning up at the bodies.
"They was on the dogman's side," said Greenway, nodding like a family dangling from a tree was a job well done. Couple of thralls had dragged a cupboard from the farmhouse. Now they shoved it over in the dirt and started hacking at it with axes. Clover squinted at 'em, bemused.
What is it they think an axe will reveal that opening the doors won't?
"Hidden stuff. Gold, maybe."
Gold? You're having a laugh.
Greenway frowned a pouty frown. Aside from sneers, it was his one expression.
"Silver, then."
Silver? If these bastards had silver, let alone gold, why the hell would they be up here farming for a pittance? They'd be in town drunk, which is where I should bloody be.
"Best to be sure," said one of the men.
"Oh, aye,"
said Clover.
"Dare say you'll be burning the house once you've found nothing, 'cause fire is pretty."
The man glanced over at Greenway, somewhat sheepish, and scratched his head. Seemed that was exactly what he'd been planning.
"And if Stowart wants somewhere to sleep tonight, he can curl up in the ashes, can he?"
Clover strolled past, shaking his head. What a waste. Waste of people, waste of things, waste of effort. But that was war for you. Nothing he hadn't seen a dozen times before. If the great wolf wanted to decorate his new land with corpses and have creaking ropes for music, then who was he to complain? The king in waiting was a little further on with Wonderful, considering the view, while he chewed on a stolen apple.
"Don't like the looks of this," said Clover, folding his arms tight. "Not one bit."
"No," said Wonderful.
"It fucking stinks."
The road dropped into a grassy valley ahead, a steep hill on either side. One had some old ruin clinging to its rocky top, the other was bigger and shallower, red bracken giving the crown a dried blood look Clover didn't much care for. Between the two fells, down in the valley's bottom, a little bridge crossed a stream. Looked like there might be a few Union men tangled up on both sides of it. Clover's eyes weren't all they once had been, but he thought he could see a flag waving above them. Stour's eyes were sharper and thoughtfully narrowed in its direction.
You reckon that's Leo Dan Brock's standard down there? Clover felt his heart sinking. It was getting to be a familiar feeling around Black Calder's son. Could be someone else's, he tried hopefully. No one's in particular? No, it's his. Stour worked the words around and spat 'em out. The young lion. What kind of name is that? Ridiculous. Clover held up his hands and fluttered the fingers. The Great Wolf. Now that's a name. Wonderful made a little squeak. She had her lips pressed together tight, like she was trying not to shit herself. Stour frowned at her, then at Clover. Are you making light of me, you old fucker? Clover looked dumbstruck. Man like me? Make light of a man like you? I wouldn't dare. I'm agreeing the young lion is a stupid name for a man to have. For one thing, he's not a lion, is he? For another, he's, 20-ish? About that, said Wonderful. So, considering the lifespan of a lion... Clover squinted up at the grey sky, no idea how long a lion lived. Maybe he'd be quite an old lion, would he? He kept his face blank as fresh snow, counting on the short attention span common to famous warriors, and indeed, soon enough, the great wolf forgot all about it, fully occupied glowering down the valley towards that bridge, towards that standard. He gave a great sniff. Let's have a poke at those bastards. All of a sudden, Wonderful looked like shitting herself for very different reasons. Don't know about that, Chief. You sure? Ever known me to not be sure? In Clover's experience, only idiots were ever sure about anything. He nodded up towards that ruined tower above the bridge, the red-topped fell on the other side. Could be a trap. If they've got men waiting on those hills, we'd be putting ourselves in a right pickle. No doubt, said Wonderful, jaw set tight. Stour gave an irritated hiss. Everything looks like a trap to you two. Act that way, said Clover. You'll never be surprised. You'll never surprise your enemy either. Bring up a couple of 100 cows, Wonderful. And Stour bunched his fists, white-knuckled tight, like he couldn't wait to start throwing punches. Let's give those bastards a poke. She pointed that brow of hers at Clover, but he could only shrug, so she turned and bellowed at one of the scouts to bring up more men. What else could she do? Getting folk to do what your chief says is what being a second is all about. Whether or not your chief's a prick is beside the point. Rikke crouched on the roof of the broken tower, twitching, chewing, fretting, even more nervous than before, almost too nervous to bear. First, the Union had been forced back over the bridge, then more Union men had come up and driven the Northmen back, then more Northmen had come up, and now there was a great clog of warriors crowding in on either side of the river, more of Nightfall's carls flooding down the road towards it. Strange sounds floated up, twisted by wind and distance. That bloody fool stumbled right into it. Rikke's father was licking his lips, but she couldn't share his joy, couldn't twitch free of the feeling it was them stumbling into something. She glanced towards the trees again. The men she'd seen with the long eye had faded now. Maybe she caught their ghostly after-images. Maybe nothing. We can't wait any longer. Red Hat? Aye, Chief. Send Oxel and Hardbread the word. Wait, hissed Rikke. There was something moving in the woods, branches thrashing, a glimmer of metal through the leaves. Tell me you see that. Her father's face had turned grim. I see that. Shivers burst from the trees, running full tilt for the fortress. Some of his scouts shot from the woods around him, one looking back as they started to scramble up the grassy hillside. Man the walls! Roared Shivers. Arrows flitted from the trees, twittering about him. One of his men took a shaft in the back and slipped, tottered up, carried on running with the shaft sticking from his shoulder. Woods are full of the bastards! Rikke's father stood up tall at the crumbling battlements, bellowing down into the yard. Man the walls! Black Calder's coming from the north!
Then Rikke saw that pale man step out of the trees right to the spot she'd already seen him in. He beckoned with his axe, just the way she'd already seen him do, and men started to spill from the woods around him.
"It's the nail!"
roared Red Hat, waving his sword, and warriors swarmed towards the ruined walls, falling over each other in their haste to shift from the south side of the fortress to the north. Now came the standard, black with the red circle. Bethod's standard, Black Calder's standard. Suddenly the tree line was alive with men. Isern gave a sigh.
"There's the problem with looking for a fight,"
and she pulled the deerskin cover from the bright blade of her spear.
"Sometimes you get more fight than you wanted."
Seemed the nail was smiling right at Rikke now, just the way she'd known he would. Without taking her eyes from the valley, Leo's mother held up a finger. "Get the troops on their feet." Leo heard the calls of the officers spreading out across the back of the hill. The great scrape and rattle as the men stood, took up their weapons, began to form ranks. The valley was flooded with Northmen now. Hundreds of them, thousands. An iron plague spreading steadily down the road towards the bridge. Leo felt utterly useless. All he could do was kneel in the dirt, the steadily thickening drizzle seeping through his armour, and watch.
"The men are ready, Lady Finray," said an officer. "Should we advance?"
She shook her head. "Just a little longer, Captain. Just a little longer." The time stretched, slow, silent, unbearably tense. A bird hovered high overhead, feathers ruffling in the wind, poised and ready to swoop. Knowing the right moment. Her eyes flickered over the disorganized fighting at the bridge, across the columns of Northmen in the valley, up to the farm and back. My father always told me that was half a general's job. "The other half?" asked Leo. "Looking like you know the right moment." And she stood up tall and slapped the dirt from the knees of her skirt. "Ritter?" A freckled little boy stepped up with a bugle clenched tight in one fist. "Your Grace?" "Sound the advance." It rang out over the valley, piercingly loud, and there was an almighty clattering as several thousand armoured men began to march.
"Shit,"
said Wonderful, frowning at the red hill. Clover felt that familiar sinking feeling as he followed her eyes. That feeling he'd got at least once in every battle he'd ever fought in. Spear tips showed over the brow against the spitting sky, then helmets, then men. Ranks and ranks of men. Union foot, well-armed and organised, and coming down from the high ground on their flank. They didn't seem to trouble the great wolf any, quite the reverse.
"Lovely,"
he purred, grinning like an eager groom watching his bride shown in.
"Fucking beautiful. Form a shield wall facing that fell, and we'll get to grips with these Union bastards."
"Lovely. We don't know where the dogman is."
Clover pointed up towards the ruined fortress with a stabbing finger. Even his old eyes could pick out figures on the roof of that tower.
"What if there's men up there? We'll be showing 'em our bare asses."
"I guess."
Stour looked back to the bridge in no hurry. It was a right mess down there now, corpses scattered, arrows flitting, spears tangled, men struggling in the water even. Stour tapped a finger against his pursed lips as he watched, like a cook judging whether to toss a pinch more salt in the pot, rather than a war chief sending men to their deaths. But maybe that's just the kind of carelessness with other men's lives a general needs.
"Bring everyone up. I think I'll have that bridge."
Wonderful looked stunned, and well she might have.
"You're playing their bloody game," she said. "It's a fucking trap."
Stour's wet eyes rolled towards her.
"Course it is, but who's caught in it?"
"We are," snapped Clover, "and tripping over our cocks on the way. What'll your father say to this?"
"He'll be fucking delighted."
The wolf grin spread across Stour's face.
"The whole thing was his idea."
Clover blinked.
"What?"
Stour nodded towards the old fortress.
"He's on the other side of that hill, ready to attack. These fools think they'll catch us with our trousers down."
He leaned close to Clover.
"But it's us who'll catch them.
"Come on, you old bastards!"
And he drew his sword, spun it around in his fingers, lightly as an eating knife.
"We've a fucking battle to win!"
Rikke never saw a battle before, and she hoped she never saw another. Black Calder's men pressed in on every side. The tumble-down wall had become a mass of straining men, a great tangle of shields and clattering, sliding, stabbing spears. One had a flag on it that had got all wrapped around a Carl's arm, and he was shrieking with fury as he tried to drag it free and only got himself more tangled. Rikke saw a spear blade poking into his cheek, and he twisted and shouted, but couldn't be heard, couldn't be moved, was eased onto that spear by the weight of men behind, the trickle of blood becoming a bubbling rush, and Rikke looked away, the breath crawling in her throat. She saw her father on the steps of the tower, veins standing from his neck as he roared words she couldn't hear over the screams of pain and screams of rage. How could anyone bring order to this chaos? Might as well command a storm to stop blowing. She saw a boy with curly hair just staring, taking a step one way, then the other way, face white and pale and his jaw hanging open, not knowing what to do. Rikke wondered if he was going to die here, wondered if she was going to die here. The rain was coming heavier now on a chill wind, beading weapons and armour, sticking hair to snarling faces, turning ground churned by boots and bodies to sticky mud.
"Heave!"
The shield wall was no more than 10 strides from her, buckling and twisting, shield shrieking and scraping, boots sliding as men tried desperately to shove the attackers back. One stood tall to lash over the top of the wall with his axe, stood again and squealed as a spear caught him under the rim of his helmet. He fell back, shrieking, thrashing, blood leaking between the fingers clapped to his face.
"My eye! My eye!"
Arrows flitted down, clicked from the ground, bounced from a dead campfire. A man sank to his knees, leaning on his mace, face all crumpled, drooling, wheezing, a shaft in his back.
"Careful,"
said Isern, easing Rikke behind a broken pillar, mossy old devil faces carved around the head.
"Careful."
And Rikke felt something cold brush her palm and saw that Isern had slipped a knife into her hand, and she stared at it as if she'd never seen such a thing before. She saw a man sitting on the ground, cursing as he fiddled with his bloody sleeve, blood in his beard, axe dangling from one wrist. She saw a man stomping on someone's head, spots of blood across his mad snarl as he lifted his boot and rammed it down, lifted it and rammed it down.
"Can you save my leg?"
A lad with yellow hair turned dark by the drizzle and the rags of his trousers all oozing black. Another man gibbered, mail pulled up to show a little slit that welled blood, and when the healer wiped it, welled again, and she wiped it again, but the blood came too fast to stop, too fast. There was a kind of groan, and at the crumbling wall where that pretty weed had grown, the shields buckled, gave, and Rikke stared as Black Calder's men surged into the fortress. A knot of them, mail rain-glinting and mud-spattered. A wedge of them, bristling with sharpened steel. A dagger thrust of them, screaming their war cries, and at their very front, a man with gold on his helmet and a green tree on a shield, all scored and dented. He rushed right at Rikke with an axe held high. That would have been a good moment to run, but maybe she'd run enough. Maybe the madness was catching. Without thinking, she dropped into a crouch and bared her teeth and raised her knife to meet him. He twisted at a mad screech, and Isern sprang from the crumbling steps on one leg, point of her spear darting over his shield rim, catching him under the jaw and ripping his throat wide. He wobbled another step or two, blood showering down that green tree and turning it red. Then his knees went and he fell on his face, gold-chased helmet bouncing off and rolling right between Rikke's boots. She saw shivers snarling, hacking, snarling, metal eyes shining. She saw Red Hat shooting arrows into the midst. She saw other men she knew, some of her father's closest, good men, gentlemen, screeching hate, shoving with shields, chopping with swords and axes. That wedge of Black Calder's men was choked off and hemmed in and cut down one by one, stabbed with spears, shoved over with shields, stomped on the ground. One huge warrior was left, wearing battered plates of armour, swinging a great axe around in heedless circles, rattling and clattering against the spears that stabbed at him. Then a snarling thrall sprang onto his back, caught him around the throat, hacking at him with a knife. Another darted in and chopped at his leg, brought him lurching onto one knee. Then they were all around him, Oxel using his sword like a pick in both hands to chisel his helmet off, chisel his skull open. She saw Isern, tongue pressed into the hole in her teeth, as she stabbed one stricken warrior after another with her spear. One crawled towards Rikke, crying through a face full of mud, and Shivers stepped on his neck and took the top of his head off with a swing of his sword. That assault was made into a heap of dead, their bravery all come to nothing. But Black Calder's men still pressed in all around. Through waving spears she saw the nail up on the wall, shaking his axe, blood-dotted face twisted with fury and laughter at once, screaming, "Kill the fuckers! Kill the fuckers!" Arrows flickered over, the noise of fighting like hail on a tin roof. Rikke saw ghosts now, among the fighting, among the killing, among the dead. Ghosts of men fighting, killing, dying. Battles long done, maybe, and battles yet to come. And she slid down the pillar until her backside hit mud, knife dropping from her hand into the dirt, and sat there trembling with her smarting eyes squeezed shut. Leo stood at the top of the hill, hands helplessly clenching and unclenching. It was the greatest battle he'd ever seen, the greatest the North had seen since the Battle of Osrung, where his mother loved to say he'd been conceived. Nightfall's shield wall had bent back when the Anglanders first charged. It had buckled, looked ready to give under the strain, but it had held. More Northmen had filtered down the road to shore it up and pushed the Anglanders back to the base of the Red Hill. Now there was a boiling engagement all the way along the valley bottom, the mad clamour echoing from the fells, the carnage at the bridge at one end. If the Dogman swept down from the other side of the valley now, it would all be over. Nightfall would be surrounded, shattered. They could take every one of his men prisoner. Perhaps they could even capture the great wolf himself and make the bastard kneel. But the Dogman didn't appear, and the glee of the officers on the hilltop turned to concern, then grim worry. "Where the hell is the Dogman?" muttered Leo's mother. The ruin on the far side of the valley was just a ghost through the thickening rain. "He should be attacking." "Yes," said Leo. He couldn't say more. His mouth was too dry. "Can't see a thing in this damn rain," she fretted. "No," said Leo. He'd always been a doer. Sitting idle while other men fought was torture. "If he doesn't come soon—" They could all see it. Some of Nightfall's thralls were still dribbling onto the battlefield. If the Dogman didn't come soon, they might get around the flank and the Union line would crumble. A rider came lurching up the back of the hill, pushing his mount hard. A Northman, rattled and dirt-spattered. Leo's mother strode up as he slithered from the saddle. "What's become of the Dogman?" "Black Calder came out of the woods," he said, breathing hard. "We're only just hanging on at the ruin. No way we can help with the attack." One officer swallowed, another stared down into the valley, a third seemed to deflate like a punctured wineskin. "Black Calder was supposed to be a day away," breathed Leo's mother, her eyes wide. "He tricked us," muttered Leo. They were caught in their own trap, outnumbered and facing destruction. He stared towards the bridge. That was where he belonged, where the names were made and tomorrow's songs written. He could make the difference. He knew he could. Strategy had failed. It was time to fight. "We have to send in the reserves." He stepped close to his mother. No whining now, no wheedling, just the simple truth. There's no choice. We're committed. She frowned down into the valley, a muscle on the side of her head constantly working, and said nothing. If we pull back, we leave the dogman at Black Calder's mercy. We have to fight. She closed her eyes, her mouth a hard, flat line, and said nothing. Mother! He put one hand gently on her shoulder. Wars may be won by the clever, but battles have to be fought by the brave. It's time. She opened her eyes and took a hard breath and puffed it out. Go, she said. It was as if that one soft word lit a fire in Leo's belly and set his body tingling from the roots of his hair to the tips of his toes. He felt a great smile spread across his face as he turned. "Durand!" he barked out, voice quivering with excitement. "We're going in!" Durand sprang up. "Yes, sir!" and he hurried for his horse. "Leo!" He turned back. His mother stood there against the grey sky, fists clenched tight. "Give those bastards hell," she snarled. "Come on!" screamed Stour. He hadn't bothered with a helmet, which seemed a prime slice of folly to Clover, but if men can't see your face, how can they tell everyone afterwards who did all the high deeds? "I want me that bridge!" snarled the great wolf, wet hair plastered to his forehead and his teeth bared, as a wolf's teeth should properly be. "That's my fucking bridge!" It was all quite the mess now. Stour's carls had only just held the Union at the foot of that red hill, their shield wall twisting back on itself and threatening to burst. But they'd held them, and now there was a mad fight all along the valley, the bridge at one end the fiercest spot, Leo Dan Brock's golden standard fluttering above the carnage. It was a temptation Stour couldn't ignore. "Let me at that bastard!" He was near frothing at the mouth. "I'll slit this young lion from his fruits to his throat!" That bridge really didn't seem worth all the effort to Clover. If it hadn't been for all the rain the last week, you could have just stepped around the bloody thing without getting your feet wet. He started to slow, let Stour and his eager young stags charge on ahead. He'd fought enough battles. The fresh lads could claim their share of the action, and the costs, and the lessons. He stopped, hands on knees, then nearly tripped over his own feet as someone shoved him in the back. He turned with a curse on his lips, but grinned when he saw the culprit. "Magweir," and with an even stormier look than usual, like he'd caught Clover fucking his mother rather than just snatching a breather. "Thought you'd be up front with the rest of the firebrands, pumping your name up with glory." "Seems I'm needed here," snarled Magweir, "making sure you fight, you fucking old coward." "A coward's just a man with the proper respect for sharp metal," said Clover, waving him down. "A battle's no place for a warrior." "What the fuck?" spluttered Magweir, all his weapons rattling with upset. "No room to swing. More men killed by bad luck than good sword work. It's all just shove and grunt at the mercy of choices made miles away and hours before by men you'll never meet. Your trouble is, you've got yourself an idea about how life should be, but it's just not how life is." Magweir twisted his mouth open to spit some rejoinder, but Clover stopped him by bending down to fish a spent flatbow bolt from the grass. Horrible-looking thing, rain gleaming on its barbed head. "Let me show you what I mean. Imagine if one of these bastards fell on you." Magweir's voice had gone shrill with fury. "Wouldn't be a battle without—" His eyes bulged as Clover caught his shoulder and rammed the bolt through his throat, so hard and so sudden the head punched right out of the back of his neck. Clover caught him as his knees went, lowering him gently. He glanced both ways, but no one was looking. Man dying on a battlefield is hardly suspicious, after all. Magweir fumbled for one of his many knives, but Clover caught his hand and held it tight. "I warned you." He sadly shook his head as Maguire stared up at him, blood bubbling from his nose.
A battle's a dangerous place.
Clover grabbed a fistful of bloody mail and hauled Maguire over his shoulder, put on a look of shocked concern, then set off quick as he could for the rear. Wasn't all that quick, being honest. Been quite a while since he last carried a man. After a few steps he was puffing hard, especially with all Maguire's weapons dangling about. Just goes to show, hardly matters how many swords you carry if someone else strikes first. Up the muddy road he struggled, away from the bridge where the fight was going harder than ever, away from the great shield wall that was stretching up the valley, past frowning carles flooding the other way. More flatbow bolts flickered down from the high ground, peppered the grass. Clover gritted his teeth and hefted Maguire up his shoulder, feeling the blood seeping warm through his shirt. He kept on, uphill, past a war chief urging his men to fight harder. Kept on, past a pair of stretcher-bearers with a wounded thrall wailing between them. Kept on, like there was nothing more important than saving this poor arrow-struck lad on his back. By the dead, it was hard work, but he kept on, all the way up to that farm and its tree with the 4 bodies still swinging. The wounded were laid out beside the house, groaning and mewling and squealing for water, or mercy, or their mothers. All the things wounded folk tend to squeal for. They're highly predictable in that regard. Songs about the glory of it all were thin on the ground right then and there. Clover wished he could have shown this to Maguire while he was still alive. Maybe then he'd have seen. But he doubted it. More often than not, men only see what they want to. He hefted Maguire off his shoulder and down onto the wet grass where one of the healers was working, bloody to her elbows. She took a quick glance across. "He's dead." That was no great revelation to Clover. When he chose to stab a man, he aimed to do it in such a way that he'd never need another stabbing, and practice had made him very good at it. But he put on a show of sad surprise even so.
What a shame!
He planted hands on hips and shook his head at the pointlessness of it all.
What a waste!
But, nothing he hadn't seen 100 times before. He stretched out his aching back, frowning at the way he'd come. Battle was still going strong, misty through the falling rain, a great seething mass of bloodshed in the valley's bottom.
Shit!
He wiped his sweaty forehead.
Dare say it'd all be over by the time I got back down there.
The healer didn't answer, busy tending to the next man in line who'd a nasty-looking gash out of his shoulder, blood welling down his limp arm in streaks. Clover found a rock to sit on and set his sword beside it, still sheathed.
Probably best if I just stay up here.
Settle this like men. Leo wound the thong tight around his wrist, took a firm grip on the haft, then turned to the riders behind him, rain pattering on their armour and the wet coats of their mounts. He lifted his axe high.
"For the Union!"
he bellowed, and there were nods and murmurs.
"For the King!"
Not that anyone was too pleased with his august majesty these days.
"For England!"
Louder now, manly growls, angry calls, clenched gauntlets thumped on shields.
"For your wives and your children!"
He put a hand on Duran's shoulder and stood in his stirrups, trying to make them all feel the same boiling anger, burning eagerness, seething joy he did.
"For your honour and your pride!"
An answering cheer, smoking from helmets on the wet air, weapons thrust high.
"For a piece of fucking vengeance!"
A furious roar now, hooves pawing at the mud, men crowding forward, straining to be released.
"For Leo Dunbrock!"
Gloward punched at the sky, huge as some knight of legend.
"The young lion!"
That brought the loudest cheer of all, and Leo had to grin. The men found his name almost as inspiring as he did.
"Forward!"
and he slapped down his visor and dug in his heels. First at a walk down the rutted track from the village, rain-pricked puddles shattered by his horse's hooves. Barnava came level, and through the open face of his helmet Leo could see his eager smile. That fashionable war weariness burned away in the fire of action. Leo smiled with him and urged his horse on to the very point of the spear where a leader belonged. Now at a trot, Antaup bouncing up beside him couched low, Whitewater gin on the other side, red beard jutting. The valley came up grey through the rain ahead, the stream and the two hills bouncing with the movement of Leo's horse. Between them the bridge, men crowding onto it from both sides under a tangle of spears. His smile grew wider. Durand was beside him, and there was nothing he couldn't do. Finally, he was free of his shackles. He could take his fate in his own hands, carve out a place in the legends, the way Harrod the Great had done, or Casimir the Steadfast, the way the Bloody Nine had done. Now, at a jolting canter, the thunder of hooves as the best men in England followed, charging into battle. A battle ill-suited to horsemen, though, it had to be admitted. The Union forces were crumbling. They'd been forced back onto the near bank of the stream, and now they were starting to break, battle-weary men running in panic, carles screaming their war cries as they poured across the bridge. Leo pounded heedless past the scattering Anglanders, fixed on one of the pursuing Northmen. As he saw Leo bearing down, his yellow grin became a circle of surprise. He turned, slipping and falling, hunter become prey. He was still scrambling up when Leo's axe caught him between the shoulders and flung him on his face. Leo gave a roar of triumph, heard Antaub's shrill whoop over the hammering of hooves, over the wind through his visor. He swung at a carle, missed, as the man threw himself aside, leaned over his saddle to chop down another, sent him reeling into the mud. Everything simple. No grinding worry, no chafing frustration, no wasted days slipping past. Only the beautiful, terrible now. "Forward!" he roared pointlessly. Where else can charging cavalry go? Some northern horsemen had forced their way across the bridge, and he spurred his horse towards them, riding down a fleeing carle who bounced from his horse's flank and was crushed under the hooves of Barnava's. He crashed into the midst of the shocked riders, his mount far bigger and better trained than theirs, flinging them aside like a plough through loose soil. A lovely jolt up his arm as his axe glanced from a Northman's helmet, making him reel in the saddle, thudded into his horse's neck, spattering blood and making the beast totter sideways. Leo twisted the other way, his helmet hot with his own breath, as he snarled and spat and swore. He hacked at a shield, knocked it clear, hacked at the man who held it, ripped his shoulder open and hurled him from his saddle, blood and mail rings flying, hacked at the leg left caught in the stirrups and chopped a great gash in it. A spear screeched down his shield and Leo caught the haft, wrestled with it, slobbering meaningless curses. He reared up in his saddle, brought his axe up and over in a great arc and smashed the spearman's helmet right in with a hollow thud. He swung sideways at a rider with silver rings in his beard, missed, got tangled with him, punched at him with his shield hand, and snapped his head back. He lived for this. He lived for... Gah! His axe was stuck in something. Bah! Its bearded head caught in the straps of a saddle, and it was pulling away, dragging him sideways. Shit! He struggled to twist his hand from the loop of the axe, but he'd made sure it was fast, and he was dragged backwards, leg wrenched as his foot was ripped from the stirrup. He tumbled down, the world reeling, took a glancing blow on the helmet from a flailing hoof as a horse dropped beside him. He rolled, groggy, helmet full of drool. He crawled onto all fours, shook his shield from his arm and fixed on the thong around his wrist, plucking at it, fingers clumsy in his gauntlets. Like trying to sew with mittens on. Something made his ears ring, or were they ringing already? Suddenly his wrist tore free, and he almost stumbled over backwards. The rider with the silver in his beard was lying just next to him, mace in his hand, one leg caught under his horse. "Bastard!" he was snapping in Northern.
Bastard!
He swatted at Leo with the mace, but couldn't hope to reach him. Leo stood, swaying. Mud showered him as a horse thundered past. He realized his hands were empty. Sword! Draw sword! He pawed at the hilt, trying to shake the fuzz from his head. Faint scrape of steel as it slid from the scabbard. He stabbed at the rider, stumbled, missed, point of the sword sliding into the mud beside him.
Bastard!
He hit Leo's leg with his mace, but weakly. He hardly even felt it. Leo was getting less dizzy. He aimed better this time, slid his sword through the man's chest. He sat up and made a long fuffing sound. All wheezy and clownish. Leo pulled his sword free and the rider fell back. He wasn't sure which way he was facing, whirled a dizzy mess through the slot in his skewed visor. Damn thing must have got bent when the horse kicked him. His head was throbbing, felt like he could hardly breathe. He fumbled the buckle open, dragged his helmet halfway around before he could finally twist it off. The chill wind hit his sweaty face like a slap, and the world rushed at him, the roar of battle furiously loud.
Leo!
Someone had him by the arm, and he almost swung before he saw it was Barnava, unhorsed and mud-smeared. Dead horses everywhere, dead men, wounded men, broken weapons. Leo wobbled down and clawed up a shield, a carle's round shield, shoved his arm through the straps. A Northman was crawling through the mud with a broken spear sticking from his back. Leo chopped his head open.
Regroup!
He roared, hardly knowing who he was shouting at, hardly sure if there was anyone left to regroup except him and Barnava. It didn't matter. They could do it together. He could do it alone. The rain was coming hard, fat drops pinging from his armor, soaking into the padding beneath, turning it to cold lead.
To the bridge!
And he started to slog in the direction he thought it was, trusting that men were following. He'd retreated for long enough. He caught sight of his standard, the white field, the golden lion, hanging sodden at the near end of the bridge, and there was Stour Nightfalls, the slavering wolf on grey. Drooping in the rain at the far end, a lion fought a wolf in a circle of blood, and the lion won. Leo bared his teeth, squelching forward through mud, battered and mashed by countless boots advancing and retreating, advancing and retreating. The fighting had been fiercest here, bodies everywhere, bodies from both sides. Men still and men still moving, crawling, crying, pawing at the ground, pawing at themselves. Leo stepped between them, stepped over them, teeth clenched, head throbbing, pushing on towards the bridge.
Leo!
Barnava grabbed him, dragged him down, shield across his face. Something rattled from it, an arrow. Another bounced from Barnava's armoured shoulder, more flickered into the grass. Someone fell, hands clapped to his throat. Leo peered over the rim of his shield, saw the archers kneeling in a long row before the bridge, knocking arrows. Barnava sat down.
Hello?
He said, tongue strangely clumsy. There was an arrow sticking out of his face, in the hollow between his eye and the bridge of his nose. It looked ridiculous, like a joke, like a child wedging his wooden sword between his arm and his ribs and standing sideways on. I'm stabbed, I'm stabbed. But it was no joke. The white of Barnava's eye had turned red, blood-stained. Leo caught him by the shoulders as he dropped backwards. He said, red eye rolling off to look sideways. The other was slightly crossed, peering at the shaft poking from his face, a look of confused surprise. A long streak of blood leaked from the shaft and down his cheek like a red tear.
Barnava?
Said Leo, but he didn't move.
Barnava!
He was dead. Leo stood, numb. More arrows flitted down around him with the rain. He lifted his sword, anger boiling up with it. "Charge!" he bellowed, though it came out just a mad gurgle. Other men roared behind him. Glawood's voice and Jin's and Duran's, war cries, mad screams. They were all running.
An arrow flickered past. Another rattled off Leo's breastplate.
"Fuckers!"
he screeched, spraying spit.
"Fuckers!"
He caught his foot and went sliding on his face, took a mouthful of grass, near stabbing himself with his own blade. He scrambled up and charged on, throwing his stolen shield away and lifting his sword in both hands. A glimpse of the stream, full of bobbing bodies, a glimpse of the archers as he clattered closer. Some old men, some young men. One had a leather hood, one a shock of curly red hair. One's face was bent sideways by some old wound. He saw Leo pounding towards him, faltered as he drew an arrow from his quiver, let it fall, turning to run. The one with curly hair loosed a shaft from only a few strides away, but he fumbled it in his panic and it went spinning high into the air. He ducked, gasping, under Leo's sword, but Leo crashed into him with his shoulder, knocked him on his back, started hacking at the others, ears full of their squeals and gibbers and his own growls and the smashing and cracking of metal and flesh.
"Die!"
Glaward roared in his ear.
"Die!"
The archers had no armor, and Leo's sword thudded into them like a butcher's cleaver into meat, opening great spitting and spurting wounds. One man fell screaming with his side laid right open. Leo broke a man's bow as he tried to block his sword with it and took his arm off too, tottered past all off balance, bounced off Antaup as he stabbed a man on the ground with his spear. He fell, rolled, saw an archer with a knife ready to spring on him, lifted a clumsy arm to fend him off, then he was smashed out of the way by a great mace. Whitewater gin, and he grabbed Leo's wrist and dragged him up. The archers were running, being hacked down, floundering into the stream, and Leo wobbled on towards the bridge. A man was stumbling away, clutching at his shoulder, blood bubbling between his fingers, and Leo hit him across the side of the head with his sword, caught him with the flat and knocked him sprawling, trampled over him. His chest was on fire now, his limbs numb and floppy. Every step was a mountain. Onto the bridge. He could feel the stones slippery with mud and blood, slick with the falling rain. There were Carls here, desperately trying to organize a shield wall. A named man with a fox fur around his shoulders pointed with a thick finger. Leo didn't so much charge at him as fall onto him, his weary swing clattering harmlessly off the named man's shield. He caught his chin on the rim, mouth filling with the salt taste of blood. The Northman lurched back a pace but didn't fall, and they twisted into an awkward, exhausted embrace, shuffling, snarling, wrestling, shouldering and elbowing, while armoured men clobbered away at each other around them. Leo heard the Northman's desperate, whistling breath in his ear, grunted and clawed at him, wet fur in his mouth. His sword was tangled with something, couldn't move it. He managed to draw his dagger with his other hand, stabbed, but the blade only scraped uselessly on mail. No room, no breath, no strength. The dagger, twisted from his grip, fell in the mud. They lumbered about in a pawing circle, bounced off the bridge's parapet, enough room for Leo to force his free hand up under the man's chin, push his gauntleted thumb into his mouth, shove it through so he caught a fistful of his cheek, ripping his lip open, tearing his face open, and the man screamed and grabbed Leo's wrist, letting Leo's sword loose. With a last growling effort, Leo shoved him away, smashed him on the side of the head, flinched as blood spotted his face, something bouncing off his cheek. A tooth, maybe? The man went reeling over the mossy parapet and splashed into the stream with the other corpses. Bloody thing was more corpse than river now. No corpses, no glory. Leo flopped down on all fours, clawed up his sword along with a fistful of mud. Up to one knee, with a groan to his feet, and he stood swaying, grasping at the slick stones, every muscle throbbing, dragging in air in great wheezing gasps, like a fish hooked and hauled helpless from the river.
"Have to pull back!"
It was Durand, with hardly the breath to talk. Helmet off and his face spotted with blood. He hugged Leo, half holding him up, half leaning on him.
"Get you to safety." "No,
growled Leo, gripping him tight, their wet armour scraping, then trying to struggle free, to press on.
"We fight!"
The rain was hammering down, pinging and spattering. The empty bridge stretched away, a rutted hump scattered with arrow-pricked and spear-pierced corpses, sprawled beside the parapets, heaped against them, draped over them. And at the far end, beneath that wolf standard, more Northmen were gathered. A group as muddy, bloody and sodden as Leo, teeth bared with hate but weapons drooping from weariness. They faced each other across the rain-drenched bridge, Leo and his friends at one end, this knot of named men at the other, and in their midst a tall man, long hair plastered to his snarling face by the rain.
"Leo Dan Brock!"
he shrieked, wet eyes wild with battle madness, and Leo knew from the gold on his sword and the gold on his belt and the gold on his armour who he had to be.
"Stour Nightfall!"
Leo roared back, spit flying from his bared teeth. He tried to drag himself forward, but Durand held him back, or maybe held him up. It was only fury stopped Leo's knees from buckling.
"We won't settle this on the field,"
snarled Nightfall. That was true enough. They were all fought out. Up on the red hill, vague through the rain, the Union were pulling back, but Stour's men were in no shape to follow, and the rain had turned the battlefield to glue. Stour fought free of his warriors and stood tall, pointing across the bridge with his blood-slathered sword.
"Let's settle it like men, in the circle, you and me."
Leo hardly even gave a shit about the terms. All he wanted was to fight this bastard, to rip him apart with his bare hands, to bite him with his teeth. A lion fought a wolf in a circle of blood, and the lion won.
"In the circle!"
he bellowed into the rain.
"You and me!"
Part 3. Love turns, with a little indulgence, to indifference or disgust. Hatred alone is immortal. William Hazlitt. Demands. Forrest stepped into the room wearing his hallmark fur hat and ruggedly grave expression. The hat he removed. The grave expression he kept in place.
"The breakers should be here soon, Your Highness."
"Good," murmured Orso. "Good." He expressed the exact opposite of his feelings so often, one might have hoped he would be better at it. In fact, the thought of the breakers' arrival left him desperately wanting a drink. But dawn was probably considered too early at a peace negotiation, even for a small beer or something. He puffed out a worried sigh. A local worthy had offered up his dining room as the venue, and though the table was highly polished, also found the chairs exceedingly uncomfortable. Or perhaps he simply found himself uncomfortable in the role of negotiator, or any responsible role, really. He nervously straightened his jacket for the 1000th time. It had fit him perfectly in the safety of Adua, but suddenly it was tight about the throat. He leaned towards Superior Pike with an apologetic smile. "I think it might be useful if, when they arrive, you were to play the villain." Pike subjected Orso to that withering stare. "Because of my hideous burns?" "That and all the black." The faint twisting of Pike's face might almost have been a smile. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I've had some practice in the role. Feel free to slap me down if I become too dastardly. I look forward to seeing you as the hero of our little piece." "I hope I can convince," murmured Orso, tugging his jacket smooth yet again. "I fear I missed all the rehearsals." The double doors swung open and the breakers strode in. Orso's ever-fertile imagination had built them up into red-handed zealots. In the flesh, they were a slightly disappointingly, then perhaps a rather reassuringly, ordinary group. In the lead came a weighty old man, brawny shoulders, broad hands, heavy-lidded eyes that settled on Orso and stayed there immovable. Next came a fellow with a scarred face, whose eyes settled on nothing, darting twitchily around the room to windows, doors, the half-dozen guards about the panelled walls, meeting no one's eye. Finally, there was a woman with a stained coat and an unkempt shag of lank hair, one of the hardest frowns Orso ever saw showing beneath. The look of implacable scorn in her blue eyes actually reminded him more than a little of his mother. "Welcome." He aimed at a balance between warm indulgence and effortless authority, but no doubt ended up with prickly weakness. "I am Crown Prince Orso. This is Colonel Forrest, commander of the 4 regiments currently encircling Valbec, and this—"
"We've all heard of Superior Pike,"
said the old man, dropping heavily into the middle chair and frowning across the table. "Only good things, I hope," whispered Pike, oozing menace. Also felt the hairs on his neck bristling, even though he sat on the same side. When it came to playing the villain, he was clearly in the presence of a virtuoso.
"My name is Malma."
The old breaker's voice was as weighty as his frame, each word placed as carefully as a master mason fits his stones.
"This is Brother Heron. Fought a dozen years in your father's armies."
He nodded towards the scar-faced man, then to the hard-faced woman, who appeared to be reaching greater heights of epic contempt with every breath Orso took.
"This is Sister Teufel. Spent a dozen years in your father's prison camps."
"Charmed?" ventured Orso, more in hope than expectation, but Pike was already sitting forward, lips curling back. "You will address the Crown Prince of the Union as your—" "Please!" Orso held up a calming hand and made Pike sit back like a hound called off. "No one will die because of a defect of etiquette. It is my ardent hope that no one will die at all. I understand hostages have been taken?"
548 at the last count,"
grated out the woman Teufel, as if delivering a mortal insult to a lifelong enemy.
"But we'd like nothing better than to see him released," said Malma.
Orso burned to ask whether Savine was among them, but, incompetent negotiator though he was, even he saw that could only put her in more danger. He had to bite down on it, had to stop following his cock from one disaster to another and use his head for once. "In which case, you could simply release them?" he ventured. Malma gave a sad smile, leathery skin creasing about his eyes.
"I'm afraid we've got some demands first."
"The Crown does not negotiate with traitors," grated out Pike. "Please, gentlemen, please." Orso held up that calming hand again. "Let us set the blame aside and concentrate on a resolution that gives everyone some of what they want." He was surprised by how well that came out. Perhaps he wasn't so bad at this after all. "By all means, present your demands." His satisfaction was quickly cut off as Teufel flung a folded paper so it spun across the polished table and into his lap. He winced as he unfolded it, expecting insult scrawled in blood. But there was only small, neat writing in a tightly controlled hand. "Show no surprise. Pretend you are looking at a list of demands. In spite of appearances, I am your friend." Caught off guard, Orso glanced up at the woman. She glared back at him even more angrily than before, hard lines forming between her brows.
"You can read, can't you, Your Highness?"
she sneered.
"I must have worn out a dozen tutors, but my mother was most insistent that I learn."
also frowned down at the paper, trying to look like a man baffled by what he saw there. It required no great effort of acting on his part. Superior Risenau was the prime instigator of the uprising, but fled the city before you arrived, along with the burners, who caused most of the death and damage. Malma is in charge now, if anyone is. He is not a bad man. He does not wish to see the hostages hurt. His main concern is for the safety of civilians and for the breakers and their families. He has demands, but he is becoming desperate. Food is scarce, and order is collapsing. This information was, to say the least, as useful as it was unexpected, but also kept his face carefully blank. He acted as if he had drawn a winning hand at the gaming table, and now had only to drag the biggest bets possible from the other players. Malma knows he has little left to bargain with. Offer him too much, and he will become suspicious. He feared you would attack at once. Now he fears you will surround the city and starve the breakers out. He expects you to be an arrogant liar. My advice is to treat him with honesty and respect, to seek a peaceful solution and avoid bluster, but to firmly refuse any demands and make him aware that you know time is on your side. If you were to offer amnesty for the breakers, I believe he could be persuaded to surrender. He knows that is more than he could hope for. The breakers' demands were laid out next: changes to labor laws, controls on wages and the price of bread, sanitation and housing, things also scarcely understood, let alone could grant. Superior Pike held out his melted glove of a hand. "May I, You may not." Also folded the paper, sharpened the crease in it with his thumbnail, and slipped it inside his jacket. Then he smiled, always begin with a smile, and he leaned towards Malma as though sharing a confidence with an old friend, as though the fates of thousands in no way hinged on their coming to an agreement. "Master Malma, I judge you to be an honest man, and I want to be honest in return. It would be easy for me to offer you the world, but I do not wish to insult you. The truth is, the closed council is in no mood to negotiate, and even if I agreed to all your demands—" He spread his hands in the same gesture of cavalier helplessness he used with jilted lovers, frustrated creditors, and outraged officers of the law. "I'm the Crown Prince. There would be nothing to stop my father or his advisers refusing to honor my promises. I suspect, frankly, that's the very reason they sent me, and I suspect, frankly, you're well aware of that." "Then why are we even here?" snapped Heron. Forrest had managed to crank his scarred face a notch graver. "Troops stand ready to move into the city at your order, Your Highness." "The very last thing we want is further bloodshed, Colonel Forrest," said Orso, giving him the calming palm now. He had enough calming palm for everyone. "We are all citizens of the Union. We are all subjects of my father. I refuse to believe we cannot find a peaceful solution." He might not have spent much time negotiating for hostages, but at convincing people he could be trusted, whether in a gaming hall, a lady's bedroom, or a moneylender's shop, he had almost bottomless experience to draw on. He softened his voice, he softened his face, he softened everything. He held Malma's eye and made himself all syrupy sympathy. "I am aware that the author of this unfortunate situation was Superior Risenau. I note that he has not come forward to negotiate, however. Perhaps as the danger grew, his commitment to his own cause shriveled." Did Orso detect the slightest twitch on Malma's stony face? "I know that type of man. Let us be honest, I have often seen him in the mirror. A man who makes a mess and leaves others to mop up." Nobody leapt to his defence, which was disappointing, but nor did they leap to Risenau's. "I understand what it's like." He gave his three opponents each a sympathetic look, "to be left with the blame. I appreciate that Those of you still in the city are those who chose to stay and try to salvage the situation. The authors of this disaster will be tracked down and punished, of that I assure you." "Of that there is no question," hissed Pike. "But I have no interest in punishing you for their crimes," said Orso. "My only concern is the safety of the men, women, and children of Valbec. All of them, regardless of where their loyalties may have lain. I can bring your demands to my father. I can relay your demands to the closed council, but in the end, you and I both know I cannot promise to meet them." Orso took a long breath and gave a long sigh. "I can, however, promise you amnesty. A full pardon to every breaker who surrenders themselves and their weapons by sunset tomorrow, along with all your hostages unharmed. Supplies of food will then immediately be allowed into the city." "Your Highness," broke in Pike, "we cannot allow traitors to—" Orso silenced him with that raised hand without taking his eyes from Malma's. "I fear the alternative is that I order Colonel Forrest to surround the city and let nothing in or out. I have quite cleared my calendar and can wait as long as it takes. When you surrender, which you surely must, it will not be to me but to Superior Pike." It hardly needed to be said that there was no comfort to be found in the Superior's melted face. Malma slowly sat back and gave Orso weighty consideration. "Why should we trust you?" "I can understand why you wouldn't, but in light of the circumstances, I believe this to be a generous offer. I know it to be the very best you can hope for." Malma glanced at Heron, then at Teufel. Neither gave anything away. "I'll need to discuss it with my people." "Of course," said Orso, standing. He offered his hand as Malma got to his feet. The old breaker frowned at it for a moment, then folded it in his big paw. Orso held on firmly. "But I must insist on an answer by sundown today." "You'll have it." Malma considered him a moment longer. "Your Highness." He strode weightily from the room, his twitchy friend at his back. Teufel's chair screeched on the tiled floor as she stood, gave Orso one last blast of scorn, then turned her back on the meeting. The door clicked shut. "That was well done, Your Highness." There was the faintest suggestion of surprise about Superior Pike's hairless brows, and who could blame him? Orso had been diligently fostering low expectations for the past decade. Quite masterfully done. "I must confess, I had considerable help." Orso fished the list of demands from his jacket. "From the woman with the face like a pickaxe." Pike blinked down at Orso's entire negotiating strategy, arranged in careful blocks of neat writing. "She must be the Archlector's agent within the city." "I cannot see another explanation. It appears she has worked her way into a position of some trust among the breakers." "Impressive." Pike frowned towards the tent flap. "A great deal now hangs on her assessment." "It does indeed, Superior." Orso felt a sting of worry as he thought about Savine, alone in the city, a hostage, a corpse. He grimaced. He had a bastard of a headache coming up behind the eyes. Perhaps it wasn't too early for that drink, after all. Taking the reins. Rikke's nose tingled with the chill before dawn, and the breath of the wounded men made plumes of smoke. She wondered how many were laid out in that glade. Maybe 100, maybe more. Hunched and blood-stained healers moved among them, stitching, bandaging, setting, giving food and water, and what comfort they could. It wasn't much. There was a low drone, like one of those flowering bushes the bees can't leave alone, but made of murmurs, whimpers, groans, and sobs. A chorus of pain. Quite the downer, all told.
Rikke shivered and pulled the fur tight around her neck with her free hand.
"Hold it higher, I said." "Sorry."
Her shoulder ached as she lifted the torch again so Isern could see her business, tongue-tip wedged into the gap in her teeth as she stitched the red wound in a boy's shoulder. He had a stick to bite on, eyes closed and tear tracks gleaming on his pink cheeks.
"Never really thought of you as a healer,"
said Rikke, wincing as Isern sponged blood away with a rag.
"No? Didn't think you'd be gentle enough."
"Gentle? Ha! If you're wounded, a gentle healer's the last thing you want."
Isern made the boy gurgle as she dug the needle back into his shoulder.
"If you're wounded, a gentle healer could be the last thing you get. A great healer needs to be tougher and more ruthless than a great warrior. They're taking on a far harder job with far less reward."
One of the other healers grunted agreement around the little knife she was holding in her teeth. Isern gave Rikke a significant look from under her brows.
"A great healer, like a great leader, must make of her heart a stone."
The lad Isern was working on pulled the spit-slathered stick out of his mouth.
"For the dead's sake, don't distract her."
"I can stitch you and talk to her at once, boy." And Isern plucked the stick from his hand, shoved it back between his jaws, and carried on stitching. Rikke looked wide-eyed across the groaning glade.
"So many wounded.
"And these are the best-looking ones, the ones who might yet get up."
You wonder why they keep doing it."
"What, war?"
"Aye, war."
"Maybe they wouldn't, if all the named men came down here to have their faces rubbed in what's growed from what they've sowed. But they don't come down here, do they? Not very nice down here, do you see? Not much shiny metal, except the bits we dig out of the dying men. Women's work, isn't it, healing?"
Sounded a touch hypocritical in Isern's case, since Rikke had seen her kill at least 5 men with that spear of hers, but as a general principle it was hard to disagree.
"They break," she murmured. "We make."
Isern shook her head, lips pressed into a hard line as she nimbly worked that needle.
"All the effort it takes to make a person, but it's the killers they sing about. When did you last hear a man sing a woman's name? Unless he was singing for his mummy when the great leveller had a hand on him."
"No doubt there's many ways in which the world could be better,"
said Rikke with a smoky sigh.
"My heartfelt thanks for that revelation," said Isern, rolling a scornful eye towards her. "The one thing I've learned in 36 winters is the world won't change itself. You want some wounds mended, you'd better be ready to stitch."
Rikke felt even more than usually helpless in the midst of all this pain.
"What can I do?"
"You? Rikke with the long eye? Saw Black Calder's men coming, didn't you? Saved the army, maybe. Saved us all, maybe."
"Maybe."
It was true, folk were looking at her different since the battle, like they respected her, which was a pleasant change, like they feared her, which was less so, like they hated her, a couple of them, which oddly was unpleasant and pleasant both at once. She'd never thought she'd be important enough to hate.
"You're not nobody any more, Sticky Rikke."
Isern opened her eyes very wide.
"The legend grows."
"Legend?"
Rikke snorted.
"I'm nothing and no one."
"Ah, but isn't that how all the best legends begin? I'd hazard you're better equipped to lead us to a brighter tomorrow than most."
"I'm no bloody leader."
"How could you be, shuffling along at the back, whining about how useless you are? Hold that torch higher."
"Sorry."
"You'll have to find someone else to hold it soon. I've been called to a meeting at dawn."
Rikke puffed herself up.
"By Lady Governor Brock, in fact."
"Wants to use your womanly wiles to convince her son not to fight, does she?"
Rikke sagged back down.
"If she's counting on my womanly wiles, she must be bloody desperate."
"Oh, I reckon you've more wiles than you realise. Talked the boy into fighting in the first place, didn't you?"
and Isern gave her this sidewise glance like they were in on some cunning scheme together. "What? With your lions and wolves and circles of blood? That's just what I saw in the vision. You asked me what I saw." Isern paused in her work. "You can't choose what you see, but you can choose what you say. A moment ago you were talking about changing the world. Now you can't even change one boy's mind. Let's face the facts. It's not the biggest mind around." She tore the thread with her teeth and reached for the bandages. "I know you like to think you're jolting about helpless in a runaway cart, carried off to who knows where with no say in the matter, but if you look down, you might see you're holding the reins." She gave Rikke another one of those looks. "Might be it's time to use 'em. Now hold that bloody torch up." The young lion never looked bad, but being angry suited him, and being battle-scratched suited him, and even being a touch sulky seemed to suit him. Overall, Rikke was having some trouble imagining a better-looking man. The trouble is that duels to the death aren't always won by the best-looking. If anything, history favours ugly champions. Maybe they spend the time training that the pretty ones spend preening in the mirror. Rikke kept that thought to herself, though, since everyone was rattled enough already. Leo had staked all their futures on a duel with one of the most dangerous men in the North, after all, and about the only person who didn't reckon that the worst idea since swords made of cake was Leo himself, known widely for his poor judgment. Rikke's mood was by no means helped by the Knight Herald standing motionless in the middle of the tent, a letter from His August Majesty held out in one gauntleted fist. When she'd slipped through the flap and seen him standing there, she'd wondered where they found all these tall bastards. Then she'd wondered why everyone else was ignoring him. Then, during a particularly impassioned rant, the Lady Governor had walked right through him and back the other way, and Rikke had realized her left eye was hot and he wasn't actually there. Or wasn't there yet, maybe. When she'd seen Black Calder coming, she'd started to reckon the long eye a blessing. Now, it was looking like a curse all over again. "I can't back out," Leo was saying, all sullen and scratched and beautiful. "What'll I look like?" His mother stared in disbelief. She'd been doing that a lot. "There are bigger things at stake than what you look like." Rikke's father took a turn, easing himself between the two of them, putting a calming hand on Leo's shoulder. "Look, son, it's an irony of life that the older you get and the less years there are ahead of you, the more you fear the loss of them. When you're young, it can feel like you're invincible, but—" He snapped his fingers under Leo's nose. "Fast as that. It can all be took away." "I know that," said Leo. "It was your stories of the Bloody Nine that made me fascinated by duels in the first place. All his great victories in the circle, the fate of the North hanging on a single—" Rikke's father looked horrified. "Those were supposed to be warnings, boy, not encouragements." "Has it occurred to either of you that I might bloody win?" Leo angrily bunched one scabbed fist. "We're fought out. We've no help coming, and Scale Ironhand has fresh men ready. This might be our only chance to take back Ufrith, to keep the Protectorate alive." Rikke's father folded his arms and puffed up a slow sigh and glanced at Leo's mother from under his bushy brows. "Can't deny he's got a point." "I can win." Leo came to stand right next to the frozen Knight Herald, the big seal on the scroll that wasn't there, almost touching his face. "I know I can. Rikke saw it." Rikke's father and Leo's mother turned together to look at her. She stood frozen, mouth and eyes wide open, like a burglar caught with her hand in a purse. And it came to her then that Isern had been right. What she'd seen was one thing, but what she said another, and there needn't be a straight road between the two, but any kind of maze she chose to put there. "Sorry, Leo, I made a mistake. Sorry, Leo, your mother's right.
Sorry, Leo. Actually, the lion lost and got his fruits ripped off and stuck on a pike. Might be she was holding the reins after all. Might be she always had been. Might be she'd done this and could undo it. But somewhere at the back of her mind, in a dark corner she'd hardly known she had, she found she wanted to see Leo fight Stour Nightfall, to see him spill that evil bastard's blood in front of the whole North, to take her share of vengeance for her father, for those wounded in the glade, for the dead already in the mud, for the shit she'd gone through out in the cold woods. She could have said anything. She chose to tell the truth. I saw a lion and a wolf fight in a circle of blood, and the lion won. Leo's mother pressed her fingers to her temples. So you are going to risk your life, not to mention the future of the North, because this girl saw animals fighting while she had a fit?
She saw the nail come from the woods before it happened, said Rikke's father, forced against his better judgment into defending her. Weren't for that, we might all be in the mud already.
For pity's sake, Rikke, shouted Finrey. You're no fool. Tell him this is madness. Well, Rikke frowned at jingling footsteps outside, spurs on armoured boots, and she rolled her eyes up to the tent ceiling. Ah, I get it. Get what? Hardly matters what I think, or you. Might I ask why? Rikke nodded towards the tent flap. Because of him. It was swept open with a swirling of cloth, and the Knight Herald stomped into the tent. He pulled the scroll from his satchel and stepped forward, coming to stand just exactly where he'd been standing the whole time, scroll offered out to Leo, great seal dangling.
My Lord Brock, he said, a message from the king.
There was a breathless stillness in the tent as Leo took the scroll and slowly unrolled it. He read the first few lines and looked up, eyes wide. The king confirms me in my father's place as Lord Governor of England. Rikke's father let go a long, slow breath. Leo's mother took a half-step forwards. Leo, no, he said, not sharp, but very firm. I know you want what's best for me, Mother. I'm grateful for all you've taught me. But I have to stand on my own now. I'm fighting Stour Nightfall. Nothing anyone can say will change my mind. And he turned and pushed his way out of the tent. The Knight Herald nodded somewhat sheepishly to Lady Finrey, then followed the new Lord Governor of England, thankfully taking his ghost with him. Rikke's father rubbed wearily at his stubbled jaw. Well, we tried, and he patted Rikke on the shoulder and made his own way out. Lady Finrey was left staring towards the flap. A few moments ago she'd been in total command. With a stroke of the king's pen, she was cut down to some warrior's worried mother. It feels like yesterday I was feeding him and dressing him and wiping his ass. She looked at Rikke, voice turning harsh. He's a bloody idiot who knows nothing about anything, but he was born with a cock, so he gets to decide for all of us. She looked old of a sudden, and weak and helpless, and Rikke felt sorry for her, and sorry for what she'd done, but there was no undoing it. You might see the past with the long eye, but you can never go there. She shrugged so high her shoulders were tickling her ears, then let them flop helplessly down. Maybe he'll win? A fool's weapon. A bloody fool! Snarled Calder, stalking through the village. Aye, Clover sighed as he followed. Bloody fool. The muddy place was crawling with Scales warriors, men armed and angry, and used never to backing down. They soon scrambled aside, though, when they saw Black Calder coming with a face like thunder. I loved my wife, Clover, he growled. Loved her more than my own life. Well,
That's a good thing, I guess. That was my great weakness. I loved her, and she died, and all that was left of her was our son. Oh. Calder strode on towards the chieftain's hall the King of the Northmen had made into his temporary tavern. So I indulged him, and I spoiled him, and on many occasions when I should have given the bloody fool the beating he deserved, I saw her face in his face, and I couldn't do it. Might be a bit late to spank him now, murmured Clover. We'll fucking see, said Calder, shoving the doors of the hall wide and storming through. King Scale was drinking. What else would he be doing? He was drinking and laughing lustily at stories of the battle, already bloating out with lies like so much watered beer. His nephew, the mighty Stour Nightfall, decorated with a few fresh cuts and bruises, grinned to hear of his own exploits, even more at the falsehoods than the facts. About these two heroes, old warriors and young, basked in the sunny radiance of a victory they hadn't won yet. They fell silent as Calder strode in, carrying no weapon, but with his face sharp as a drawn sword. Get out! The old cunts and the young bristled, grumbled, looked to their respective masters, and Scale puffed his vein-threaded cheeks and gestured to the door. Up they got, out they filed, giving Clover his usual serving of scorn, while he beamed back his usual good humour. The doors were shut on their performance, leaving only 4 in the room. King Scale Ironhand, his brother Black Calder, his son Stour Nightfall, and Clover. Quite the party. My loving family, all together, sang Calder in a voice rich with scorn. Stour was all preening dismissal. Father! Don't father me, boy. You approve of this madness, do you, Scale? We're at war, brother. The King of the Northmen looked calmly at Calder from under his grey-streaked brows. And in war, yes, I approve of warriors fighting. It's how they fight and when that's the issue. You'd put all our gains at risk, all our work. Meaning all Calder's work, since Scale had done nothing but drink at the back, and Stour nothing but strut at the front. You're our future, Stour, the future of the North. We can't risk you. You said the same when I fought stranger come knocking. Stour waved his father away like a cobweb. It's too dangerous. We can't risk you. You're all our futures. He put on a parroting whine, which was, to be fair, not too bad a match for Calder's prating. But I beat him, like the bloody 9 beat Shamer Heartless when no one said he could. And his chest puffed and his eyes twinkled like a cock that spies another in his yard. This Union child isn't half the warrior stranger come knocking was, not 1/4. The young lion, they call him, and my spies tell me he's formidable. How often have I said to you, never fear your enemy, but always respect him? Every duel is a risk, and we don't need to gamble. The enemy are fought out, and we have fresh warriors. Flatstone can come around on the flank, and the ground is enough strategy. Scale wrinkled his nose as if the word smelled. Back in winter, you told me the war would be won in spring. In spring, you told me it would be won in summer. In summer, by autumn. Last week, you told me the war was won now. That you'd outthought that Union bitch and outfought the dogman. Seems the Union bitch is a sharper thinker and the dogman a tougher fighter than you reckoned. What if you misjudge him again, and you can't finish him before the weather turns, and the sluggardly king of the Union wakes up and sends help? What then? Calder angrily waved it away. If help was coming from Midderland, it would have come already. We can still finish them before winter. Don't worry, said Stour. I can finish them before sunset tomorrow. And he laughed, and Scale laughed, and Calder very decidedly didn't, and Clover watched him, thinking this was no great way to run a kingdom. The bloody 9 never backed out of a fight, nor Black Dow, nor Wirren of Bly, and nor will I. You've made a list of dead fools, hissed Calder, near tearing his hair. Tell him, Clover. For the sake of the dead, tell him.
Clover had been telling Stour for nearly half a year and made no mark, like shooting a quiver full of daffodils at a man in full plate armour. But one more daffodil could do no harm. He spread his hands as if he held out a platter covered in fine advice.
There's no bigger foolishness than to choose to face a dangerous man on equal terms. Look at me. Lost everything in the circle.
Stour's lip curled.
Your fruits, too? They're still there, my prince, if a little shriveled, but I don't think with them anymore. My nephew beats stranger come knocking in the circle, said the king, blowing some froth from his ale. He can beat some union fool. Who was it took your hand, brother? Said Calder. Some union fool, as I recall.
Scale didn't anger, just smiled to show his missing front teeth.
You're wise, brother. You're cunning, just like our father. What I have, I owe to your wits and your ruthlessness and your loyalty, I know that. There are many things you understand far better than me, but you're no fighter.
Calder's lip curled with contempt.
You haven't fought a man in 20 years. You only want to watch him fight so you can relive your lost glories. You're fat as a... Yes, I'm fat as a hog, and 20 years past my best, and I dare say quite the figure of fun for most. But there is one thing you're forgetting, brother.
Scale hooked his thumb under his golden chain and lifted it so the great diamond dangled, sparkling with the flames in the fire pit.
I am our father's eldest son. I wear his chain. I am king.
He let the chain fall and slapped his good hand down on Stour's shoulder.
I named Stour Nightfall not only as my heir, but as my champion. He'll stand for me in the circle and fight for Ufrith and all the land between the Cusk and the Whiteflow. That's the end of it.
Stour broke out that wet-eyed grin of his.
Perhaps you should leave the warriors to their talk, father.
We've the choice of weapons to discuss.
Calder stood a quiet moment longer, face a rigid mask.
Warriors,
he hissed, like it was the worst insult he could think of, then turned on his heel and stalked from the room. Stour lifted his ale cup.
By the dead, when the mood's on him, he can blate like a fucking sheep.
There was a sharp crack as Scale slapped him, knocking the cup from his hand and sending it spinning across the floor.
You'd be wise to treat your father with respect, boy,
snarled the king, his great finger shoved in Stour's shocked and pinking face.
Everything you have, you owe to him.
There was a long silence, then Scale gave the golden pommel of the heavy sword he wore a fond pat.
Call me old-fashioned, but I still favour a sword. What do you say, Clover? I say a sword's a fool's weapon.
Stour was rubbing his face with his fingertips, looking at his uncle through narrowed eyes. Now he'd turned them on Clover.
You carry one?
I do. Clover picked at his own battered pommel with a fingernail.
But I try never to draw it.
Scale threw up his hands, the iron and the flesh.
You make your living teaching other folk to use one. They pay me to learn, but I always start by telling them never to fight with one. Come at a man with a sword, he'll see you coming, and if a man you mean to kill sees you coming, then you're going about it all wrong. There's no hiding in the circle.
Stour turned away from Clover in disgust.
In the circle, the other man's always ready. That's why I'd stay even further from the circle than I would from the sword, said Clover. Money, land, fame, friends, even your name. Lose them, but keep your life. With time and hard labour you can always win 'em back.
He'd lost his name, hadn't he, and won a new? He could still smell the sweet clover in his nose as he lay there in the circle, waiting for the end.
But there's no beating the great leveller. No man comes back from the mud."
Stour gave a hiss of disgust.
"Fucking coward's words."
"A live coward can find his courage another day. A dead hero." Clover liked to talk, but sometimes silence says more. He let it stretch a moment longer, then smiled.
"Still, I dare say you'll have it your way, Great Wolf."
And he followed Black Calder out of the hall. Hopes and hatreds.
"They packed him in a box," said Durand, staring sadly into the fire.
"Oh?" asked Glawood.
"Barnava, to be sent back to his family."
Whitewater winced, prodding at a big bruise he'd picked up in the battle.
"I guess that's what they do, with dead men." "They packed him with salt, but I dare say he'll be ripe by the time he gets there."
"Are you auditioning for his part as the war-weary one?" snapped Leo, not enjoying this conversation at all, not wanting to think about Barnava's death, not wanting to think about what part he might have had in it. "I've got a bloody duel to win. They might be packing me in a box this time tomorrow."
"But they won't need to send you anywhere,"
said Whitewater, brow crinkling with puzzlement.
"Your mother's in the camp."
Leo gritted his teeth.
"My point is, I need to focus. It's a shame about Barnava. He was a brave man, a good friend, always there when you needed him."
He felt his voice quavering a little.
"If he hadn't put his shield across me,
perhaps he'd still be alive." All his tedious warnings about the horrors of war seemed wise words now. Leo never thought he might have missed them.
It's a damn shame about Barnava, but we'll have to mourn him later. Right now, we need to make his sacrifice worthwhile. Him and Rikke and all the others."
His voice was quavering again, damn it. He felt a surge of anger.
"I need you all to bloody focus. I have to pick a weapon to take to the circle. My life might hang on the choice."
Durand straightened up.
"I'm sorry. It's just..."
And he sagged back down.
"In a box."
"Spear," said Antaup.
"It has the reach, the speed, the finesse."
"Finesse?" Whitewater chuckled. "The circle's no place for finesse." Glawood rolled his eyes like he never heard such folly. "And once Stour Nightfall slips around your pig-sticker, what then?"
"Your counter-proposal?"
asked Antaup with an urbane arched eyebrow.
"A monstrous battle-axe, I dare say, heavier than he is, that he can swing twice before he's blown."
Glawood looked slightly affronted.
"They make small axes too." "Spear's too cumbersome for single combat in a small space."
Jin grimaced as he rubbed at his bruised cheek again.
"Axe is simple, sturdy, good close-up."
"If you want close-up, a sword's more versatile."
Antaup mimed the actions. "Thrust, slash, lunge, pommel strike."
Glawood rolled his eyes.
"Always with the bloody pommel strike. Sword is obvious. Sword is classic."
"You're all missing the point," snapped Leo. "You take a weapon, but you never know if you'll fight with it or hand it to your opponent and fight with whatever he brings. What you need is something you can use, but the other bastard can't." Glawood frowned.
"Such as?"
"I don't know. That's why I'm asking you."
"Maybe you should ask someone clever."
Jin was wobbling a tooth now, just behind the bruise, checking if it was loose.
"Like your mother." "We're not on the best of terms right now," said Leo grumpily. "She's not too keen on the whole duel idea."
There was a brief silence. Antaup and Glawood exchanged a meaningful glance. Then Durand sat forward, all open and earnest, flames reflected in the corners of his eyes. Leo couldn't deny it had an effect on him when he did that.
"Do you think maybe you should listen to her?"
"Really? Now?"
"Well, she's about the best tactician I know."
"So you don't think I can do it?"
No one believes in you more than me." Duran cleared his throat, glanced at the others, sat back a little. "More than us? But single combat, it's a gamble. Anything could happen. We don't want you to get hurt." His voice failed him on the last word and became a croak, as if he couldn't quite bring himself to say killed. They all knew it could only be victory or the great leveller. "You any good with a whip?" asked Antaup. Leo stared at him. "Seriously? I once saw this Gurkish woman whip swords out of men's hands. At a show. They came up from the audience and, well, it was quite something. She whipped a girl's dress half off, without cutting her too." And he grinned at the memory. "So I should whip Stour Nightfall's clothes off?" asked Leo. "No, but, I was thinking of something he couldn't use, and I should whip the bloody lot of you." Rikke walked up, pushing Chagger around her bottom lip with her tongue, as usual, and slowly shaking her shaggy head. Leo was glad to see her. Very glad. She always made him feel good. Long eye or not, she always saw past the nonsense somehow and right to the heart of things. She helped him see to the heart of things. The dead knew he needed some clarity then. "We're talking of weapons, woman," grumbled Glawood. "I heard, man," said Rikke, "and you're talking with your arses. What you take into the circle in your hands matters far less than what you take in your head." And she tapped at the side of her skull. "Doubt you lot are much help with the former, and you're a bloody hindrance with the latter." "And how many duels have you fought?" complained Jin. "As many as all you lot put together," she answered smartly. "Now lose yourselves. I need to talk to my champion." Maybe they were used to being ordered around by Leo's mother, and Rikke seemed to have borrowed her air of command. Sheepishly they stood, gathered their things. "Don't go far," she called after them. "He'll need you to hold the shields." "What's got into you?" asked Leo. Rikke gave a haughty sniff and made the ring through her nose twitch. "Isern said I should be taking the reins." "I'm a horse now?" "Aye, and you need the spur." "My mother usually gives me that." Leo felt a twinge of nerves, realizing afresh he'd soon be fighting to the death. "When I need her most, she's bloody abandoned me." "Makes for a sad story, but I dare say she'd see it differently. She's used to taking charge, Leo. Now she's helpless. She's scared, I reckon." "She's scared? I'm the one who has to fight the great wolf. She should be here." "You spent weeks moaning that she's always at your shoulder. Now you've stepped from her shadow, you miss her? By the dead, the young lion shouldn't need his mother." Leo took a long breath and blew it out. "You're right. All my life I wanted to fight in the circle." He clutched at his head. "Bloody hell, Rikke! Why did I ever want to fight in the circle?" She caught him by the wrists, pulled them down. "No one remembers how the fight was won, only who won it. Fight hard." "I will. Fight dirty. I will. The lion beat the wolf." "I know." "No, you don't." She took his face now with both hands. "The lion beat the wolf. I've seen it." Her big pale eyes were full of certainty, and he took heart from that, started to feel braver, to feel himself again. The young lion. She was just what he needed then. A spring of belief in a desert of doubt. It's like they say, every good man needs a good woman beside him. Or under him, anyway. "I bloody love you," he said. Her brows shot up, almost as high as his. Why had he said that? Swept off by whatever emotion blew his way, like his mother always said he was. I don't mean love, he stammered. What the hell did he mean? What did you call it when a woman was your lover and your friend? It had never happened to him before. Or maybe I do mean that. Then promise me one thing. She put her hand around the back of his head and dragged him close so their noses were almost touching. "Promise me you'll kill the bastard." He bared his teeth. "I promise. Killing the bastard is the whole point. For you, for your father, for Ritter, for Barnava." He smiled. "Barnava's sword! That's what I'll take. Good choice, I reckon." He felt another wave of sadness as he glanced down to the bridge, followed quickly by a shiver of nerves. "I just hope it brings me more luck than it did him." "You don't need luck." Rikke twisted his face back towards her and kissed him, gentle and serious and full of belief. "I've seen it." Folk were already gathering at the appointed place. Seemed the rivers of blood spilled yesterday had only sharpened the thirst for more. Losing a duel himself had much diminished Clover's taste for the business, but he'd been asked to hold a shield for the heir to the north, and that was reckoned quite the honour. Felt prudent to at least arrive in good time. A patch of grass had been shaved to the roots, not far from the bridge where the fighting had been hottest, the circle marked out with pegs and rope, 6 good strides across. Carpenters had knocked up some seating on platforms so the big folk would get a view of everyone's futures being settled. So Black Calder and Scale Ironhand and the Dogman and Lady Brock wouldn't miss a drop of blood spilled. Be a shame for it to hit the dirt unnoticed after all. Good weather for it, blue washing out to pale on the horizon as the sun sank wearily towards the hills. A great arrow of geese was honking off southwards, high up, not caring much for the doings of men, not caring much who won or lost, who lived or died. Good to know the geese would still be flapping regardless, though it would likely be scant comfort to whichever hero got a sword up his arse. The men who held the shields around the circle, making sure no one left till the business was settled, were meant to be the fiercest warriors either side could find. And, to be fair, the younger ones were shooting some warlike glares across the shortened grass. The older ones had seen it all before, though, and saved their snarls for when they mattered. For all they stood on different sides, some of Scales and the Dogman's named men were chatting like old friends. Clover knew most of the names: Red Hat and Oxel, Flatstone and Broad Silent, Lemon the Chalk from up near yours, and Greg and Hollowhead from the West Valleys. The Nail, too, pale hair stuck up like thistle fluff, bound all over with bloody bandages from yesterday's fighting. Strange, in a way, for men who'd been fixed on killing each other a few hours before, to be happily mingling, stamping and blowing and polishing their shield rims, mulling over fights long past, the fight just done, and the fight to come. But then warriors on different sides always had more in common with each other than with anyone else. "Loneliest of professions," murmured Clover to himself. Shepherds might not make many friends, but they weren't often called upon to kill the ones they had made either. "Jonas Steepfield." Clover jerked around at the whispering voice, the sound of that name frightening and oddly exciting both at once. A big man stood beside him with a battered shield on his arm, grey hair stirring in the wind, about a grey stubbled face with a scar that put Clover's to shame. And in the midst of that scar, a bright ball of dead metal where an eye should have been. "If it ain't Call Shivers. I don't go by Steepfield any more. I learned a big hard name makes men want to take a blade to you, just so they can cut off a piece of it." Shivers gave the kind of weary nod that's born of hard experience. "The world's full of eager fools, all right. No call for me to be swelling their number. It's just Clover now." "There was Clover in that circle, eh? Where you fought?" "There was. Whenever I smell it, I remember how being beaten feels." Shivers gave that weary nod again, looking off towards the hills. "We should talk sometime. One scarred old warhorse to another."
You're the warhorse, Shivers. I'm more a crow picking at the leftovers. Not that I don't like the act, it's a good one.
Shivers glanced over towards Greenway, prancing around like he was the one about to face the young lion and was sure of winning, too.
Don't doubt you've got a lot of eager fools taking you for quite the figure of fun.
He leaned close to whisper, or maybe to whisper even more throatily,
But we both know what you are.
Clover had heard it said Call Shivers could see your thoughts with that metal eye. Horse shit, of course, but he'd seen plenty with the other. Few men more. Might be the hardest name in the north, still casting a shadow. He didn't need a magic eye to make some sharp guesses. Clover took a breath.
Aye, well, we all play the cards we're dealt. Some of us do. Some of us kill men with better cards and play theirs instead. What's this Stour Nightfall like as a fighter?
I wouldn't want to fight him.
A sensible man does his best to avoid any fight.
Any fair one. A pause, and they watched the folk crowd in from the Union side and the north. Warriors, servants, women, more and more of them, until there was a gabbling crowd in every direction.
What's he like as a man?
Asked Shivers. About what you'd expect from someone they called the Great Wolf. Certainly no better. What about Brock? Shivers shrugged.
About what you'd expect from someone they call the Young Lion. Certainly no worse.
Since we've got all the answers, I sometimes wonder why we follow these bastards. The noise swelled up, cheers on one side and grumbles on the other, and Bethod's sons came through the press, as ill-matched a pair of brothers as ever there were. Scale Iron Hand, huge and fleshy and flashing with gold, all smiles. Black Calder, lean as a spear and frowning like thunder.
I hear a lot of talk about loyalty,
said Shivers, as the men who'd ruled the north for the best part of 20 years took their high seats above the circle. Clover snorted.
Since we've a dozen dead masters between us and both had a hand in more than one of the downfalls, I feel no shame in saying that loyalty is overrated. Helps to have someone worth being loyal to.
The cheers and grumbles were reversed as a lean old man with long hair and a pointed face clambered stiffly onto the seats opposite.
The dog man?
He looked grey-clothed, grey-haired, grey-faced, like the life had leaked out of him to leave a wispy husk a sudden gust might whisk away.
The man looks a touch past his best.
Shivers cast a lazy eye towards Scale and back. He had a way of saying a lot with a few words.
Least he had one.
Aye. Clover gave a weary sigh.
Got a lot of respect for the dog man as it goes. Only man won any kind of power in the north in my lifetime and stayed halfway decent. The rest, Bethod, the Bloody Nine, Black Dow, Black Calder, well, between you and me.
Clover scratched gently at his scar and dropped his voice very low.
It's been quite the who's the biggest cunt contest, wouldn't you say?
Shivers slowly nodded.
A real arseholes parade. But then the arseholes tend to win, don't they? Maybe I'm weak, but I'd rather be on the winning side, even if the losers smell sweeter. You should meet his daughter.
Who, the dogman's?
Aye, Rikke. I'll make no promises for her odour, but she's worth talking to.
He nodded towards the platform where a girl was clambering over the back, all knees and elbows, to wedge herself between the dogman and a pale, hard Union woman Clover reckoned to be the one-time Lady Governor of Angland. She pushed her tangle of red-brown hair out of her face to show those big grey eyes, and he'd no doubt it was her. The one who'd come tumbling down the hill and fallen at his feet. The one he'd let scamper off into the woods. We met in passing. Struck me as 2/3 of nothing.
Then you misjudged her.
No doubt she was fine-looking, but more than a bit mad-looking too, wild and twitchy, with a cross painted over one eye, a fat gold ring through her nose, and a mass of rattling chains around her neck, like she was learning to be some hill-woman sorceress, but hadn't actually got to the spells yet.
"You sure?"
he asked.
"Do I look like a man prone to fancy?"
Clover gave Shivers a quick glance up and down.
"About as little as any living, and I was long ago cured of the misapprehension that I'm right on every score."
"The wiser a man is, the more he stands ready to be educated."
There was a little curl at the corner of Shivers' mouth as he watched Rikke flapping her hands around. A hint of pride, maybe. The most feeling he'd let show the whole time they'd talked. Anyone who could coax some warmth from that face-shaped block of rock was someone worth watching, Clover reckoned. Around the edge of the circle, the shield carriers were starting to form up, folk pressing in behind them, eager for the best view of the murder.
"Let me know when you want that chat then, Shivers, you old bastard."
Clover hefted his shield and stepped away to find his own place.
"My ears are always open to a better way of doing things."
Rikke had been hoping the hate would melt when she finally saw Stour Nightfall's face, because her hate for him was getting to feel like quite the weight to carry. She'd look in his eyes and see he wasn't the monster who'd whined his hopes for her horrible murder, who'd burned her father's garden and killed good folk she knew, but just a man with loves and fears like any other, and her hate would melt. As so often with hopes and hatreds, it didn't quite turn out that way. The king-in-waiting strutted preening into the circle to wild cheers from his side, lauded and clapped and slapped on the back, and stood there with a damp-eyed smirk, like a wedding guest who'd pricked the bride the night before.
"That's Nightfall?"
murmured Finri Danbrock, sitting pale and stiff beside Rikke, and quite clearly trying to put a brave face over her misery.
"That's him."
Rikke narrowed her eyes, wishing she could see through him, see some clue to what he'd do, see some weakness Leo could use, see his death coming. But the long eye cannot be forced open, and all she saw was that infuriating bloody smirk, like he was the one who could see the future, and for him it held nothing but victories. He glanced her way, and that wolf grin grew a tooth wider each side, and he sauntered over to her half of the circle.
"You old Rikke, then?"
he called out, giving her a slow look up and down with those wet eyes, his mouth open and his tongue showing.
"You're prettier than I thought you'd be."
She gave him the same sort of look, but with her mouth scorn-twisted.
"You're about as ugly as I was expecting." "I hear you can see what's coming. Did you see yourself sucking my cock yet?"
Jeering laughter at that, and Rikke clenched her fists.
"Just you losing in the circle."
He only grinned the wider.
"I know you're lying about that one. Might be you're lying about the other."
And he gave her a sly wink as he turned away. Winked at her, the bastard, and she felt the hate boil up hotter than ever.
"Don't worry about it,"
she screamed, jumping to her feet and jabbing away with one clawing finger.
"Once Leo's broke you in half, you can suck your own."
Got some laughs, at least from the folk on her side, and some ugly stares from Stour's shield carriers. She recognized the nail in their midst, staring right at her, with his pale brows thoughtfully wrinkled, and she curled her tongue into a tube and blew spit at him, and he grinned and gave a little bow.
"Easy,"
muttered her father, pulling her back down by the elbow.
"Hard words are for fools and cowards. Stour might be both, but you're neither."
"Winking wanker," she growled. "I'll see him fucked by a pig, the bastard. I'll see him strung up with brambles and the bloody cross cut in him. I'll send his guts to his daddy in a box, with herbs, so they won't smell 'em till they open it." She saw her father staring at her and looking quite worried too.
"What?"
she grumbled, hunching her shoulders. didn't think I had it in me to hate a man."
Be careful, is all I'm saying. Hate a man that much, you give him power over you.
"Maybe, but it goes back to the mud with him."
Her voice sounded hard in her own ear.
"The great leveller cancels all debts."
The whoops and taunts from their side of the circle became cheers as Leo pushed through the crowd, his friends at his back. Her father leaned close.
Have it in you to love a man too?
She looked at him, caught by surprise.
I'm old, Rikke, not blind.
Leo flinched as the wall of shields clattered shut behind him, like a prisoner might at the turning of the jailer's key. He'd said he loved her. Wasn't that she thought he was lying, just that she doubted he'd ever love anyone more than himself.
"There are things I love about him."
Best stomach she'd ever seen, for instance.
"There are things I don't."
Biggest head she'd ever known, for instance.
You can hate things about a person and still love 'em. Ain't easy watching someone you love walk into the circle.
Rikke bunched her fists until the nails bit at her palms.
"Helps if you hate the other bastard more."
The noise started to fade as Isern stepped out onto the short-shaved grass, chewing slowly with her tall spear in her hand. When all that remained was a nervy silence, she wedged her chagger down behind her lip with her tongue.
"I'm Isern. My dar Crummac judged the fight between Fenris the Feared and the Bloody Nine. He was a well-known bastard."
Some laughter and hoots of agreement.
"But he was well known, and being a hill man, the closest thing to a neutral party anyone could find. I am as well known as he."
And she lifted her chin and gestured at herself.
"But for my piercing wits and haunting beauty."
More laughter.
"Seems it's fallen to me as a hill woman to judge this bout."
She grinned over at Stour.
"Though I should declare up front that I hate this cunt over here, and might yet be prevailed upon to kill him myself."
The laughter only made Rikke more nervous.
"Have to admire your honesty,"
said Stour.
"I couldn't give a moth's cock what you admire, but the judging of a duel is a sacred trust and so on, and bloody so on, and you can trust me to judge this one fairly, I'm sure."
"Wouldn't worry," said Stour. "Me standing over his corpse won't need much judging. You say start, I'll handle the rest."
"Whoa there, boy!" shouted Isern. "The moon loves a proper order to things, and there's the introductions, stakes, and choice of weapons to see to. Don't worry, I'll waste no time inflating your bloated names any more than I have to. Over here on my—"
She thought for a moment, frowned at Leo, frowned at her hands, frowned at the sky, then snapped her fingers.
"Left. On my left, we've got Leo Dan Brock, son of Finri Dan Brock, newly minted Lord Governor of Angland, who men call the Young Lion on account of his youth and heroic opinion of himself. If he's as skilful as he's pretty, we'll have quite the fight."
She pointed her spear at Stour.
"Which means this article must be on my right, and it's Stour Nightfall, d'ye see, son of Black Calder and heir to the chain of Bethod, that men call the Great Wolf because of, who can say, the hairiest arse in the north, for all I know. He beat stranger come knocking in the circle, but we're all aware the man was way past his best. Good enough?"
Leo said nothing, eyes fixed on Stour like they were alone in the circle. Stour shrugged, still smiling.
"Good enough."
Bastard, fucking bastard,"
Rikke hissed through tight lips. She was biting on her chagger pellet so hard her whole face was aching, willing her guts to turn sickly and her eye to turn hot and some ghost of the future to show itself. But nothing came.
"Your next question,"
called Isern.
"What are these two fools going to kill each other over? Mostly a matter of manly pride, as is proper in a duel, but there's also the rich dark earth of the north. The winner takes the patch of it men call the Protectorate, which stretches from the White Flow to the Cusk and includes the city of Urfrith. Stour Nightfall wins, it belongs to King Scale. Leo Dan Brock wins, it stays with the Dogman in the loving embrace of the Union. All happy with the terms?
A quiet then. No one on Rikke's side looked too happy about anything.
Dogman, chieftain of Urfrith, called Isern.
Aye, said Rikke's father wearily.
Brock, Lord Governor of Angland.
Aye, snapped Leo.
Scale Ironhand, King of the Northmen.
Aye, rumbled Scale, jowls quivering as he smothered a burp like this was the third duel he'd watched that morning. Get to it, woman.
Then I will, you hill of lard.
Isern thrust her spear into the ground with a thud and snapped her fingers at Shivers.
Lend me your shield, handsome.
He glanced over his shoulder like he thought she might be talking to someone else, then tossed it to her. She snatched it from the air, set it down on its rim.
Straps or paint, Brock?
Though Shivers' shield was so battered, only a few stubborn flakes of paint still clung to it. Paint, said Leo. Isern set the shield spinning, and men started shouting and whooping and calling, and beside her Rikke felt Lady Finri give a kind of gasp, and she covered her eyes with her hands.
He'll win, said Rikke. How can you know?
Rikke took her cold, limp hand and squeezed it.
He'll win,
she said, making it sound like a sure fact, for all her head was splitting with doubts. Maybe she could have talked him out of it, but it was too late now. There was a rattle as the shield fell.
Straps down, said Isern. Your pick, Great Wolf.
Stour caught Rikke's eye and shrugged, more careless than ever, like the notion of losing had never even occurred.
He can pick. Your pick, young lion.
Leo shook his head.
He can pick.
Man.
And Isern rolled her eyes.
I never can commit. You'll fight with what you brought, then.
She tossed the shield back to Shivers, plucked her spear from the ground, and pointed it at the men about the circle, shields all facing inwards now, rims grating as they locked them together into a wall.
You lot, keep these two in here till it's settled, and no more interfering than is seemly.
She spat chagga juice, wiped her chin and nodded, like it was all set up to her satisfaction.
Let's get to it.
Where names are made. Leo once heard someone say, attack is the best defense. Couldn't remember who, but it struck him as a bold philosophy, words to live by. So his plan was to be the whirlwind. Give Stour no breath, no space, no chance to think. Leo would overwhelm that smirking bastard, put him in the mud, and look forward to feasts in his honour and songs of his prowess. But plans often crumble when swords are swung at them, and Leo's lasted no longer than it took Isern to screech, "Fight!" Stour came at him so shockingly fast, Leo had to twist his opening thrust into a clumsy parry, forced onto the back foot by a raking cut that jarred Barnava's sword in his hand. A flash of Stour's grin and a flicker of bright steel, and Leo stumbled back again, parrying, dodging, parrying, the quick scrape and clatter of their blades almost lost in the bloodthirsty roar of the crowd. He only just ducked a wicked cut that could have taken his head right off, but Stour gave him no clumsy backswing to work with, stepped scornfully away from Leo's counter, and pressed in again. Seemed Stour had heard that thing about attack and defence too, but he was better at it.
"Kill him!"
screeched Antaup.
"Come on!"
shouted Durand.
"Leo!"
roared Glaward, shaking his shield. But Stour was already on him again, 3 cuts so quick Leo only dodged the first 2 by the barest instinct. He reeled away from the third, fishing with his sword, in a weak effort to keep his opponent back.
Stour was the whirlwind, Leo was the leaf blown around the circle. The speed of him! He used a heavy Northman's sword, broad blade, solid crosspiece, weighty golden pommel, but he handled it nimbly as a Styrian rapier. Almost no backswing, almost no recovery, intentions masterfully disguised. Apart from Bremer Dan Gorst, who'd a fair claim to being the greatest swordsman of the age, Leo never saw a blade handled with such savage skill. He felt the doubt creeping cold up his spine. He was used to being swaddled in a blanket of self-confidence, and the chill as it was stripped away was all the worse for being unfamiliar. But Leo once heard someone say, "There are many ways to crack an egg." Hadn't been entirely sure of the meaning, but it struck him as a workmanlike philosophy, words to live by. Stour might have the speed, but Leo had the strength. He had to watch for his opening, pin the slippery bastard down, and crush him like a walnut on an anvil. Stour's next thrust came deadly fast, but Leo was ready. He twisted, forced it away, pressed forward instead of falling back, caught a satisfying glimpse of surprise on Stour's face. He cut and cut again, blows heavy with his fear and frustration, jarring the sword in Nightfall's hand. Steel scraped as Stour caught Leo's blade on his, held it up short, the edge almost brushing the pointed tip of his nose. They snarled in each other's faces, straining for the upper hand, crosspieces grinding, knuckles almost rubbing together, shifting their stances in a bid to gain some hair of an advantage, locked together in a furious frozen struggle while the crowd made a mindless thunder in which encouragement could hardly be told from insults. The brief flicker of triumph went out as, ever so slowly, Leo felt himself losing the contest. He bared his teeth, growled, spat, but Stour forced him back and back until finally Leo was pushed off balance and had to stumble away, their swords ringing apart. He gasped as Stour's blade came hissing at him, dodged desperately, slipped and nearly fell, reeled back into a little space, breathing hard. The crowd on the northern side bellowed their approval. The crowd on the Union's murmured their disappointment. The great wolf gave a showy flourish of his sword and grinned. It was plain they were all coming to the same conclusion. Stour was the better swordsman. Still, Leo once heard someone say, "There's always a way." He'd had his doubts at the time, but now it struck him as a hopeful philosophy. Words to live by? If he couldn't beat the great wolf with speed or strength, he'd have to outlast him. Tire him with a dogged defense, a sullen determination, a stubborn endurance. He'd be the deep-rooted tree the hurricane can't shift. He had to wear the bastard down. Stour thrust, but off-centre. It was easy for Leo to step around it, finally sensing an opening. But just as he pounced, Stour dipped his shoulder, whipped his sword across in a flicking cut. Leo gasped as he felt the wind of the blade across his face. He slashed back, but the great wolf was already dancing away, grinning, always grinning. The crowd roared. For a moment, Leo thought it was for him. Then he felt something tickling his cheek. Stour's point had scratched his face so quick and so sharp he'd hardly felt it. It was blood the crowd were cheering for, his blood. As Leo backed off, the cut began to tingle, then to throb. He wondered how bad a scar it would leave, wondered if it was a naming wound. But as that cold doubt crept all the way up to his throat, he realized you had to live through the duel for that. The dead get no names. Stour's grin grew a tooth wider, a tooth crueler. "I'm gonna bleed you, boy," he said. Clover jerked away as the point of Brock's sword flashed past on the backswing, not a hand's width from his nose. Stour darted in, all snarl and fury, thrust again. Brock gasped as he jumped back, knocking Stour's sword wide so it gouged into the shield just next to Clover's. By the dead, the noise! The grind of steel, the growls of the fighters, the monstrous fury of the crowd. By the dead, the crush!
shield carriers straining, rims scraping against his as they shifted, shoulders squeezing against his as they shoved, the ring of shields twisting as the fighters danced close, boots smashing the dirt as men pushed back against the watchers behind, shoving ever inwards at the sight of blood. Clover told himself he hated this fight between fools, watched by fools, a brutal waste of at least one life that appealed to all that was worst in men. But in some deep-hidden part of him, he loved it too, thrilled to the sharp metals swung and the hot blood spilled. A little piece of Jonas Steepfield stuck in him like a splinter he could never quite dig out. There wasn't much in the world to get your heart pumping harder than watching two men fight to the death, only being one of them. He felt a guilty surge of excitement as Stour dashed forward again, felt the eager grin on his own lips as Brock parried and fell back. No doubt he was a fine swordsman, but Stour was making him look ordinary. More so with every moment. He used that big sword nimbly as a dressmaker might her needle, all wrist and flick and effortless mastery. Another flurry of blows, high and low, point and edge. Brock shuffled, blocked, but Stour caught him with the last cut as he whipped by, a slice across his left arm that sent a few spots of blood into the crowd. More than likely he could have left Brock's arm hanging off, but Stour hadn't become the Great Wolf by passing up a chance to pose, and he grinned as he showed the red edge of his sword to the crowd. He wasn't only a hell of a swordsman, but a hell of a braggart. The two went together with depressing frequency. Brock gritted his teeth, cheek red from the cut on his face, and came on doggedly. You couldn't fault his courage, but courage isn't a warrior's most valuable virtue, whatever the songs say. It's ruthlessness and savagery and quickness to strike that wins fights, the very qualities in which Stour excelled. He jumped in now, laughing, as he swung his red sword in great circles, sending Brock staggering into the wall of shields. Clover caught the young lion on his as he stumbled, gave a little, like a good feather mattress, then nudged him back up so he could dodge, catch a blow of Stour's, and steer it wide with a screech of metal. He doubted it had changed the result any. Looked like a black day for the Union. A black day for Leo Dan Brock and anyone who loved him. A fine thing for Jonas Clover, you'd have thought. He did stand on the other side, after all, and winning was supposed to be meat and drink to a warrior. Just sometimes he wished he had the bones to pick the right side, even if it was the losing one. Someone had taken to beating a drum, slow and heavy. Rikke could have throttled the bastard. By the dead, the tension. The long-drawn aching in her throat, worse and worse as the two of them circled, watchful, twisting like dogs after a scent, sniffing for an opening. Rikke's sore mouth tasted of vomit and fear, while the men with the shields shouted, stomped, bellowed their hatred and their encouragement. By the dead, the helplessness. She wanted to scream, wanted to punch something, wanted to rip the ring out of her nose. No one, however big an optimist, could have doubted Leo was getting killed in there, and there was nothing she could do. Most of the crowd were treating it like a feast day. There were children up in a tree, staring down with wide eyes. Scale, that great fat fucker of a king, was laughing, quaffing from his goblet, laughing again. The great fat mountain of blubber. "How can they laugh?" whispered Finree. "'Cause they're not the ones facing the great leveller," said Rikke's father, his face chiselled from grey stone. The only thing worse than the fear of them coming together was the terror when they did, shocking as lightning every time, Rikke flinching at every movement, arse clenching at every flash of steel. She clung to the bench as if it was the saddle of a horse she was trying to break, clung to Finree's cold hand in her hot one so hard her wrist ached. She knew with one twitch of a sword she might lose her lover, her home, her future. People can be so tough,
survive so much hunger and cold and disappointment, take beatings you wouldn't believe and come out stronger. But they can be so fragile too. One sharp piece of metal is all it takes to turn a man into mud. One little stroke of bad luck, one ill-judged whisper. Had she done this? Had she made this happen? She gasped as nightfall came forward, switched direction in a blink. Steel rang once, twice. Leo lashed back, but too slow, and Stour slipped around it, his sword catching Leo's leg and making him stagger. "No!" A kind of shudder went through Finri, and Rikke gripped her hand harder than ever, tried to be strong for both of them, though she wasn't halfway strong enough for herself. Tried to bare her teeth and focus on Stour's smirk, and turn the sucking of fear and guilt into anger. Tried to make something from it she could use. You cannot force the long eye open no more than you can order the tide to come in. But where was the harm in trying? She planted her fists on her knees and sat forward, refusing to blink, glaring at the grass like she could glare through it to what might come, willing that heat into her eye. Might be she saw what she wanted to. The dead knew there'd been plenty of that going on the past few days. But for the briefest moment, she thought she saw ghosts there in the circle. Faint they were and flickering, hints of figures. Stour and Leo and their swords torn apart like cobwebs on the breeze as the real men passed through them. Rikke curled back her lips and clenched her fists and squeezed her jaw so hard it felt like her teeth might crack, and she stared at the circle as if she was staring into a gale. She made herself see. Stour was laughing now, giggling as if every contact was a brilliant joke. Leo wasn't finding it funny. He told himself he was the young lion, the Lord Governor of England, the proud son of a proud line of warriors with glory in his grasp. But in truth, he was scarcely even trying to hit back. Barnava's sword was getting heavier every time he swung it. He was scared if he attacked, he'd give Stour a fatal opening, but he was scared if he defended, things could only go one way. It was getting to the point where he was just scared. Stour jerked forward and Leo stumbled back. Just a mocking feint with the foot, a twitch of the hand, and Leo was sent scampering. Stour wasn't only aiming to win now, but to make a show of it, to teach a lesson, to show the whole North that the great wolf was a man to be feared. His sword flickered past Leo's tired guard. Stour could have spitted him, but he chose just to prick his stomach. Prick him, then whip away again, laughing. He was the young lion, but he was bleeding. Blood on his face, blood on his leg, red streaks down his right hand, grip of Barnava's sword sticky with it. The idea of blood watering the circle had thrilled him when he listened to stories of the Bloody Nine. Thrills you a lot less when it's your own. He was the young lion, but he was tiring. He panted, gasped, cold air raw in his throat, but he could never get enough breath. His knees were trembling, the snap going out of his arm. No way he could outlast Stour now. His only chance was to outthink him. Trouble was, he'd never been much of a thinker. If he had been, he might not have taken the challenge in the first place. His eyes darted about the circle, searching for some clue. His friends, their shields drooping, Glarwood chewing his lip, Jin tearing his beard, Antaup crestfallen, Durand wincing as if he felt every wound himself. He caught a glimpse of his mother, stricken, pale, staring. The dogman sat grim beside her, and Rikke, glaring into the circle, fiddling with the ring through her nose. Fight dirty, she told him. No one remembers how the fight was won, only who won it. A gritty philosophy. Words to die by. Stour fainted, and Leo fell back again, stumbled again, but this time he went down harder than he had to. He put a hand out behind as if to steady himself, tore up a handful of grass.
Stour came on again, grinning, and Leo growled as he forced the snap into his legs, sprang up, throwing his grass in Stour's face, swinging his sword at Stour's neck. Even blinking, spitting, and off balance, Nightfall managed to parry, but Leo was already coming at him with all the strength he had left. He smashed his forehead into Stour's mouth with a glorious crunch, making the great wolf stagger back onto the shields of his men. For a moment his eyes were bleary, his bloody mouth wide with surprise. Leo took a great whooping breath, brought his sword whistling up and over, but the blade hacked into the shields where Stour had been a moment before, and Leo only just kept his grip on the buzzing hilt. Stour danced back, spitting grass, showing red teeth as he grinned.
"Oh, now we got us a fight!"
He darted one way, switched in an instant, and whipped past on the other side, quick as the wind and as hard to pin down. Leo was left stranded, gasped as the edge of Stour's sword whipped across his thigh, left a cold line that soon turned burning hot. It was the most he could do to stay standing as the blood soaked into his trouser leg. He wasn't a lion. He was a scared little boy who didn't want to die. But it was too late to listen to Mother now. Brock was cut bad. Red streaks down his face from the cut on his cheek, trousers dark around the cut on his leg, hand red from the cut on his arm. Watering the circle with his blood, as the skalds have it. Not a pleasant sight, but nothing Clover hadn't seen before, hadn't lived before. If pleasant sights are what you're after, the circle's a bad place to come. Stour was sure of victory, grinning like a wolf, strutting like a cock. The kind that rules the farmyard rather than the kind you piss with, but Clover reckoned both meanings fit the heir to the north pretty well. He laughed, arms spread wide, urging the crowd to ever louder shrieks of admiration and delight. Some men take to applause like other men take to drink. The more they get, the more they need, until too much is never enough. Scale was loving it almost as much as his nephew, shaking his iron hand at the circle and roaring,
"Play with him!"
The admiration of one cock for another seemed to sting an effort from Brock, who lumbered in, sluggish from the bleeding, took a clumsy swing you could see coming 10 strides off. Stour flicked it away with a contemptuous sneer, could have chopped Brock across the back, but chose to let him stumble by.
"Finish him, damn it!"
snarled Black Calder, as disgusted by his son's display as his brother was delighted by it. Stour could have finished Brock 5 times now, but he was enjoying hooking him so much he kept letting him wriggle free so he could hook him again. Clover thought that ill-advised, to say the least. You take no risks in the circle and give no chances, not with all you've got and all you'll ever have in the balance. It only takes a little twist of fate to land you back in the mud, and fate can be a twisty little bastard. No one knew that better than Clover. Rikke's head spun, sight swam, stomach churned as she stared down into the circle. Her left eye was hot, burning in her head. She forced it open wider, staring. Leo bent, clumsy, hunched around the wound in his side, blood-streaked top to toe. Stour looked quicker than ever, surer than ever, prancing, dancing, only a short step from blowing kisses to the audience. Rikke saw ghosts of swords and spears above the crowd, of flags shifting with a wind that wasn't there. The battle yesterday? A battle yet to come? By the dead, she wanted to be sick. Her head was pulsing. The cold sweat tickled at her scalp, trickled down her face, but she didn't dare shift her eyes, didn't dare blink, didn't dare break the spell. There were ghosts in the circle, too, shimmering and shifting. Ghosts of Leo and of Stour. Ghosts of hands and feet and faces. Ghosts of swords. Leo winced as Stour's blade caught him across the belly. Not a killing blow, just a kiss. A slash that spotted the shields beside him with blood. Leo stumbled, fell to his knees, sword slipping from his hand into the grass.
"No!"
whispered Leo's mother, tears running down her cheeks as she closed her eyes. Nightfall turned slowly around in the middle of the circle, stretching out the victory, sucking up the glory, and he looked over his shoulder at Rikke, and he winked. By the dead, her eye was on fire, like it might burn right out of her head. Stour turned away from her, raising his arm. She saw his sword, but she saw it with the long eye. And for an instant, like the water flooding in when the dam bursts, the absolute knowing of that sword flooded into her. She saw the ore of its iron, ripped from the cold earth, made steel in the flame-spurting furnace and poured white-hot into the mould. She saw Watersmeet the smith swing his hammer, face lit orange by sparks at each blow, his children working the bellows, his mother Drenna puffing plumes of chagger smoke from her pipe as she tugged at the binding on the grip. She saw it gifted to Stour on his 10th birthday, Black Calder setting his hand on the smiling boy's shoulder and saying, "In war, it's the winning counts. The rest is for fools to sing about." She saw it in the great wolf's scabbard, whipped free as the duel began, cut and thrust, the circle full of the bright ribbons of its passing. She saw it swung in a shining blur at neck height, Stour's teeth bared in a triumphant snarl. A great, heedless, showy sweep fit to take a man's head right from his shoulders. She knew with utter certainty where that sword would be, always, but she didn't feel the joy she had when she knew the arrow that day in the wet woods. For beyond Stour's bright sword she saw a crack in the sky, and beyond that crack a black pit yawned, a pit with no bottom and no end and no beginning, in which there was a knowing, not of a sword or an arrow, but of everything, a knowing so vast and terrible that the merest splinter of it might rip her mind apart. Leo dragged himself to his knees, groggy, bloody, clawing his own blade from the grass. Rikke tottered up with him, moaning, gasping, gripping her throbbing head. The sky was opening, sucking her in. Stour smiled, began to turn. Rikke's eye was a smouldering coal in her skull. Leo started to clamber up, head rising towards the shimmering ghost of Stour's sword. She clapped her hands over her burning face and screamed out in the Union tongue, screamed at the very top of her lungs. "Go low!" Leo couldn't have said why, but it seemed important he die on his feet. Hardly hurt anymore, just numb, just weak, so heavy. Took everything he had to heave himself up. The world wobbled like jelly, all dark earth and bright pink sky, and a swimming mass of painted shields and snarling faces and smoking breath. He could hardly hear for his own thudding heartbeat, hardly tell the roaring of the crowd from the roaring of his breath. He'd clutched up a handful of grass along with his sword. Bloody grass, bloody dirt. His mouth tasted like metal. In battle, a man finds out who he truly is. He forced his legs straight, swaying, trying to focus. He caught a glimpse of Stour turning away, a flash of his bloody grin. Then, over the din of the crowd, he heard a scream. "Go low!" So he dropped, or just fell, maybe, felt wind pluck at his hair, and with a last effort swung his sword low. Far from his best swing ever, clumsy and weak, grip loose in his sore fingers. But sometimes a bad swing can be good enough. There was a smack as the blade chopped deep into Nightfall's thigh. Stour's eyes bulged, and he opened his mouth very wide and made a strange high shriek, more shock than pain. He staggered a half step, took a great whooping breath in the sudden silence, and started screeching again. More pain than shock this time. Leo pulled his sword free, and Nightfall tottered, spluttering bloody spit, rearing up on his good leg, raising his sword high so the blade glimmered red with the setting sun. A slap as Leo caught Stour's fist in his and stepped forward, growling, jerking his other arm out hard so the pommel of Barnava's sword crunched into Nightfall's face, cutting his shriek off dead. His head snapped up, black blood against the pink sunset, and Leo caught the crosspiece of Stour's sword and tore it from his limp fingers as he toppled back. The great wolf hit the ground hard, arms flopped out wide, blowing bubbles of blood from his broken nose with each snorting breath. Leo stood over him, by some strange chance, holding both the swords. How had that happened? The painted shields of the men around the circle drifted down, limp, their mouths dropping open, and no one more shocked than Leo himself. And now the noise of the crowd on his side rose up, louder than ever. Shock turned to stunned delight, and stunned delight to wild triumph.
"Leo Dan Brock, the young lion!"
And loudest of all,
"Kill him!"
No doubt Nightfall would have killed Leo if he'd been the one lying there helpless, would have killed him in the slowest, most painful, most shameful way he could, would have crowed his victory from the rooftops of Ufrith and laughed as the Skald sang the story back to him for years to come. Stour tried to wriggle away, gave a bubbling moan as he moved his wounded leg, then cowered as the points of the two swords came to hover over his neck. He stared up, bloody hair stuck across his face, eyes wide and full of fear. Not invincible after all. The shouts found a rhythm and became a chant.
"Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!"
Louder and louder, the smoke of the shouted words rising up into the chill evening all around.
"Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!"
Louder and louder, joined by the rattle of weapons, the clash of fist on shield, the thud of stomped boots, making the chill ground shake, matching Leo's thudding heartbeat, echoing through him from his feet to his scalp.
"Kill him!"
he heard Glaward roaring over his shield.
"Kill him!"
he heard Antaup shriek, face twisted with fury.
"Kill the fucker!"
snarled Whitewater Gin. Leo saw his mother, tears in her eyes and a hand over her mouth. He saw the dogman, caught halfway between sitting and standing with a disbelieving grin. He saw Rikke, stood up from the bench between them, her hands over her face, one eye gleaming between her fingers.
"Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!"
Leo took a long, cold breath, lifted Barnava's sword and Stour's, the growl in his raw throat growing to a throbbing roar as he brought them both stabbing down with a single thud, right into the turf on either side of the great wolf's cringing face.
"Stour, Nightfall,"
he mumbled. Even speaking was a mighty effort then, each word a great stone to lift.
"I spare your life."
Dizzy as hell, and he dropped on one knee, down in the circle of turf damp with dew, damp with his own blood.
"Bit dizzy,"
he said, and flopped over sideways. Best lie down. The poor pay the price.
"Amnesty,"
said Malma.
"We give up our arms. We give up our hostages. We all go free."
Silence while everyone thought over what that meant. It was a lot more than they'd expected that morning, maybe, but so much less than they'd dreamed of a few weeks before. It was a sorry little meeting in a looted warehouse with a chill breeze blowing through the broken doors. 15 breakers, each in charge of a different district of Valbeck, as far as anyone was in charge of the chaotic warren of garbage the city had been reduced to. The gaunt and grim who'd stayed to the bitter end. They would have liked to call themselves the most loyal, but maybe they were just the ones with most to lose. Broad took a breath. He should never have got involved. He'd known it then, and he knew it now. But he'd told himself things might change. Smashed his face against the wall again, sure that this time it wouldn't hurt. For all his promises to be a new man, somehow he always made the same wrong choices.
"Full pardons?"
asked a woman with a pinched-in grey face. Heron nodded, though he didn't look all that convinced.
"So His Highness tells us."
"What did that bastard Pike have to say?" asked Salby. "He didn't like it," said Vic, "but he didn't disagree."
"You trust also?" asked Broad.
"Best never to make a decision based on trust," said Vic, like trust was some fantastic beast only children believed in. "Just on what's best for most." Malma gave a sigh that sounded like it rose from the very dregs of a well of weariness.
"Coming to something when revolutionaries pin their hopes on the Crown Prince. He seems decent enough, though, considering. Far better than expected."
"Expectations could hardly have been lower," said Vic, frowning, as always. She'd some frown on her, that woman. Malma gave a helpless shrug.
"Guess I trust him more than most of the royal family. But then, I trusted Rizza now. Look where that got us."
"Truth is, we've no choice," said Heron. "We're out of food. We didn't do this to starve our own people."
"Sometimes I wonder why we did do it."
A couple of months ago, at those big meetings, folk would have fallen over themselves to list all the wrongs they'd die to put right. Now, no one offered Malma a reason. The causes had turned hazy lately. Like far-off chimneys through the vapours, you could hardly tell if they were there or just a trick of your mind.
"And that's it, I reckon," said Malma. "Send word to everyone who's still listening. We pull down the barricades. We open the city. We surrender."
One by one, the others nodded their agreement. Mournful, like that nod cost a little piece of themselves, but no one could see another way. The uprising was done.
"Sticks in my gullet," said Salby. "Giving up."
Broad clapped him on the shoulder. "Be thankful you've got something in your gullet." There was still a tang of old burning on the air outside, of old burning and new rot. Ashes blew down the street, settling on the rubbish like little drifts of black snow. Not far off stood the shell of a gutted mill, blackened rafters sticking naked into the pale sky, blackened windows gaping empty.
"And this was supposed to be our great change."
Malma slowly shook his white head. Broad could have sworn he'd turned whiter the last few days.
"What a fucking disaster." "I'm not crying for those owners lost their mills," snapped Salby. "I can tell you that."
"What about the jobs in those mills?" asked Vic. "Dare say the rich folk whose investments went up in smoke will muddle through. What about the poor folk lost their livings?"
"Thought we were doing good,"
said Malma, worn face crunched up with wrinkled disbelief.
"Sure we were doing good."
"Good and bad aren't as easy to tell apart as you'd think," said Vic. "Mostly it's a matter of where you look at 'em from." "That's the sorry truth," grunted Broad. Malma frowned towards that burned-out shell.
"It's the poor pay the price again."
Broad remembered Muselia after the sack, the slums looted and turned into smouldering ruins, corpses scattered in the streets. But the palace untouched on the high ground above the smoke. He worked his mouth and spat. "Always the poor pay the price." Folk poured out of Valbeck that night, columns of them snaking past the abandoned barricades and across the fields. A few were breakers, going to surrender their arms and take their chances at amnesty.
Most were folk who'd heard there might be food. The first to meet the wary queue of the filthy, hungry and dispossessed were smiling women handing out loaves. You might have thought they had undiluted hope rather than bread in their barrows for the good humour they spread down the column. A few days before, folk couldn't have found language harsh enough to describe Crown Prince Orso. A bit of bread in their bellies, and they were frothing over with praise for him. Broad was no better than the rest, as he caught that heavenly smell of baking, mouth watering up a rainstorm. Seeing May and Liddy's smiles when they ate their share was a better gift even than the bread itself. Ardy didn't smile. Broad didn't think he'd ever seen her smile. Just chewed, staring at her shuffling feet, eyes big and damp in her thin, thin face. Wasn't long after the taste of bread faded that Broad was back to the worried old killer he'd been that morning. The sun slunk down towards distant woods, and the cold came on, and they reached a knot of blank-faced soldiers collecting weapons. There was a mismatched arsenal heaped up on either side of the road, old pike-staffs, rusted swords, butchers' cleavers, and gardeners' hatchets. "I'm a shoemaker," a man was grumbling as an officer looked over a set of gleaming blades. "How can I work without my knives?" "You want something, you have to give something up. On you go." Handing in a weapon had felt too close to an admission of guilt to Broad. He'd thrown his down a well before they left and been glad to see them go. Might be it's people who kill people, but you can't stab a man with a blade you haven't got. "I've got nothing," he said to the officer in charge, shifting his lenses on his nose as if to imply he was a man of learning. "Wouldn't know what to do with a blade." The officer looked him up and down as if that was a bit too rich for either one of them to swallow, but he jerked his head onwards. Another hour of shuffling and the sky started to darken, the mood darkening with it. Folk muttered that the Inquisition were up ahead asking questions. Pulling people from the column, anyone who'd been tight with the breakers. Soldiers on horseback prowled the fields to either side of the road, torches in gauntleted fists. Some wanted to think the best. Others were sure they'd all be hanged for treason on the spot. No one left, though. Like lambs queuing up for the slaughterman's knife, they only huddled tighter together and kept plodding towards the bleak unknown. "Don't like this," whispered Liddy. Broad didn't like it much either. After what he'd done in Valbec, and what he'd done on his farm, and what he'd done in Styria, could he really hope to wriggle free now? It's coming to something when you reassure yourself with the thought that there's no justice in the world. A good score of soldiers were gathered where the road passed through a gate in a tumble-down wall, a good score of masked practicals with them. All under the supervision of a black-coated inquisitor, torchlight finding the hollows in his pale face and making him look quite the demon. While Broad was watching, 2 men were led away to the side, and a kind of nervous moan spread through the column. He felt a sudden desire to run, glanced about for his best route of escape. "Calm yourselves," called the inquisitor. "His Highness the Crown Prince has offered a full amnesty. There are some questions to be asked and some questions to be answered. That is all. No one will be hurt. You have my word. The word of Superior Pike and the word of Crown Prince Orso himself. There is soup for you all a little further on." That was what it came to. You might die, but you might get soup. Shame was, it more or less worked on Broad. "Gotta trust 'em," he muttered. "We've come too far now." "We could head back," hissed Liddy, forehead creased with worry. "They'd see us, think we've something to hide. Might be best if you 2 move away from me." Might have been best if they'd moved away from him a long time ago. But May wouldn't hear of it. "No, we're not splitting up. You've a better chance sticking—" "What the hell?"
While they'd been arguing, Ardi had stepped stiffly from the queue and walked straight towards the Inquisitor. What's she doing? If that useless bloody stray drew the wrong sort of attention, they'd be finished. But there was nothing Broad could do. Dive from the column to grab her, he'd only make it worse. One of the practicals blocked her path, stick gripped tight in his fists.
Get back with the others, girl.
I am Savine Dan Glokta, she called in a ringing voice that seemed to carry for miles in the still evening. Daughter of His Eminence the Arch-Lector, I demand to speak to Crown Prince Orso at once. There was a pause while the Inquisitor stared at her, while the practicals stared at her, while everyone stared at her, Broad included. He couldn't believe it. After all they'd done for her, she'd land them on the scaffold. But there was something different about her voice, so pure and smooth and commanding. Something different about the way she held herself, stiffly upright, with her shoulders back, her long, thin neck stretched out, and her sharp jaw proudly raised. She looked half a head taller of a sudden. "At once!" she snarled at the Inquisitor. He stared at her for a moment longer, then bowed his head. "Of course." The practical looked as dumbstruck as a man could with a mask on. "We're just going to—" "If this young lady is who she claims to be, then she deserves our immediate assistance. If she is not, we'll soon find out. And the world feels like a brighter place if you believe in people's fundamental honesty." He offered his hand with extravagant politeness. "Thank you, Inquisitor," she said. "These three are with me." The Inquisitor gave Broad a doubtful look up and down. "I cannot exempt everyone." "Of course not," said Ardi, or Savine, or whoever the hell she was. "Just these three. I must insist." "Very well." The Inquisitor beckoned them to follow. Broad looked at Liddy, but what could she do? What could any of them do? "Better hope that girl's telling the truth," the practical growled in Broad's ear as he followed them up the road through the gathering darkness. "I'm surprised as you are," muttered Broad, then nearly bit his tongue as the man shoved him and his boot caught in a rut. He was sorely tempted to punch him in the head, but it would only have got him killed, and perhaps his family too. Fighting every fight you're offered doesn't make you a big man, it makes you a fool. "Did you know about this?" he hissed out of the corner of his mouth at May. "Course I did. I arranged it." "You bloody what?" Liddy was staring at her from the other side. "What did you do, May?" "What I had to." May stared straight ahead, jaw muscles working on the side of her face. "It's high time someone put this family first." The New Woman. Savine chewed at her cracked lips. She fussed at the frayed hems of the horrible overstarched dress they had given her. She picked at the peeling skin around her broken fingernails. She used to take such particular care over her hands. Their elegance had often been commented upon. Now, however she tugged at her sleeves, there was no hiding the scabs, cracks, calluses. All she had been through cut into her crooked fingers. She was no longer Ardi, the little lost waif, but she certainly was not Savine Dan Glokta, feared and fearless scorpion queen of investors. She used to be drawn to her reflection like a bee to a bloom. Now she shunned the mirror, dreading what she might see there. But then she dreaded everything. She knew she should have felt overwhelming relief to no longer be hungry, joy to finally be clean, blubbing gratitude for all the unlikely chances that had led to her salvation. She knew few who had been trapped in Valbec were anywhere near so fortunate. But all she felt was a constant nagging terror, more like a hostage taken than a prisoner freed. As bad as when she fled through the crazed streets of Valbec on the day of the uprising, Worse, because then fear had made sense. Now she was supposed to be safe. She heard voices outside and spun, heart suddenly pounding. On some sluggish instinct from long ago, she thought of arranging herself to best advantage. A lady of taste should always be discovered in the midst of something more important. She reached up to adjust her wig, realized there was nothing there but her own shapeless, graceless, colourless fuzz. She ended up frozen, less a beauty arranged for a portrait, more a burglar surprised in a darkened hallway, one scabbed hand twisting the other as someone ripped the flap aside and ducked into the tent. Also, the red and gold of his uniform looked impossibly vivid. In Valbeck, towards the end, everything had been the colour of dirt. He looked weightier than he used to, or perhaps she was so used to seeing everyone famished that the merely well-fed looked like members of another species. He had the strangest expression when he saw her. Horror? Pity? Disgust? He gave a kind of shudder and put a hand over his eyes as though the sight of her was painful. "It is you," he whispered. "Thank the fates." He took a step towards her, but stopped awkwardly mid-stride. "Are you hurt?" "No." They both knew she was lying, and not even with any conviction. She was mauled inside and out. She was torn apart and badly stitched back together. "Good." He forced a crooked smile. "You look well." She could not smother a bark of bitter laughter. "You always were a champion liar, also, but that one's a little too big even for you to lift." "You look beautiful to me," he said, holding her eye, "whatever you might think." She had no idea what to say to that. She was a wretched understudy, kicked from the wings onto the empty stage and gazing horrified towards the crowd, not knowing her lines, not even knowing the play. When she finally spoke, it was a shock how calm she sounded. "There were some people with me, a family. I wouldn't have—" "They're safe and cared for. You don't have to worry about anything." "Not worry," she whispered. She was nothing more than a sheaf of worries held together by a shitty dress. "I'm sorry you had to come here," she managed to dredge up. "I know how much you wanted to go north." "When I heard you were in danger, I didn't think twice. I didn't think once. Not that your father or mine were going to give me any choice. Probably best I leave the north to men's men like Leo Dan Brock. I think we can all agree I'm not really cut out to be a soldier." "The uniforms suit you." "I may be a sheep on the battlefield, but when it comes to wearing the uniforms, I'm an absolute tiger." There had been a time she could talk for hours and beautifully say nothing. Now it felt obscene, swapping light-hearted pleasantries while one party is shitting themselves all over the floor. She felt an entirely unreasonable stab of fury. Why hadn't he come sooner? Why had he sat out here waiting, the useless fucking coward? She wanted to tear at him with her nails. Instead, she vomited up some compliments. "From where I stand, it seems you managed the whole business rather well." "More by luck than skill, I rather think." "Everyone's alive." A flash of blood spattering that guard's face as his arm was dragged into the grinding gears. Savine had to cough, swallow acid. Most are." "You are. That's all that matters. I'm so sorry it took me so long to get here, to find you." He looked into her eyes with an intensity she could not stand to meet. "To realize what I feel for you. I don't see how things can carry on between us the way they did before." She almost laughed at that. Of course not. How could anything be what it was before ever again? "That's why—" He looked ridiculously nervous. Crown Prince also, notorious for caring about nothing. How many women had he disappointed? Hundreds, most likely. He really should have learned to do it better. That's why... He took a hard breath, as if readying himself for some great act of courage. Savine lifted her chin, as if to give the headsman an easier task. He looked up at her, guilty, haunted, ashamed. Her patience snapped. "Just spit it out! I want you to marry me," he blurted. Shit! He wobbled awkwardly down to one knee. "This isn't how I planned it. I haven't even got a ring." She stared at him in cold astonishment. "What?" He took her limp hand in both of his. They felt hot and faintly clammy. "It's mad. I know it's mad, but I love you. It took this to make me realize, but hear me out." Honestly, she had no words to interrupt him with. "I'm shit without you. Utter shit. Everyone knows it. But with you, I have the chance of being a worthwhile person. I didn't come here to save you. The idea's fucking ridiculous. I came so that you can save me. I'm the last man you'd pick as a king, I know, but you bloody hell, Savine, you were made to be a queen. There's no one I admire more. You have all the brains and the guts and the ambition I don't. Imagine what we could build together. Well, imagine what I could watch you build. Queen Savine." He gave that boyish, wheedling smirk of his. "It even rhymes." "Queen." It came out a strangled squawk, the sort of noise a goose might make when its neck was wrung. "Savine." He could have had anyone, but he wanted her. And not her money, not her connections, not her wigs and her dresses and her jewels, not the idea of her, but her, at her worst, even now, even like this, not just as his lover, as his wife, as his queen. She breathed, but her voice failed her utterly, and it came out no more than an acrid burp. "Shit!" He winced as he sharply stood. "You don't have to answer. You don't even have to think about it." He pulled one hand away, but clung on with the fingertips of the other as if he could not quite bring himself to let go. "I shouldn't have asked. I'm such an asshole. Take all the time you need." He had ridden to her rescue, with 5,000 armed men she had paid for, but even so. She had never thought she might need rescuing. She had never dreamed he might be the man to do it. It was as if she had never really seen him before. She had known she could laugh with him, but she had never imagined she might be able to trust him, to rely on him. She had been braced for rejection and disappointment, sympathy and support she had no idea what to do with. "Shit," he said, finally letting go of her fingers, leaving them strangely tingling. "I'm terrible at this. Is there something you need? Is there anything I can... Do you want to be alone? Do you want me to go?" He turned towards the tent flap. She caught his wrist. It was trembling. His wrist and her hand both. Then she was kissing him. It was not elegant. He stumbled back in surprise, blundered into a pole in the middle of the tent, and for a moment she thought he might bring the whole thing flapping down around them. Their chins knocked painfully, then their noses. She tried to twist her head to one side, and he went the same way, then they both went the other. She caught his head, gripped it with both hands, teeth scraping, ugly grunting, undignified slurping. Awkward and fierce and urgent, as if they were running out of time. Nothing like the neat routines they used to go through in Swarbrick's office, with all the polite back and forth of a formal dance, a dignified game in which they both kept their cards close. Now everything was on the table, and it felt deadly serious, her heart thudding in her ears, just as it had the day of the uprising. She saw his bed behind a curtain, brass gleaming in the shadows, and she pushed him towards it. He blundered into a stove, still trying to kiss her, nearly fell right over it, then got tangled with the curtain until she tore it out of the way. How many people knew she was in here? How many might guess what was happening? She didn't care. All the elaborate precautions she used to follow, the carefully laid alibis, the changes of carriage, the blinds lowered in Swarbrick's bloody office, against her father finding out, against his parents finding out, against her ending up carrying a bastard. She had been so formidably organized, so overpoweringly sensible. Romance totted up and tallied in Zuri's book like a manufacturer's accounts. Now all she could think of was how easily she could have died in Valbeck, beaten to death, starved to death, burned to death, ripped apart by her own machines. Manners and propriety and reputation and good sense, none of that seemed to matter, beside the necessity to tear off this sack of a dress and have his skin against hers. Her face was wet. She might have been crying. She didn't care. She twisted around so he could get at the fastenings. "Get this thing off me!" "Doing my best," he muttered, fumbling at her collar. "Fucking damn it!" A ripping of stitches, a tap and rattle as buttons bounced away, and she tore her arms free of the sleeves, dragged it down, wriggled out of it like a snake wriggling from its unwanted skin. She kicked it away, cheap petticoats and all, making the canvas wall of the tent flap and rustle. There had been times in Swarbrick's office when she had not got as far as taking her hat off before they were done. Now she stood stark naked, uncovered, unguarded. His hands were on her waist, fingertips scarcely brushing her skin, as if he hardly dared touch her. She could hear his breath, slid her fingers between his, wrapped his hands around her, guiding them up onto her chest, down between her legs. She had her tongue between her teeth, biting, almost painful. In the overwritten romances her mother pretended not to read, the prince would always ride to the heroine's rescue and whisk her from danger in the nick of time, and she would fall into his bed, swooning with gratitude, so pathetically predictable. Savine had always felt nothing but contempt for reading that nonsense, and here she was actually doing it. She didn't care. He paused a moment, ragged breath tickling her ear. "Are you sure you want to?" "Yes, I'm fucking sure." She reached behind to twist her fingers in his hair, twist his head down so she could kiss him over her shoulder, suck at his tongue. Clumsy, hungry, mouth-crushing kisses, while her other hand struggled with his belt buckle behind her back, digging at it, twisting at it, finally dragging it clinking free. He gave a little gasp as she pulled his trousers open, found his cock, started to rub it, wrist painfully twisted. "Damn it," he gasped, fumbling with the buttons on his jacket. "Bloody uniforms!" When he finally ripped his shirt off, she closed her eyes at the warmth of his bare chest against her bare back, his arms slipping around her ribs, holding her tight against him, skin pressed to skin. His other hand slid back down between her legs again, and she rubbed herself against it, backwards and forwards. She slipped one knee up onto the bed, clumsy, off balance, almost falling, had to grip the bedstead with one hand, the other still rubbing at his brick, feeling the end prod wetly against her backside. No ambitions or manipulations, no fretting on what happened yesterday or what would come tomorrow. Just his breathless grunts and her whimpery moans, eyes closed and mouth open. By the fates, she sounded like a cat crying to be let in. She didn't care. She let go of everything. Lost causes. "You can go," said Vic. The practical's eyes slid over to the prisoner, sly and cruel and very narrow. She wondered if they were trained to use their eyes that way, or if only people with a naturally threatening glare wanted to work as practicals in the first place. Bit of both, maybe. "I think I can handle him," she said. The prisoner's wrists were shackled behind his back after all, and chained to the chair for good measure, the bag over his head shifting as he breathed. The door shut, and Vic took the bag by one corner and dragged it off. She'd liked Malma from the moment she met him. She'd never have admitted it, because it could have become a weakness to exploit. But she liked him a lot, respected him, reckoned he was as close as men got to being good. So it hurt, his wounded look as he recognized her. But a look was all it was. Vic had met kicks and sticks and knives with a smile, and some of them from people she'd liked. A hurt look wouldn't shift her resolve, any more than a breeze would shift a mountain. Or so she told herself.
"You're one of them,"
he breathed, and he closed his eyes and slowly shook his head.
"Never would have picked you as the one. Would have picked you last of all."
"It's my job," she said as she dropped into the chair opposite.
"Well, you're damn good at it. Hope you're proud."
"I'm not ashamed. Folk who keep hold of baggage like shame and pride don't last a week in the camps."
"That much was true, then?"
"My family died there. All of them."
"Then how can you work for these bastards now, after what you've been through?"
"You've got it backwards." Vic leaned towards him. "After what I've been through, how could I not work for these bastards now?" Malma's shoulders sagged.
"We were promised amnesty. Is that true, at least?"
"That's true. But you must have known there'd be questions." She looked him full in the face so she could judge every twitch or tick or movement of his eyes, so she could sense the truth. "Where's Rizanau?" He gave a weary sigh.
"I don't know."
"Where's Judge?"
"I don't know."
"Just give me something I can give them. Help me help you."
"You think I wouldn't hand over Judge if I could?"
Malma gave a sad chuckle.
"I'd cheer at her bloody hanging, the mad witch."
The answers she'd known she'd get, but the questions still had to be asked.
"Who's the Weaver?" "That's what Rizanau called himself when we first met."
"When was that?"
"I was arrested for agitating 5 years ago, maybe 6. All we did was band together to ask for a fair wage, but I got the blame. Seems I've a talent for that. Rizanau came to me, in a room like this one. Said he saw things our way. Said he wanted to help. Strike a blow for the common man, that's what he said. Bring a great change."
Malma curled his lip.
"Guess I believed what I wanted to. Guess I've a talent for that too."
"Most of us do," said Vic. "You know what I think?"
"If I did, I might not be in this chair."
Rizanau was a fool. He might have presided over the chaos, but there's no way he planned that uprising. She eased a little closer, as if she was sharing her secrets rather than winkling his out. Nothing to make people trust you like pretending you trust them. He said the Weaver was a name he borrowed from someone else, someone who set him on this path. It was thin, she knew. Nothing that might convince His Eminence there was some deeper conspiracy, but Vic had never been able to leave a loose thread dangling. "What do you owe Rizanau?" she asked. "He used you all. A blow for the common man? Don't make me laugh. Who's the Weaver?" Malma was frowning down at the tabletop, as if she'd made him think, as if he was picking through the past, trying things different ways. Then he blinked and sat back with a grunt, as if he'd suddenly made them fit.
"There was a man at the first big meeting I went to. Rizanau was so respectful of him, awestruck almost, like a priest who'd had God turn up to his service. Rizanau pointed him out while he was talking, called him the founder of the feast, the reason we were all there. But he didn't say a thing, just watched."
"Who was it?" growled Vic. She could taste the answer dangling right in front of her.
Never heard his name, said Malma. Never really saw his face, but... There was a clatter as the doorknob turned and Vic twisted around, ready to snap at the practical to get out. The words never left her lips. Superior Pike stood in the doorway, his burned face expressionless, 2 practicals at his shoulders, even crueler glares than usual above their masks. "Well, well," he said in a papery whisper, stepping into the narrow room. "This is cosy." The legs of Vic's chair screeched as she stood. "Superior Pike, an honor." "The honor is very much mine. That was remarkable work in Valbec, Inquisitor, both subtle and bold, both cunning and courageous. Without you, this uprising might have had a far bloodier ending. But I should not be surprised. His Eminence has always had the trick of picking the right person for a job." Vic humbly bowed. "You are too kind, Superior." "Not many people would agree with you on that score," said Pike, his eyes shifting to Malma. "This man was one of the leaders of the uprising. I was asking him some questions about its origins." "I thought we had our wayward colleague Superior Rizenau to blame for that." "Possibly." Vic left it there. Never use more words when fewer will do the trick. "I would love to watch you work. There are few people from whom I could learn something about interrogation." Pike gave a sorry sigh. "But His Eminence wants you to return to Adua. He wishes to congratulate you personally." "It's really no trouble to enjoy your rest." Pike laid a hand on her shoulder, the very lightest of touches, but it still made her skin tingle unpleasantly. "No one could say you have not earned it. I will uncover all that can be uncovered." And one of the practicals placed a heavy box on the table, instruments rattling inside. "Trust me." Vic glanced back at Malma. Once, in the camps, while they were dragging logs across a frozen lake, a convict had fallen through the ice. Another 2 had slid on their bellies to the hole, hoping to drag them from the water. They'd gone through too. If you want to survive, you'd better get a good sense for lost causes. Then you'd better let them go. Let them go before you go down with them. She turned towards the door. "We should talk at some point, you and I." Pike was one of those people with a nasty habit of calling you back just to show he could. "About what, Superior?" "There are many people in the Inquisition who have spent time in the prison camps of England, but most of them held the keys." He leaned close to murmur, the tickle of his breath making the hairs stand on the back of her neck. "Those few of us who spent time on the other side of the locks should stick together. We should remind each other of the lessons learned there." She gave a queasy smile. "They're always at the front of my mind." Malma stared as one of the practicals began to take instruments from the case, arranging them in a neat row down one side of the table. Vic had liked him from the moment she met him. She didn't enjoy that scene one bit. But you'd better get a good sense for the lost causes. Then you'd better let them go. She hunched her shoulders and turned for the door. "Now then, Master Malma, was it? I think you were saying something about the Weaver." And the latch dropped shut. The New Man. Orso's eyes flickered open. Pale light, the rustle of canvas in the breeze. It took him a moment to remember where he was. Valbec. And something to feel very pleased about. The uprising was finished and... Savine. He rolled over, ever so slowly, hardly daring to look, suddenly terrified that he had dreamed the whole thing and the bed would be empty. But there she lay, beside him,
eyes closed, lips slightly parted, sharp collarbones gently shifting with her breath. For a moment he felt the prickle of tears, had to squeeze his lids shut. She was safe. She was with him. The smile spread across his face. He had proposed. He had actually done it. And true, she might not technically have given him an actual yes, but dragging him to the bed seemed a long way from a no. When he picked out a pair of boots, he changed his mind 3 times and was racked by doubts all day. About this, the biggest decision of his life, there was no question in his mind. Savine was the woman for him, the one he wanted and the one he needed. She always had been. He shifted towards her, reached out to touch her face. He wanted to wake her, to hold her, to fuck her again, certainly, but it was much more than that. This was love, not lust, or at any rate, it was both. He wanted to tell her about all the hopes he had, hopes for them, dreams for the nation, plans for all the good they could do. Then he paused, fingertips just shy of her cheek, the warmth of her breath on his palm. She looked so peaceful. To wake her would be selfishness. For once in his life, he would put someone else first. He would make himself a pillar of support rather than a dead weight of disappointment for others to drag from failure to failure. He pulled his hand back. He would not do the easy thing and play the hero. He would do the work and be one. Ever so gently, he wriggled from the bed, fished up his trousers between 2 fingers, and holding the buckle to stop it clinking, pulled them on, wedging his morning stiffness dismissively behind his belt where it could droop in its own time. Wouldn't be needing that this morning. He would give her space. He would give her whatever she needed. He would help her heal. He whisked his Suljuk silk dressing gown around his shoulders, unable to wipe his grin away. There were 100 roles he had tried and failed at, often spectacularly. Husband was one of the few remaining at which he might yet achieve dazzling success. He would not let the opportunity slip through his fingers, not this time. He stood by the curtain to the main part of the tent for just a moment, looking back. He pressed his fingers to his mouth, almost blew her a kiss. He stopped himself, realizing how ridiculous it was. Then he did it anyway, damn it, and let the curtain fall. There had been a time, yesterday, being honest, when dawn would have found him searching through the bottles scattered about his bed for something he could suck the last drops from. But that man was gone, never to return. Tea was what he needed now, the dawn beverage of industrious achievers. "Hildy!" he shouted in the vague direction of the tent flap. "Stove needs lighting." He was beginning to feel exceedingly pleased with himself, and he suspected that for once he might even deserve it. True, the dangerous work had been done by Archlector Glokta's formidable double agent, but he felt he had played the hand of aces she dealt him rather well. He had made the hard call to wait and tread softly. He had handled the negotiations with regal authority. He had showed clemency, restraint, and good judgment. He had saved lives. Also the merciful, might the historians call him, looking back admiringly on his achievements. It sounded rather well, a great deal better than most of the names the public had for him anyway. This uprising had been appalling, of course, but perhaps good could come of it. It could be the moment he ceased to be a disappointment, to the world and to himself. With Savine at his side, he could do anything, be anything. He strode up and down his tent, the ideas spilling over each other. Facing the day used to be an unbearable effort. Now he could hardly wait to get started. He had to understand what was truly going on, not just in the corridors of power, but down in the dirt with the common folk. Speak to that woman Teufel. She clearly knew what was really what. Then, when he got back to Adua, interviews with the closed council about policy. Proper ones this time with a real agenda. How he could change things. How he could free the nation of its debts and build. Get rid of those circling vultures, Valiant and Bulk. Spread the wealth. What good was progress if it only benefited the few? He had to make sure nothing like this uprising could ever happen again, and no bloody apologizing for himself this time. Would Savine apologize for herself? Never. The tent flap was ripped rudely aside, and Hildy came stomping in, leaving a trail of muddy boot prints across the ground sheet. "Morning, Hildy." She appeared to be a great deal less pleased with him than he was, not even glancing in his direction, as she dragged a great basket of wood sullenly to the stove. "Wonderful day, isn't it?" Orso's mother had made him bloodhound sensitive to the particular character of punishing silences, and Hildy's was beginning to feel serious. She threw back the door of the stove with a bang and started shoving logs into it as though they were knives and the stove a despised enemy. "Something bothering you, by any chance?" "Oh, no, Your Highness." A high voice close to outright collapse under the weight of sarcasm. "And yet I sense the slightest frisson of hostility. Grievances are like a drunkard's bed, Hildy, always better aired." As she turned towards him, he was taken aback by her look of violent hostility. "I defended you. When folk laughed, I spoke up for you." "I appreciate your support," ventured Orso, baffled. "You bloody knew this would happen." He swallowed, a sense of profound dread beginning to creep up his throat. "What would happen?" She raised a trembling hand to point towards the flap, beyond which the sound of hammering and raised voices seemed to have taken on a suddenly sinister air. "This!" Orso pulled his dressing gown about him and ducked into the chilly morning. Once his eyes had adjusted to the brightness, everything looked rather ordinary. Officers enjoying their breakfast, soldiers warming their hands at a fire, others striking a tent as they prepared for the journey back to Adua. A smith some way off was hammering away at some wrought iron. No massacre, plague, or famine that he was responsible for, as far as he could. He froze. A tall pole, almost a mast, had been erected beside the road into Valbec, a jib sticking sideways from the top. From the jib hung a cylindrical cage. In the cage was a man. A dead man, clearly, his legs dangling. A few curious crows were already gathering in the branches of a tree nearby. An officer saluted him with a hearty, "Your Highness," and also could not even bring himself to acknowledge it. He wanted very much not to approach the gibbet, but he had no choice, the camp mud cold on his bare feet as he picked his way closer. Two practicals held the base of the pole, while another thumped down the earth around it with a great mallet. A fourth was conscientiously hammering nails into its supports. A large wagon was drawn up beside them. On the wagon were more poles, 20, 30. Superior Pike stood beside it, frowning at a large map, pointing something out to the driver. Oh no. Orso's guts weighed heavier with every step, as though they might suddenly tear free and drop out of his arse. Oh no, no, no. The cage creaked as it turned slowly towards him, displaying its occupant, his face awfully slack behind tangled grey hair. Malma, the man who had led the breakers, the man to whom Orso had promised amnesty. "What the fuck have you done?" he screeched, at no one in particular. A fool's question. The answer could scarcely have been more obvious. Their whole purpose was to make it as obvious as they possibly could. "We are gibbeting 200 of the ringleaders at quarter-mile intervals along the road from Valbec," droned Pike, as though Orso's despairing shriek had been a straightforward request for information without the slightest emotional element, as though the issue was the precise positioning of the corpses, not that there were any. "Well, stop, damn it!" frothed Orso, his majesty somewhat dimmed by having to hold his dressing gown up like a lady's skirts above the road muck. "Fucking stop!" One of the practicals paused halfway through swinging his hammer, a questioning brow raised at the superior.
"Your Highness, I fear I cannot." And Pike nodded the man on, the hammer tapping at the nail. The superior slid out a weighty-looking document, several signatures scrawled at the bottom, a great red and gold seal attached, which also recognized immediately as his father's. "These are express and specific orders of His Eminence the Arch-Lector, backed by all 12 chairs on the closed council. Stopping now would do no good in any case. The 200 traitors have already confessed and been executed. All that remains is to display them."
"Without trial?"
Orso's voice had gone terribly shrill, hysterical almost. He tried to bring it under control and failed entirely.
"Without process? Without—"
Now Pike turned his lashless, loveless eyes on him. "Your father has granted the Inquisition extraordinary powers to examine, try, and execute the perpetrators of this rebellion at once. His edict countermands your feelings, Your Highness, or mine, or indeed anyone's. But I fear there was never really an alternative." Yoru Sulfur was lying on the back of the wagon, perfectly at ease among the hanging posts, with one hand behind his head. His highly specific diet evidently allowed fruit, as he had a half-eaten apple in the other. He had different-coloured eyes, also noticed, as he gazed up calmly at the gibbet, one blue, one green. "I have seen many cases like this, and take my word for it, justice must fall like lightning, swift and merciless."
"Lightning rarely strikes those who deserve it," grated Orso.
"Who among us is entirely innocent?" Sulfur bared his teeth to take a bite from his apple and thoughtfully chewed. "Could you really have let these breakers go? To scatter to the winds and spread chaos across the Union? To foment further uprisings? To teach the lesson that murder, riot, and treason are small matters, hardly to be remarked upon, and certainly not punished?"
"I promised them amnesty," muttered Orso, his voice getting weaker with every syllable.
"You said what had to be said to bring this unfortunate episode to a close, to ensure stability. A stable union means a stable world, my master is always saying." "You cannot be held to your word by traitors, Your Highness," added Pike. Orso winced at the mud. He realized his cock was still painfully trapped behind his belt, and hooked a surreptitious thumb through his dressing gown to let it flop loose, all trace of morning magnificence entirely wilted. Sulfur's arguments were proving hard to disagree with. Ruling a great nation seemed a much more complex business than it had a few moments ago in the privacy of his tent. And what could he do about it anyway? Unhang the breakers? His useless anger was already guttering out, replaced by equally useless guilt.
"What will people think of me?" he whispered.
"They will think that, like Herod and Casimir and the great kings of old, you are a man who does what must be done." Sulfur nibbled away at the core of his apple and wagged a finger. "Mercy is an admirable quality in small folk, but I fear it does not keep kings in power." "Feel free to use me as the villain again," added Pike. "I must accept that I am somewhat typecast." He bowed stiffly. "And now please excuse me, Your Highness. There is a great deal to be done. You should return to Adua with all speed. Your father will be keen to congratulate you." Sulfur stripped his apple to the stalk and flicked it away, lazing back in the gibbet's shadow with one hand behind his curly head. "I don't doubt you will have made him very proud. My master, too." Father would be very proud, not to mention this fool's master. One of Malma's trouser legs had ridden up to show his calf, grey hairs on the pale skin stirring faintly with the wind. One eye was closed, but the other seemed to peer down in Orso's direction. He had heard it said that dead men have no opinions, but this one appeared to hold an exceptionally low one of Orso, even so. almost as low as he did himself. Not quite the end to our adventure we were hoping for. Tunny had walked up, a steaming cup of tea in one hand. But it's an end, I suppose. Also was not sure he had ever liked the man less than at that moment. "Why didn't you get me?" he grated out. "It was my impression that you were otherwise engaged." Tunny cleared his throat significantly. "And what good would it have done?" I could have... Also struggled to find the words. "Stop this!" Tunny handed him the cup and gave his shoulder a fatherly pat. "No, you couldn't." Also considered flinging the tea in his face, but his mouth really was very dry, so he took a sip instead. Above, the gibbet groaned, and Malma turned slowly away. Also the merciful, might the historians call him, looking back admiringly on his achievements? It did not seem likely. Two of a kind. "How are you?" Leo winced as he stretched out his injured leg. "Still a bit sore." "It could have been far worse." He winced again as he pressed at the cut in his side. "No doubt." His mother reached up and brushed his bandaged cheek gently with her thumb. "I fear you'll have some scars, Leo." "Warriors should, don't you think? In the north they call them naming wounds." "I think we've had our fill of northern customs over the last few days. A break wouldn't hurt." Leo took a long breath. "Rikke hasn't been to see me." The outcome of the duel did not please her. "She'd rather I'd died?" "She'd rather Nightfall had. She was quite vocal on that point." "She's quite vocal on every bloody point," grumbled Leo. Rikke might seem an ever-gushing spring of laughs, but he was starting to see there was a well of deep grudges beneath. "And what do you think?" "I think you spared Nightfall because you have a big heart." "Meaning I have a little brain?" "Stolica said to kill an enemy is cause for relief. To make a friend of him is cause for celebration." Her eyes met his, that look she had when she wanted him to learn a lesson. "If you could make a friend of the great wolf, if you could build an alliance with the Norse—" She let it hang there. Leo blinked at her. "Even now, you're thinking of the next step." "A runner who does not think of the next step will fall flat." "If Rikke saw at Nightfall being alive, how's she going to feel about him being a friend?" "If you want to be a great Lord Governor, her feelings cannot dictate your policy any more than mine, or even yours. You have to do the best for the most. Do you want to be a great Lord Governor, Leo?" "You know I do." "The Union has been at war with the North on and off ever since Casimir took England. We cannot beat the Northmen with swords, Leo, not for good. We will always be fighting to keep them out." She spoke very softly. "Unless we invite them in." "So I'm a peacemaker now?" "You're a fighter, like your father was. But what separates great soldiers from mere killers is that they know when to stop fighting." Wincing at the pain in his side, the pain in his stomach, the pain in his thigh, Leo slipped his feet from the bed and swung them down onto the cold floor. "Got to admit, I don't much fancy fighting right now." "I doubt we'll keep you away from the swords for long." Leo's mother had a dry smile as she slipped a folded paper from her sleeve. "You received a letter, a message from the king, or from his Lord Chamberlain anyway." "Don't tell me. They're finally sending reinforcements." "They've heard they don't need to, so naturally they overflow with praise for your martial prowess." "Their praise will be quite the salve on my wounds, I'm sure." "They offer more than that," she said, looking back to the letter. "You are invited to Adua for a triumph, a grand parade, to celebrate your victory over the Northmen. I suspect the closed council want the king and his son to bask in your reflected glory." Leo rubbed at his slit shoulder through the bandages. "By the dead, that smarted." "You're the one who deserves the triumph." "For what? Retreating?" She put her hand on his. "You fought. You won. You deserve the rewards." She paused a moment, looking into his eyes. "I'm proud of you." It was as if those words were another sword cut, and he shut his eyes and felt tears stinging at the lids. He'd never realized how much he wanted to hear them. It wasn't easy. He walked with a stick, every step an aching effort, the Northmen scattered about the vale competing over who could give him the most threatening glare as he struggled past. One was sharpening a sword with a steady scrape, scrape, scrape that seemed to be applied directly to his raw nerves. "I'm getting the feeling they don't like us much," murmured Durand through tight lips. "I'm getting the feeling they don't like anyone," whispered Glawood. "They don't have to like us as long as they don't kill us." Leo was starting to suspect this had been a very bad idea, but it would hardly have been his first. He put his head back and tried to walk as if he was looking for another duel right now. It wasn't easy, but if changing the world was easy, everyone would be at it. There was a house down by the sluggish stream in the valley's bottom, smoke smudging from its squat chimney. A man was just ducking from the low doorway with iron-grey hair and an iron-hard frown. Leo recognized him from the circle. Black Calder, father of Stour Nightfall, brother of Scale Ironhand, the man who really ruled the north. "You're bold to come here, Leo Danbrock." He narrowed his eyes as though he was a cat, and Leo an especially reckless mouse. "Very bold, or very foolish?" Leo ventured a winning smile. "Can't a man be both?" It won nothing from Black Calder. "The two often go together in my experience. Have you come to mock my son?" "I've come to make a friend of him." Black Calder raised his grey brows. "Even bolder. But if you want to stick your head in the wolf's jaws, who am I to stop you?" "Which leaves only one thing." "Yes?" Leo nodded towards the glowering warriors. "Your men have no business squatting on the dogman's land, especially with such warlike looks. High time they went back to their families and remembered how to smile." Black Calder looked at him a moment longer, then gave a snort. "Defeat makes them surly." And he stalked off. "You two wait here," said Leo to his friends. He'd have liked nothing more than to take them with him, but some things you have to do alone. It wasn't much different from the room where he'd been lying the last few days. The sharp smell of healer's herbs and stale sweat, the smothering warmth from the overbanked fire, the one bed, the one chair, the well-used war gear heaped in the corner, a reminder that the man in here had been a warrior, a stubborn insistence that he would be again. "Well, well, the young lion himself come a-calling." Stour Nightfall lay back in a shadowed corner, bandaged leg raised on rolled blankets. His lip was twisted into an epic sneer, as if to make up for the bruises around both eyes and the crusting of blood under his swollen nose. "The last bastard I expected to see at my sickbed is the bastard who put me here." Leo hooked his walking stick over the back of the chair and sat down heavily. "A great warrior always tries to surprise." "You speak good Northern." "I lived a year in Ufrith with the dogman." Stour's eyes gleamed in the half-light, like a wolf's eyes in the darkness of the forest. "Now I hear you poke his scrag of a daughter." Leo held his eye. "When I'm not stabbing Black Calder's scrag of a son." Stour's sneer grew more savage. "'Cause of your sword, they say I might not walk again." Leo was too sore himself to find much sympathy. It would win nothing here anyway.
You're mistaking me for someone who cares a shit, he said. I'm no nursemaid and no fucking diplomat either. I'm a warrior like you. You're nothing like me. Stowers squirmed back on his mattress, grimacing as he shifted his leg. I could have put you in the mud a dozen times over. I dare say. I was the better swordsman by far. I dare say. If I hadn't made a show of it, but you did make a show of it, and you took me lightly, and you fucking lost. And Leo had to admit he greatly enjoyed saying it. Now you owe me your life. Stour clenched his fist as if he was about to strike, but you won't punch anyone too hard lying on your back, and they both knew it. He sagged down, looking away, like one wolf beaten by another, slinking off into the undergrowth. Lesson learned. His eyes slid back to Leo's. Next time, I won't give you the same chance. There'll be no next time, even if you do walk again. You're not the only one who can learn a lesson. Then why did you come here? 'Cause my mother says boys whine about what's done, men decide what will be. You always listen to your mother. I complain about it, but yes. He was no diplomat after all. Bluntness would win the day, or nothing would. She's a very clever woman. Sounds like something my father would say. I hear he's a very clever man. So he's always telling me. Let's look to the future then, said Stour. What do you see there, young lion? What indeed? Leo took a long breath. The Bloody Nine won 10 duels in the circle, but he let most of his opponents live. Rudd Three Trees, Black Dow, Harding Grim. I know the names. He left them bound to serve. Stour curled his lip. You want me to serve you? The great wolf for a pet? He saw Stour's face twist with anger, made him wait a moment longer before going on. I don't need you for a servant. I want you for a friend. Stour gave a disbelieving snort, bursting with pride and scorn. Everything he did burst with pride and scorn, even though he lost. For a what? I reckon we want the same thing, you and I. And what the fuck is that? Glory, barked Leo, voice clapping off the narrow walls and making Stour flinch. You want men to whisper your name with fear, with awe, with pride. You want to hear it in the songs, in the same breath as the Bloody Nines and Wirren of Blythe and the great warriors of the age. You want fame. And Leo shook his clenched fist in Stour's face. Fame in the circle and fame on the battlefield. You want to strive against great enemies and put the bastards in the mud. You want to win. He snapped that word out like a battle cry, and Stour's face twitched at it like a miser's who's seen the glint of gold. And you know how I know? Leo smiled, or at any rate showed his teeth. 'Cause I do too. The room was silent again, just the rustle as a log shifted in the fireplace. Stour had turned thoughtful, eyes fixed on Leo. Two handsome young heroes at the height of their strength, a Lord Governor and a king in waiting, ready to step out from the long shadows of their parents. A pair of champions, men of action, already with great victories under their belts, set to inherit the world and reforge it the way they saw fit. Maybe we understand each other after all, Stour said softly. We have to be neighbours, said Leo, sitting forward. We could waste our strength fighting each other, waste our lives watching for the knife in our backs like our oh-so-clever parents have. But we're our own men, I reckon, and we can find our own way. The circle of the world is wide, no shortage of other enemies. Might do better if we fought the bastards together. It's a pretty picture, said the great wolf, eyes shining, and Leo wondered if he might trust the thoughtful Stour even less than the furious one. But do you really reckon a wolf and a lion can share the meat? If there's enough meat to go around, why not?
Stour slowly started to smile.
Then let's shake on it, young lion.
And he thrust his hand towards Leo. Leo wondered if he really was sticking his head in the wolf's mouth, but he'd come this far, there was no way back. So he winced as he stood, reaching out to take Stour's hand. He gave a gasp as the fingers snapped tight around his, and he was jerked forward, pain lancing through his wounded side. He found himself bent over Stour with a dagger blade tickling his neck.
Trot into the wolf's lair talking of friendship.
Stour clicked his tongue.
Not very clever. No one's ever accused me of being clever, but we've tried being enemies.
Leo reached around the blade of Stour's knife to scratch gently at his bandaged face.
Look where it's got us.
The great wolf bared his teeth, and Leo felt the knife's edge press against his throat, the tension in Stour's arm as he gripped the handle tight.
I like you, Brock. Maybe we're two of a kind after all.
Stour's snarl became a grin, and he rammed the knife into the wattle wall, much to Leo's relief.
The young lion and the great wolf together.
The grin became a smirk as he squeezed Leo's hand even tighter.
There's a partnership'll make the world tremble.
Empty chests. The wind gusted up strong, whipping brown leaves from the trees and sending them chasing across the hillside, whipping Rikke's hair in her face as she stood, watching Leo limp towards her with Durand and Glawood in tow, silently seething. She'd been seething ever since the duel, and not always silently either. 3 times she'd gone to the house where he was lying wounded, 3 times she'd prowled around outside, 3 times she'd stalked away without going in. Wanting to see him, refusing to see him. She'd been hoping her silence would speak in thunder, but some men are willfully deaf. Leo bared his teeth as he walked, leaning hard on a stick. That sprinkled some guilt on her anger. He'd fought for them, after all, risked his life for them, on nothing more than her word he'd win. He stumbled, and she almost started forward to help him, but he glanced up and saw her, and it was then he really started to look pained, as if he expected harsher treatment from her than his enemies. In that, if nothing else, he was wise.
I'll give you pained,
she muttered under her breath. Didn't help her mood at all that ever since the duel she could still see ghosts. Misty figures haunting the corners of her vision, misty after-images that followed faces, folk preparing the circle, folk fighting and dying in the battle. One time, a fellow taking a shit in the bushes. No pattern to any of it that she could see. Her left eye still felt hot, her nerves raw and smarting, her stomach squelching and bubbling. That morning she'd got out of bed and given a shriek as, looking back, she caught a glimpse of herself asleep. Now and again she'd flinch at the thought of that crack in the sky, shudder at the memory of the black pit beyond that held the knowing of everything. Maybe you can force the long eye open after all, but closing it again might be another matter. Rikke! As he came close, Leo tried a guilty smile, which helped neither of them. It's good to... Anthalp tells me you've been off chatting with Stour Nightfall. Leo winced. He wasn't supposed to say anything. So the problem's not that you did it, but that he admitted you did it. Tell me you killed the winking bastard this time. Leo sighed, as if talking to her was quite the trying task. I think there's been enough killing, don't you? I could stand one more grave for the right man. Glawood was already edging away, no bones at all for such a big fellow. I think I'd better... In fact, I definitely need to... Durand loitered, frowning at Rikke, one hand out as if to catch Leo if he fell. Do you want me to stay? "No," said Leo, as if he actually did. "I'll catch up with you." Durand backed reluctantly away. The looks he gave her, anyone would have thought it was him and Leo who were the couple. Rikke had meant to be firm but fair, the way her father always told her to be, but well before Durand was out of earshot, she ended up scolding. "What did you and that murdering bastard have to talk about?" Leo sighed. "The future. Like it or not, he'll be king of the Northmen. Better we talk than fight." "Is it?" snapped Rikke. "I'm surprised you didn't stay there. Hold hands while he heals, share a few laughs over how he burned my father's hall and chased me through the woods and killed my friends and yours." Leo winced like he was stepping out into a storm. "I'm not changing sides, Rikke. I'm just trying to build a bridge from one side to the other." "No doubt. A bridge those evil fuckers can march straight across." "To kill an enemy is cause for relief," he trotted out pompously. "To make a friend of him is cause for celebration. You make friends with your enemies when you see the mud heaped on top of the bastards. You think Black Calder will just let this go? He wants all the North, and he won't be happy till he has it. All you did was sharpen his appetite." Leo had that sulky child look he got around his mother. Rikke was feeling more sympathy with her by the day. "The heir to the North owes me his life now. He's bound to me. That's a valuable thing." "By the dead," she sneered. "You think the likes of Stour Nightfall care a shit for debts or bindings? He'll turn on you quick as a snake. You promised me you'd kill him, Leo. You promised me. It's not that easy to kill a man. Not when he's just lying there at your mercy. I'd have thought that's the perfect bloody time. What would you know about it?" he snapped. "There's a brotherhood between two men in the circle, a bond you wouldn't understand. Because I've got a quim or because I've got a brain? My mother might treat me like a child, but at least I bloody am her child. I'm Lord Governor now." Half angry and half wheedling, like he was trying to convince himself as much as her. "I have to make the decisions. And your first one is to break your fucking word?" He looked taken aback by how savage she sounded. Truthfully, she was a little taken aback by it too. "I'd no idea you could be so ruthless." "Oh, aye, ruthless Rikke, terror of the North. Seems none of the men in my life know me as well as they think. The fact is, being nice gets nothing done. You have to make your heart a stone, Leo. You should have killed him." "Maybe I should have." Leo lifted his chin. "But I won. It was my choice what to do with him." By the dead, how had it come to this between the two of them? From a lot of bliss and a few niggles, to all niggle and no bliss at all. She guessed you can only ride so far on a fine stomach. She felt a flurry of twitches chase up her cheek, and the fact she couldn't get her own face to obey only made her angrier than ever. "You arrogant fuck!" she snarled. "You were reckless and stupid, and by some margin the second-best fighter out of two. You won because Stour was even more of a puffed-up fool than you and couldn't help showing off. You won because my long eye saw what he'd do and I bloody screamed it at you." Leo's bruised, bandaged face barely moved while she spoke. Once she ran out of things to hurt him with and petered off into silence, he took a small step towards her. Not angry, not sad. "What did you say to me? No one remembers how the fight was won. I won. No one cares how." He brushed her shoulder as he stepped past, not quite barging her out of the way, but nearly. It was only a day or two ago he'd said he loved her. Seemed he shrugged his loves off as easily as his promises. He left her on the hillside in the wind, silently seething. "Leo tan bloody Brock," she snarled, and in case someone had somehow missed the point, added, "That preening dunce!" Issen thoughtfully fiddled with the finger bones on her necklace. "I sense something hath come betwixt the young lovers."
You've an uncanny feeling for these things, mused Rikke's father.
He's a bloody bladder of vanity, snapped Rikke, rubbing at her eye. Still sore, still hot.
You know your problem.
Her father had that calming look that was always certain to enrage her more. It's Leo Dan Lion Brock, the faithless fucker.
You're prone to set folk up so high, all they can do is let you down.
It's a constant worry of mine, said Issa, nodding away. The way the girl worships me.
And when they do, it's a high peak to topple from.
That's not true, snapped Rikke. Then she wondered if it was, and quickly lost all patience with the exercise. That's shit! You said all along he's prone to think of himself first, second, third, and last, said Isan. And you're saying that's all right? I'm saying it's a bastard of a shortcoming in a lover, but one your eyes were wide open to. If you build your boat from cheese, d'ye see, you can't wail at the heavens when it sinks, for cheese is known to be a poor material for boat building.
You should only ask for promises you know are going to be kept, said her father. And we're talking of the circle.
He gave a helpless shrug.
Things happen. You've got to try to look on the sunny side, or you'll spend your life in darkness.
Rikke ground her teeth. The two of them had, as usual, many fair points, but it was unfair points she wanted right then. So when someone kicks me up my arse, I need to thank 'em for not kicking me in the teeth, do I?
We got our land back, Rikke. Our city, our hall, our garden.
His mouth curled up in a faraway smile.
No doubt it'll all need some putting right, but how long for, do you think?
Sneered Rikke, not much comforted by thoughts of training a rose or two. Will Black Calder just toss his farthest dreams on the rubbish heap now, dump his ambitions with the fish skins? That greedy fucker's going nowhere. Moment we look away, he'll be back. Her father, as ever, refused to be goaded into anger and stuck with quiet resignation.
Nothing's forever, Rikke. No peace and no war. All you can do is the best you can in the time you've got.
Well, there's our answer then. Best you can. Wisdom to be proud of. All that dug from him was a wistful wince.
Wish I had some wisdom to give you. Wish I had the answers.
Rikke felt guilty then. She seemed to lately, whenever she wasn't angry. Lurching from one to the other like a bloody children's seesaw, the kind that smacks you hard in the arse. I'm sorry, she grumbled. You've given me plenty of wisdom, more answers than any child's got a right to. Ignore me. She couldn't resist adding, everyone bloody does, in a mumble at the end. Well, your faithless but finely proportioned Lord Governor problem is solving itself. Isan leaned back and put one boot up on the table, rolling a chagga pellet between finger and thumb. Since he's off to the Union, where the bloated fools who wouldn't lift a finger to help will call him the greatest warrior since Eus, and puff his head up with farts until he can't fit through a bloody door sideways. Huh! Rikke neatly swiped the chagga pellet as Isan lifted it to her mouth and stuck it behind her own lip. Some solution. Thought you hated him. I do. But you don't want him to go anywhere? Asked Isan, rolling a new pellet for herself. Rikke planted her elbows on the table and her chin on her hands and sagged unhappily into them. Exactly. Her father swiped the second pellet from Isan's fingers and stuck it down behind his own lip.
Just as well you're going with him, then.
Rikke looked up. I'm going where now?
Adua.
I need to go back to Ufrith with you, tend to the garden and whatever, though she'd never had much patience for it, and less than ever these days.
Isern and Shivers will go with you. Make sure you don't get into mischief.
Or that you do, muttered Isern, eyeing them both carefully as she rolled a third pellet.
You can pour a drink on my old friend Grim's grave.
He gave a little smile.
No need for words over it. He never liked them. But there'll be deals done in Adua, and we need to be represented. After the battle at Osrung, we were promised 6 chairs on the open council. Never happened.
Promises are like flowers, said Isern, stretching her arms wide. Often given, rarely kept.
Well, if Leo sticks by us, maybe it'll be kept now.
Rikke pushed her pellet sourly from one side of her lip to the other. I haven't proved myself too good at making Leo stick to things.
Try again. You might improve, and it'll do you good to see the world. There's more to it than forests, believe it or not.
Adua, muttered Rikke, the city of white towers. She'd heard a lot about it, but never thought to go herself. A year in Ostenholm had been hard enough work.
Just promise me one thing.
Anything.
Let go of it.
Of what?
The feuds, said her father, and of a sudden he looked so tired. The grudges, the enemies. Take it from a man with a wealth of bitter experience. Vengeance is just an empty chest you choose to carry, one you have to go bent under the weight of all your days. One score settled only plants the seeds of 2 more.
So you're telling me I should just forget what they said? Forget what they did?
There's no forgetting. I'm hemmed in by the memories.
And he flapped an arm about as though the shadows were full of an invisible crowd.
Besieged by the bastards, the hurts and the regrets, the friends and the enemies, and those who were a bit of both. Too long a lifetime of 'em. You can't choose what you remember, but you can choose what you do about it. Time comes, you gotta let it all go.
He smiled sadly down at the tabletop.
So you can go back to the mud without the baggage.
Don't talk that way, said Rikke, putting her hand down on the back of his. She felt like she was on stormy seas, and he was the one star she had to sail by. You're a long way from the mud.
We're all of us only a hair away, girl, all the time. At my age, you have to be ready.
Rikke realized she'd got swept away in her bitterness then, and she leaned forward and hugged her father tight and propped her chin on his balding head. I'll let go of it, I promise. But it was starting to seem like she was no good at letting go. Behind his back, Isern tapped her fist against her heart and mouthed one word. Stone. Like rain. Home, said Savine as the carriage lurched to a halt. Broad never rode in one before, and it had been a bone-shaking business. Like most luxuries, he was starting to realize it was more about how it looked than how it felt. Savine's home would have been daunting as a fortress, let alone a house. An almighty box of pale stone, acres of dark windows frowning onto the Kingsway, across gardens on fire with autumn colour. It had a great porch with great pillars, like it was some temple of the old empire. It had a tower at one corner with slit windows and battlements. It had a pair of guardsmen holding ceremonial halberds, still as statues on either side of the sweeping marble steps. Broad looked at Liddy and swallowed, and she looked back, eyes wide, and neither one of them had a thing to say. Footmen helped them down from the carriage. Footmen, with emerald green jackets and mirror-polished boots and great flapping lace cuffs. May stared at the man when he offered her his spotless white-gloved hand, as if she was worried her fingers might stain it.
The bloody footmen look like lords, muttered Broad.
One of them is a lord, Savine threw over her shoulder. Eh? I'm joking, relax. This is your home now. Which was easy for her to say. She was stepping through her front door. Broad felt like he was sticking his head into a dragon's mouth, though few dragons could have had a maw half the size of the towering front doors.
I don't feel too relaxed,
he muttered to Liddy as he shuffled up the steps. Would Sir prefer a cell in the House of Questions?
She forced through an unconvincing smile to one of the guards. Or a gibbet over the road to Valbeck? Broad cleared his throat. You have a point. Shut your mouth and be thankful then. Always good advice. The hall could have held a whole terrace of Valbeck's slum houses, a gleaming expanse of rare woods and coloured marbles imported from places whose names Broad couldn't even pronounce, most likely, and he twitched down his worn cuffs and twitched up his worn collar in a pathetic effort to make himself more presentable. A fine-looking lady was waiting for them, dark-skinned, tall and elegant, with hands clasped and jet-black hair knotted tight. Lady Savine. Savine stepped forward and caught her in a hug. It's so good to see you, Zuri. I can't tell you how good. The dark-skinned woman stood a moment, surprised, then lifted her arms and hugged Savine back. I'm so very sorry I let you down. I kept thinking, if I could have been there. I'm glad you weren't. There was nothing anyone could do. Let's not speak of it again. Let's have everything just as it was before. And Savine gave a brittle, queasy smile, as if that might be easier said than done. Broad knew how that went. Were you able to help your brothers? Thanks to you. They came back with me. Zuri beckoned two men forward, both dark-skinned like her, but otherwise they could hardly have been more different. This is Haroun. Haroun was wide as a door, bald and bearded. He touched two fingers to his wide forehead, solemn as an undertaker, and spoke in about the deepest voice Broad had ever heard.
We thank God for your safe return, Lady Savine.
And this is Rabbik. Rabbik couldn't have been much older than May, slight and bright-eyed, glossy black hair to his collar. He gave a quick little bow, lots of teeth in an easy smile. And we thank you for this refuge from the chaos in the south. I'm very glad to have you with us, said Savine. Your mother would like to see you, of course, said Zuri, and there is a great deal in the book to discuss, but I thought you might want to bathe first. Savine closed her eyes and gave a ragged sigh. By the fates, how I've missed you. Bath, mother, book, in that order. I will be up to help dress you as soon as your friends are settled. I took the liberty of hiring a new face-maid. Savine swallowed. Of course. And could you get me some pearl dust, Zuri? I need a little something. Zuri squeezed her hand. Already waiting for you. Broad watched Savine sweep away up the stairs. They were wide enough she could have been driven straight up them in the carriage. His eye was caught by the chandelier, nearly blinded by its glittering, in fact. An upside-down mountain of twinkling viscerine glass. Dozens of candles, and each a fine 10-bit wax candle, too. He wondered what it cost to make, wondered what it cost just to light each evening. You must be the Broads. Zuri was studying him, no longer so welcoming, her black eyes hard and cautious. Broad couldn't blame her. He and Liddy had lost the power of speech altogether. Fell to May to speak up for the family. That seemed to happen more and more. I'm May. These are my parents, Liddy and Gunnar. She raised her chin in a little gesture of defiance, which made Broad feel strangely proud. We looked after Lady Savine in Valbeck, made sure she was safe. She and her parents will be extremely grateful, and no one ever did this family a favour or a wrong without being repaid triple. I understand you will be joining Lady Savine's service. We'd like to, said Liddy. She will make you work. She makes everyone work. Never been afraid of work, said May. The prophet says it is the best way into heaven after all. She said it with a funny sort of smile, as if she wasn't near so pious as the words implied, and led them through into a seemingly endless corridor. No gleaming marble, just whitewashed plaster and bare boards, but all orderly and smelling of soap. Even back here, Broad still felt a bit out of his class. A pair of girls walked past with armfuls of laundry, looking nervously at them as if they were animals got free of their cage. Maybe they were. How many servants are there? Asked May. 19 in this house, and 12 guardsmen. Liddy's eyes were nearly as wide as Broad's must have been. How many houses does she have? This is the townhouse of Lady Savine's father, His Eminence the Arch-Lector. Lady Savine spends much of her free time here, though she has very little. Zuri glanced quickly at a watch she wore on a chain around her neck and slightly upped the pace. But she owns 5 houses of her own also, one in Adua, which she uses for meetings of the Solar Society and other social functions, one in Keln, one in Angland, a small castle in the country near Sternland, and one in Westport. She leaned close to murmur, but so far as I'm aware, she has never actually been to that one. It's a small castle, squeaked May in Broad's ear. They passed a kitchen where a woman was giving some dough a thorough pounding, another sawing away at some fish with a filleting knife. How many people work for her? Asked Liddy. In her personal service, including you and my brothers and the new face-maid, 34. In her various business ventures, well, hundreds, thousands maybe.
What business is she in?
Croaked Broad as they turned up a long staircase. It might be better to ask what business she isn't in. What experience do you have? I can stitch, said Liddy. Was assistant to a dressmaker once. I can wash. I can cook some. Lady Savine will always find work for someone who can use a needle. Her wardrobe provides labour for legions on its own. She turned a key and led them into a room flooded with light. Trees whispered in the breeze outside the 3 big windows, yellow leaves gently falling. Through one doorway, Broad could see a big old bed frame. He was wondering if they were there to clean the place when she held the key out to him. You can use these rooms for now, until we find you something better.
Better,
muttered Broad, staring at a vase of fresh flowers on a fine old table. He'd always thought himself unfortunate. Now he wondered what he'd done to deserve all the luck. Why was he standing in these clean-smelling rooms while crows pecked at the corpses of better men on the road to Valbec? All he could think was that deserving's got nothing to do with anything. Life just falls on you like rain. What role did you see yourself occupying, Master Broad? Broad pushed his lenses up his nose and slowly shook his head.
Never saw myself occupying anything in a house like this one. I was working in a brewery, my lady.
Zuri smiled. No need to call me that. I am Lady Savine's companion. I thought you were friends, said May. We are, but if I ever forgot that I am also her servant and she is also my mistress, we would not stay friends for very long. She looked abroad again. What else?
My family were herders, going way back.
She didn't care about that. He hardly even cared about that anymore. It felt like 1,000 years ago.
And I was in the army for a while.
Zuri's eyes came to rest on the tattooed back of his hand. You have seen action? Broad swallowed. He was getting the feeling she didn't miss much.
Some, in Styria.
You didn't learn anything on campaign?
Nothing that'd be useful in a lady's service.
Zuri laughed as she turned towards the door, a laugh with quite the edge on it. Oh, you might be surprised. Drinks with Mother. Savine had hoped that once she was at home with her things about her, bathed, perfumed, and safe in her armour of corsetry, she would be herself again. Better, in fact, because adversity builds character. She would be the deep-rooted tree that bends in the storm, but cannot be broken. She would be the sword that comes through fire tempered and blah blah fucking blah. Instead, she was a dead stick shattered. Pig iron melted to a slurry. Valbec was not behind her in the past, it was now all around her. She jumped at whispers and startled at shadows, as if she was still hiding in the corner of May's sweltering room, and the gangs were restless in the street outside. While she powdered the freckles on her nose away to pale perfection, she felt as if her slit guts were unravelling across the floor. She could hardly remember that easy confidence she used to have. She was an imposter in her own clothes, a stranger in her own life. "Mother! Savine! Thank the fates you're safe! Thank the Broads. I'd never have made it without them. I thought you'd come straight to me when you arrived." Her mother had that familiar lecturing pout, as keen as Savine was to pretend everything was the same. "I wanted to get clean first. It seems like months since I was clean." She did not feel clean even now. However she scrubbed, the aimless dread still stuck to her like a clammy second skin. "We've all been so worried." Her mother held Savine out at arm's length so she could look her over, like an owner examining the damage to a fire-ravaged house. "Dear, dear, but you're so thin." "The food was not good. Then the food ran out." Savine gave a shrill laugh, though nothing was at all funny. "We ate vegetable peelings. It's amazing how quickly you feel lucky to get them. There was a woman in the next house who tried to make soup by boiling the paste off her wallpaper. It didn't work." She shook herself. "Could I get a drink, Mother? I need a little something." She would much rather have been held, but since they were who they were, she could be drunk instead. "You know I never turn down a drink before lunch." Her mother flicked open the cabinet and began to pour. "Lubricates the rough road through to afternoon." She handed Savine a glass, and she knocked it off right away and handed it back. Her mother raised a brow. "You do need lubricating." It was... Savine felt tears gathering in her eyes as she tried to put into words what it had been. Crawling through the grinding engines, running through a city gone insane, crouching in the stinking darkness. It was... "You're safe now." And her mother pushed another drink towards her. Savine jerked herself back from the slums of Valbec, sipped at her glass, though she'd rather have swigged from the decanter. "Where's Father?" "Working. I rather think he couldn't face you." Her mother sat with a rustling of skirts, wiped a streak of wine from the outside of her glass, and sucked her finger. "He can send 100 prisoners to freeze in Angland without batting an eyelid, but he lets you down, and he can scarcely get out of bed. I'm sure he'll be along presently to check that you're well." Her mother considered her over the rim of her glass for a long moment. "Are you well, Savine?" "Of course." Splash of the bucket into black water, the stench of burning in her nose. "Although..." Creak of the chain as the body of the mill owner swung from the jib of his own manufactory. "It may take..." The feeling as her sword slid through that man's body. So little resistance. The look on his face, so surprised. "Just a little time." The grinding, ripping, screaming as the guard's arm was dragged into the gears of that machine. "To adjust." She drained her glass again, shook herself free of Valbec again, forced the smile back onto her face. Again. "Mother, I have some news." "Bigger news than that you're alive?" "In some ways, yes." Certainly Queen Therese would think so. "Is it bad?" asked her mother, wincing. No, it's good," she thought. "It's very good," she hoped. "Mother, I've received a proposal of marriage." "Another? How many is that now?" "This time I'm going to accept." What man could suit her better, after all? What man could offer her more? Her mother's eyes went very wide. "Bloody hell!" She finished her glass with one long swallow. "Are you sure, given what you've been through?" "I'm sure." It was the one thing she was sure about. "What I've been through only made me realize how sure I am."
also was the one thing that made sense, and the sooner she was back in his arms, the better.
"But surely I'm not old enough to have a married daughter." Savine's mother snorted up a laugh as she went to the table and pulled the stopper from the decanter. "So, who's the luckiest bastard in the Union?" "That's the thing. Well, have you fallen for someone unsuitable, Savine?" Wine gurgled out into the glass. "Marrying down isn't the worst thing in the world. You know your father did it. It's Crown Prince Orso." Her mother's head jerked up, her glass for once forgotten in her hand. Savine had to admit it sounded absurd, the most unlikely part of some unlikely fantasy. She cleared her throat and looked at the floor, went halting on. "It seems that, in due course, I'm going to be Queen of the Union." And she had to admit it felt fine to say it. Perhaps the snake of ambition, twisted around her innards, had not died in the uprising after all, only slept through it. At so heady a sniff of power, it jerked awake with twice its old hunger. But when she looked up, her mother had the strangest expression. Certainly not joy, not even surprise. One would have had to call it horror. The base of her wineglass rattled as she slid it onto the table, as if she could hardly hold its weight any more. "Savine, tell me you're joking." "I'm not. He asked me to marry him. A lady of taste never answers right away, of course, but I'm going to say yes." "No, Savine, no. He's not at all your type. He's a wastrel. He's notorious. He's a drunk." Savine almost gasped at the hypocrisy, but her mother caught her, fingers digging desperately tight into her arms. "You can't marry him. He just wants your money. You just want his position. That's no foundation for a marriage. You must see that." Lectures on the proper foundation for a marriage from her? Savine shook her off. "It's not about the money or the position. I know everyone thinks he's a fool, but they're wrong. He will be a great king. I know he will. And a wonderful husband. I'm sure of it. He was there. When I really needed him, he moved mountains for me. People think he has no character, but they're wrong. I am what he needs, and he is what I need. What I didn't even realize I needed." With him, she could feel safe, be the better person she had promised to become. With him, she could turn her back on the horrors of Valbec and look to the future. She gave a girlish giggle, which was quite unlike her. "We're in love!" Fates help her, she wanted to sing it and dance around the room like a child. "We're in love!" Her mother was not dancing. She had turned positively ghostly. Now she sank down in a chair, one hand to her mouth. "What have I done?" she whispered. "Mother, you're scaring me." "You cannot marry Prince Orso." Savine squatted in front of her, caught her hands in hers. They were cold, corpse hands. "Don't worry. He will speak to the Queen. He will speak to the King. They've wanted him to marry for years. They'll be relieved he's marrying a human. And if they're not, he'll convince them. I know him. I trust him. You cannot marry Prince Orso." "I know his reputation's bad, but he's nothing like people think. We love each other. He has a good heart." Good hearts? She was blathering, but she couldn't stop herself, going nervously faster and faster. "And I have sense enough for both of us. We love each other. And think of all the good I can do if you're not hearing me, Savine." Her mother looked up. Her eyes were wet, but there was a hardness in them too, a hardness Savine had not often seen. She pronounced each word with stern precision. "You cannot marry Prince Orso." What aren't you telling me?" Savine's mother squeezed her eyes shut, and a tear black with powder streaked her cheek. "He's your brother." "He's—" Savine stared, cold and prickling all over. "He's what?" Her mother opened her pink-rimmed eyes. She looked calm now. She slipped her hands from Savine's, took Savine's in hers, pressed them tightly. Before the king was the king, before anyone guessed he'd ever be the king, he and I, were involved. What do you mean, involved? Breathed Savine. The king had always behaved so strangely around her, so curious, so solicitous. We were lovers. Her mother gave a helpless shrug. Then everyone found out he was King Gustaf's bastard, and he was elected king himself and had to marry where politics dictated. But I was already with child. Savine was having trouble getting a proper breath. The way the king had looked at her at the last meeting of the Solar Society, that haunted look. It was a dangerous time, said her mother. The Gurkish had just invaded. Lord Brock had rebelled against the crown. The monarchy was hanging by a thread. To protect me, to protect you, your father— and she winced, realizing that the word could not quite fit the arch-lector any more— offered to marry me. And she guiltily bit her lip, like a little girl caught stealing biscuits. I'm the king's bastard? Savine jerked her hands from her mother's grip. Savine, I'm the king's fucking bastard? And my father's not my father? She wobbled to her feet, stumbling back as though she'd been slapped. Please, listen to me. Savine pressed her fingers to her temples. Her head was throbbing. She ripped her wig off and flung it into the corner. I'm the king's bastard. My father's not my father. And I've been sucking my brother's cock, she screamed. Keep your voice down, hissed her mother, starting up from the settle. My fucking voice! Savine clutched at her neck. I'm going to be sick. She was sick, just a little, an acrid, wine-tasting tickle that she managed to choke back down, hunched over. I'm so sorry, murmured her mother, patting her back as though that might do the slightest good. I'm so sorry. She took Savine's face in her hands and twisted it towards her, twisted it with surprising firmness. But you cannot tell anyone, not anyone, especially not Orso. I have to tell him something, whispered Savine. Then tell him no, said her mother. Tell him no, and leave it at that. Drinks with Mother. When we heading north, then? Asked Yoke. Tunny looked down his nose at him as if at a woodlouse turned over and unable to right itself. You didn't hear? Yoke looked blank, his favourite expression. Didn't hear what? Forrest let vent 2 perfect streams of curling smoke from his nostrils. He was as accomplished a smoker as he was a hat-wearer and military organiser. Our new Lord Governor of Angland, Leo Dan Brock, won a duel against Stour Nightfall, son of Black Calder and heir to the throne of the North, and by all accounts a most fearsome opponent. A manly duel, northern style. Also thumped the table. Man against man, in a circle of men's men. Blood on the snow and all that. Men's blood, one presumes. Probably a bit far south for snow this time of year, observed Tunny, though not for blood. Tell me he got his damn fool head split doing it, said Yoke. He was by all accounts picturesquely wounded, grunted Orso, but his skull remains intact. Truly there's no justice, added Tunny. This comes as a surprise. For some reason I never stop hoping. War in the north is over, said Forrest. Ufrith is back in the dogman's hands, and the protectorate just as it was before. Little singed, maybe. So the young lion stole all the glory, moaned Yoke. Glory just sticks to some men. Also glanced down at his hands and turned them thoughtfully over. Others it slides right off. Like water off a duck, threw in Hildy from her place on the settle. I've always been repellent to glory, observed Tunny, and have no regrets. No regrets? Said Orso. What about the 200 people we left gibbeted on the road to Valbeck? Not my fault. Not yours either, Your Highness, added Forrest. I suspect I will take much of the blame in some quarters. Tunney shrugged. The rich folk seem to like you more than ever. It was true that a polite crowd of well-dressed well-wishers had been gathered at the gates of Adua to welcome him, and they can express their love financially. True, said Yoke. I mean, what's the love of the poor actually worth? Oh, indeed, said Orso. All the best kings had utter contempt for the majority of their subjects. He had intended his sarcasm to be withering, but Yoke managed to miss it even so. Exactly, he said. That's what I'm saying. The Queen waited, perched with rigid discipline on one of her uncomfortable gilded chairs in the centre of her vast salon. 4 musicians smiled radiantly as they soared out soothing music in a distant corner. Orso, the conquering hero! She rose to greet him, which was an almost unprecedented honour, gave him a chilly kiss on the cheek, then a chilly pat on the same spot for good measure. I have never been prouder of you. I fear I have not set a high standard in that regard. Even so. Orso went straight to the decanter and pulled out the stopper. It was hard to think of a good reason for the stopper ever to be in, really. I find I can hardly compete with the victories of the young lion, however. Queen Therese flared her nostrils magnificently. You won without drawing your sword. Your grandfather always said that was the best kind of victory. He would have been proud of you too. Orso's grandfather and namesake, Grand Duke Orso of Talins, had by most accounts been a tyrant, despised the length of Styria. But then he had been defeated, deposed, and assassinated, and such men generally receive poor reports from posterity. I tricked some peasants into surrendering, then hanged them, he said as he poured. That's what the history books will say. The history books will say whatever you order the historians to write. You will be a king or so. You cannot think of the few, but must consider the welfare of the many. I trust this little episode has quenched your thirst for glory, for the time being at least. I suspect it has quenched it for all time. In fact, I've been thinking about my dynastic responsibilities. Marriage, you know. The Queen's head snapped towards him like that of a hawk that has spotted a vole in the bracken. You mean it? I do. She snapped her fingers. The eldest daughter of the Duke of Nicanti is coming of age, and that family is almost indecently fertile. She is rumoured to have a wonderfully gentle temperament. Orso chuckled. I'm not sure gentle temperaments are my type. You have a type now? Actually, I do. Actually, there was one woman for him, and the rest were all dross. The instant he had seen her in his tent, he had known he was hopelessly in love. The dignity, the resilience, the sheer guts of the woman, unbowed by all hardship. She needed no jewels, no powder, no wigs. She was more beautiful without them. He knew he didn't deserve her, but he wanted to deserve her, and in working to deserve her, he might come actually to deserve her. Or something. The weather was dreary outside, rain pattering on the great windows, gusts scattering brown leaves across the palace gardens. But as Orso thought about Savine, it was as if the sun came out and poured its warmth upon him. His mother caught his blissful grin forming and narrowed her eyes. Why do I feel you already have a lady in mind? Because I have nothing on my mind but one particular lady. The Queen would not be happy, but the time comes in every man's life when he must set his mother's opinions to one side. He took a deep breath and sat forward. Mother? He was interrupted by a knock at the door. It creaked open a crack, and Hildy's head slid through. She fumbled off her cap to reveal blonde curls, for some reason cropped short. I've got that message you've been waiting for, Your Highness." And she showed the letter, just a square of white paper with a white seal, such a small package to hold all his dreams. "Yes, yes," snapped Orso, nearly jumping out of his seat with excitement. "Come, come." It seemed to take her an age to shuffle nervously across the great expanse of gleaming tiles, then to stop and give the Queen a wobbling curtsy. "Your Majesty." "Never mind that," snapped Orso, snatching the letter from her hand. He could not remember ever being so eager for anything in his life. He fumbled with the seal, but his hands were clumsy as mittens, and he ended up ripping it wide in his haste. His heart was pounding, his sight was swimming with nerves. But it was brief, so it could only be a yes. Surely a yes. What else could it be? He closed his eyes, letting the music soothe him, took a long breath, composed himself, and read. "My answer must be no. I would ask you not to contact me again, ever. Savine." That was all. His first feeling was stunned disbelief. Could she have turned him down? How could she have turned him down? He'd been so sure this was what they both wanted. He read it again, and then a third time. My answer must be no. And now came a stab of hot fury. Did she have to do it so fucking rudely, so savagely, with a note, with a line? He had offered her everything he had, everything he was, and she had trodden on his cock while she kicked his guts out. He crushed the note up in his trembling fist. "Bad news?" asked his mother. "Nothing to worry about," he somehow heard himself saying in the usual bored drawl, and now came a flood of cold loss. Like that, all his dreams were ruined. It was a note that left no room for hope, no room for wheedling, even by a veteran wheedler like him. "I would ask you not to contact me again, ever." There would never be another woman who understood him the way she did. There would never be another woman like her at all. She had never felt so dazzlingly desirable as she did now he could never have her. "Is there a reply?" asked Hildy, frowning. "No," he managed to say. "No reply." What reply could there be to that? And now came the slow welling up of self-hatred, steadily becoming a flood of utter disgust, familiar at least. As the foul waters closed over his head, he did not even struggle. What was the point? He had been so sure this was what he wanted, he had hardly stopped to consider her desires. Everyone said he was epically self-centered after all. It was no great surprise that everyone turned out to be right. Why would a woman like her want a man like him? Why would any woman? Aside from a crown, some bad jokes, and a shitty reputation, what did he really have to offer? "We must plan a grand triumph for you." His mother's eyes sparkled at the thought of how right she would finally be proved in the eyes of the world. "The nation shall bear witness to the vindication of our family. I shall make sure of it." And now he slid into a bog of depression. Savine had been the approaching dawn, and now the sun was snuffed out, and he was plunged into eternal gloom. He watched the rain thicken outside. It wasn't only her that he had lost, but the better man he could have been, with her beside him, the better union they might have forged together. He felt himself wilting, melting down his chair into a sagging slump. He scarcely had the energy to lift his head, scarcely had the energy to breathe. He had tried, too little and too late, to make something of himself. The result was 200 corpses gibbeted on the road to Valbeck and a dismissive note. "And then we have a wedding to plan, as soon as we can find someone of your type." Why did he bother? Why did he bother with anything?
He drained his glass. The best Osprian, but it was sawdust on his tongue. He heaved up a sigh that actually hurt. He wanted to cry.
"Pour me another, would you?"
he murmured. Questions.
"It's me,"
said Tallow with his flair for stating the obvious. Vic had known it would be him. Wasn't as if she got a lot of visitors. She took his shoulder and slipped him past into the narrow hall. Not much room, but she was thinner even than usual after Valbec, and Tallow had always been a scrap of nothing. She glanced around the ill-lit yard outside, a habit from the camps, kept ever since the camps. But there was no one watching. The only sound was the dripping from a broken gutter high above. "You all right?" she asked Tallow as she shouldered the door shut and slid both the heavy bolts.
"You were the one stuck in the city,"
he said. "Don't worry about me."
"Course not,"
he said, giving his shoes a sad grin.
"You're carved out of wood. Nothing touches you."
He was more like her brother every time she saw him. Or maybe it was her memory that was changing, making her brother more like Tallow. So she could save him this time around, maybe. How pathetic would that be? Memory could betray you. She'd seen it 100 times, chop things about until they suited you better. You have to be on guard all the time, against everyone else, against yourself. She turned away, making sure he didn't catch any hint of what she was thinking. Show them a weakness, they'll find a way to use it. "You see your sister?" she asked, as she led him from the cramped hall into the cramped dining room.
"I saw her."
"She's well?" Tallow nodded in a way that seemed to say, "No thanks to you," or maybe she just thought it did. She nudged a chair out with her boot, and he slipped into it around the squares board. Wasn't easy, even thin as he was.
"What's this?"
She realized with an odd little stab of annoyance that he was looking down at Sybil's book. The Life of Dab Sweet, open at that page, the one it fell open at, that etching of a lone rider looking out across the endless grass and the endless sky. Felt decidedly unpleasant having someone else look at it, like they were looking inside her head at her secret dreams. "It's the far country," she said softly. "Pretty?" She should have thrown the damn thing away. She reached out and snapped it shut. "It's a made-up picture in a book full of lies." And she tossed it on the dusty windowsill. Tallow shrank down into his shoulders.
"Guess so."
She felt a little bad then for snapping. "Can I get you something?" she grunted. That was what you were supposed to do when you had a guest, however unwilling a guest.
"What have you got?"
She thought about that for a moment. "Nothing."
"I'll take a double serving of that then."
Tallow glanced about her narrow, bare apartment with those big eyes of his, the walls mottled with damp around the dirty window.
"So this is what you do it for?"
"What?"
"All this?"
He raised his arms and let them hopelessly drop. Had to be admitted, looking with his fresh eyes, it was less than impressive. Vic was only here when she had nowhere else to be. "Would you feel happier if I was living like a queen?"
"I'd understand it, at least."
He leaned towards her across the narrow table. If she'd leaned towards him the same way, they'd have butted heads in the middle.
"They hanged 200 people, you know, 'cause of what we did."
200 traitors. She poked at the table under his face with her pointing finger. "Because of what they did. How many died in their idiot uprising? Don't fool yourself there was some right side to this. Don't fool yourself there was a noble path we didn't take. We took the only path there was. Regret it if you please, but I won't." She realized he was sat back now, and she was sat forward, almost shouting. She lowered her voice with an effort. Less furious denial, more statement of fact. "I won't. Here." She slipped the coin from her pocket and put it down on the table between them with a deliberate snap.
The head of Giselle I frowned up from a freshly minted golden 20-mark piece.
"What's this for?"
asked Tallow.
"You did a good job in Valbec. You moved quick. You took the initiative." "I just did what you told me."
"You did it well." He stared down at that golden coin.
"Can't say I feel too proud of myself."
"I only care about what you do. How you feel about it is up to you. But leave the coin if it bothers you that much." He swallowed, sharp knobble on the front of his throat shifting. Then he reached out and swept the coin off the table, just like she'd known he would. She had to smile at that. Hell, but he was like her brother.
"We're not all carved out of wood,"
he grunted. "Give it a while," she said. "You'll get there." "Inquisitor Teufel." Glokta grinned, as though her visit was a delightful surprise, rather than a meeting he'd demanded and she couldn't refuse. He patted the bench beside him. "Do sit." Sitting close to other people always made her uncomfortable. But then she'd slept next to strangers in the camps, packed together in the stinking straw like piglets in a litter. Better that than freeze. Better this than offend His Eminence. She sat, looking out across the park, tugging her coat tight about her. It was a clear, crisp day, the odd gust of wind sweeping ripples in the surface of the lake, bringing flurries of leaves down from the trees, stirring them about the black boots of the watchful practicals. "I used to spend a great deal of time on this very bench." Glokta squinted into the autumn brightness, "just watching the water. My physicians say I should get into the sun more." "It's a very restful spot," said Vic. Small talk had never really been her strength. "As if either one of us will find rest this side of the grave." Glokta gave her his hollow smile. "You did an excellent job in Valbec. You showed quick thinking, courage, and loyalty. Superior Pike was most impressed, and he is a hard man to impress." It wasn't lost on Vic that he was giving her the same compliments she'd just given Tallow. Some people you reel in by making them think they need you. More often, it's making them think you need them. People want to feel good about themselves, want to feel needed. Vic wondered if she'd been reeled in already, long ago. She left it at a simple, "Thank you, Your Eminence." "I am coming to rely on you more and more. You really are the only person I feel I can entirely trust." Vic wondered how many other people the Archlector had fed that same lie to. The idea that he might entirely trust anyone was sugaring the pudding too much, but she let it go. She let them both believe they both believed it. "You've earned a reward," he went on. "Is there anything you need?" Vic didn't like rewards, not even ones she'd earned. They felt too much like debts she might have to repay. She thought about saying, "only to serve," or some patriotic guff, but that would have been her sugaring the pudding too much. She settled for, "No." "Let me get you some better lodgings at least." "What's wrong with the ones I have?" "I know exactly what's wrong with them. I used to live in them when I served my predecessor, Archlector Salt." "They serve my purposes." "They served mine, but I didn't mind getting better ones. There are people who take far more for far less." "That's up to them." He smiled, as though he knew exactly what she was thinking, had expected it even. "Perhaps you somehow feel if you do not take the rewards for your work, it is as if you have not done the work, because we both know you did the work." "I'll take new lodgings when the job's done, Your Eminence." She watched a gardener rake leaves into a barrow, a thankless task, every breeze bringing more onto the narrow patch he'd already cleared. "Things could have gone much better in Valbec. Risenau escaped, Judge as well. He may be dangerous. She most definitely is. Many more left the city before the Crown Prince arrived, and I don't think the outcome will have made them any less eager for their great change. Nor do I. The breakers have been broken only for the time being. Risenau was a fat dreamer. I don't believe he planned the uprising on his own. I am inclined to agree. The Archlector swept the park with his narrowed eyes, lowered his voice a cautious fraction. But I am beginning to suspect the roots of our problem may lie at the opposite end of the social scale. And he shifted his glance significantly sideways. The gilded dome of the new Lord's Round peeped glinting over the trees. The nobles? They were taxed heavily to pay for the king's wars in Styria. Glokta scarcely moved his thin lips as he spoke. They demanded reforms to compensate, acquired a great deal of common land. Many lined their pockets handsomely. Nonetheless, most of the Open Council recently signed a letter of complaint to the king. Complaining of what? The usual things. Not enough power, not enough money. Demanding what? The usual things. More money, more power. You're suspicious of the men who signed this letter? Absolutely. Glokta reached up with his handkerchief to dab at his weepy eye. But far less than I am of the ones who did not. Names, Your Eminence? The Brocks I can excuse. They have been rather busy in the north. But the young Lords Huygen, Berezin, and above all Isha, smile entirely too much. They lost out when the king was elected, or at any rate their fathers did. They have the largest grievances, but make no complaints. You think one of them could have been behind the uprising? It is the nature of men, especially ambitious men, to be unhappy. Happy ones make me nervous, and Isha in particular is cunning. He was involved in the drafting of these new land rules, and they have made him exceptionally rich. Worries at both ends of the social scale, murmured Vic. Troubled times. Glokta watched that gardener struggle to clear the unclearable lawn. They always are. Civilization. The deck creaked under her feet, the sailcloth snapped with the wind, seabirds wheeled and squawked in the salt air above. "By the dead," muttered Rikke. The city was a vast cream-coloured crescent stretching around the wind-whipped grey-green bay, a mass of walls and bridges and endless buildings crusted together like barnacles at low tide, rivers and canals glinting dully among them. Towers stuck up above, and great chimneys tall as towers, their brown smoke smeared across the skies. She'd heard it was big. Everyone had heard that. If anyone went to Adua, they'd come back scratching their heads and saying, "It's big." But she'd never expected it to be this big. You might have fitted 100 Ufriths into it and still had room for 100 Carlians. Her eye couldn't make sense of the scale. The number of buildings, the number of ships, the number of people, like ants in an anthill, 1,000 anthills. The thought of it was making her head spin, or spin more, maybe. She looked down at the deck, rubbing her temples. She'd been feeling insignificant enough already. "By the dead," she muttered again, puffing out her cheeks. "Adua," said the man standing next to her. "The centre of the world." He was a thick-set old fellow with heavy brows, a short grey beard and a bald head, looked like it had been beaten out of iron on an anvil, all planes and knobbles. The poets call her the city of white towers, though they tend towards the grey-brown these days. Beautiful, isn't she, from a distance?" He leaned nearer. "Believe me, though, she stinks when you get close."
"Most things do,"
muttered Rikke, frowning at Leo. The young lion, grinning into the wind with his carefree friends, the bloody young lads together, the bloody young heroes, the bloody young pricks. She sucked some chaga juice out of her gums and sent it spinning into the churned-up water. She kept thinking of things she could have said to him, pearls of wit and wisdom like he'd never get from those idiots. He'd have died in the circle if it wasn't for her long eye, and he'd treated her as if she was an embarrassment. She was working up to being properly angry when he threw back his head and gave that big, open, honest laugh of his, and all she felt was sad they'd fallen out, and jealous he wasn't laughing with her, and let down by him and by herself and by the world. The truth was, she bloody missed him, but she was damned if she was saying sorry. It should be him saying sorry to her on bended knees. But how could you hate a man with an arse like... He glanced towards her, and she made sure she looked away. Him catching her looking would be like he'd scored a point somehow, but looking away from Leo meant looking back to this bald bastard who was still considering her as if he found her of quite some interest. "Who the hell are you anyway?" she asked. Somewhat rude, but her failed romance and her endlessly hot and smarting eye and a week or two of seasickness had worn down her patience. His smile only grew wider, a hungry smile like a fox at the henhouse. "My name is Baez." "Like the first of the Magi?" "Exactly like. I am he." Rikke blinked. Perhaps she should have punched him for a liar, but there was something in his glittering green eyes that made her believe it. "Wow, there's the thing. And you are Rikke, the dogman's daughter." She stared at him, and he smiled back. "Knowledge is the root of power. In my business, you have to know who's who." "What is your business?" He leaned close, almost hissing the word. "Everything." "That's quite some area of responsibility." "Sometimes, I admit, I think I should have aimed lower." "Shouldn't you have a staff?" "I left it at home. However big a chest you bring, it never quite fits in. And magic, you know, it's all rather—" and he squinted thoughtfully towards the city, "out of fashion these days." "Speak for yourself," she said, shifting her chaga pellet across her mouth and chomping it on the other side. "I've been blessed with the long eye." At that moment she glimpsed the faintest phantom of a sinking ship, its mast tipping towards them as it foundered on a stormy sea. She cleared her throat, doing her best to ignore the ghostly sailors toppling into the brine. "Or possibly cursed with it." "Fascinating. And what have you seen?" "Frustrating glimpses in the main, ghosts and shadows, an arrow and a sword, a black pit in the sky with the knowing of everything inside. I saw a wolf eat the sun, and a lion eat the wolf, then a lamb eat the lion, then an owl eat the lamb." "And what does that portend?" "I'm entirely fucked if I know." "What do you see when you look at me?" She frowned sideways. "A man who could tell more truth and eat fewer pies." "Ah," and he rested one broad hand on his belly. "Profound revelations indeed." Rikke grinned. Had to admit she was starting to like him, even if she had no idea whether to believe a word he said. "What brings the first of the Magi to Adua?" "I have been detained far too long in the ruined west of the world by the demands of some most unreasonable siblings. They are mired in the past, blinkered to the future. But I like to stop off in Adua whenever I can, try to make sure no one is destroying what I have built." He narrowed his eyes across the bay, crammed with vessels of every shape, size, and design. People's capacity for self-harm never ceases to amaze me. They love to find their own path, even if it clearly leads off a cliff, and the Union has many enemies." Rikke raised her brows at the endless city.
"Who'd be fool enough to make war on this?"
"The Gurkish, before their empire collapsed like an undercooked meringue, and Bethod, against my advice, then Black Dow, against my advice, then Black Calder, against my advice."
"Seems your advice ain't as popular as you'd like," said Rikke, glancing sideways.
Byaz gave a disappointed sigh, like the governess in Ostenholm when she tried to explain to Rikke what deportment was. "People must sometimes be allowed to make their own mistakes." She shielded her eyes against the spray as they cut through the mad confusion of shipping towards the swarming docks. She could hear the faint din of voices bellowing and wagons rumbling and cargo hitting the wharves. "How many live here?" she whispered. "Thousands," the first of the Magi shrugged. "Millions, maybe, now, building upwards and bloating outwards every day, eclipsing even the great cities of old for scale, if not for splendor. People from every land within the circle of the world. Dark-skinned Cantics fleeing the chaos in Gurkel, pale Northmen seeking work, and people of the old empire seeking new beginnings. Adventurers from the new kingdom of Styria, traders from the Thousand Isles, people of Soljuk and Thond, where they worship the sun. More than can be counted, living, dying, working, breeding, climbing, one upon the other. Welcome!" And Byaz spread his arms wide to encompass the monstrous, the beautiful, the endless city. "To civilization." Durin stared towards Adua, eyes narrowed against the spray. "By the fates, the city's grown." "Hugely," said Leo. Yet it somehow looked smaller than the last time he visited. Then he'd been just the rural-mannered young son of a Lord Governor. Now he was a Lord Governor himself, who'd beaten a great warrior in single combat, saved the Protectorate, and won a famous victory for the king single-handed. No doubt Adua had grown, but Leo Dan Brock had grown more. He found himself glancing sideways, where he was always glancing against his better judgment, towards Rikke. If she'd been beside him, he could have pointed out all the great sights of the city, Casimir's Wall and Arnold's, the House of the Maker, the Dome of the Lord's Round, the 3 farms with the plumes of smoke from its new manufactories. They could have been enjoying this together if she hadn't been such a sulky, stubborn bitch. He'd nearly died in the circle for her, and she treated him like a traitor. He was cranking himself up to bitter outrage when he caught sight of her, waving her arms in that mad way she had while she talked to some bald old man, and all he felt was sad and guilty, as if he'd wandered off the right path and couldn't find his way back. The truth was, he bloody missed her. Wasn't long ago he'd said he loved her, and he'd at least half meant it. But he was damned if he was apologizing. It should be her begging forgiveness. She glanced over, and he only just looked away in time. If she saw him looking, she'd treat it like a petty victory. Everything was so petty with her. Why couldn't she just forgive him so they could go back to how things were? "Looks like they've sent a welcoming committee," said Glaward, pointing towards the thronging wharves. Leo perked up at that. A decent crowd had gathered on the quay under a great banner marked with the golden sun of the Union and another with the crossed hammers of England. Armoured men sat on horseback in a perfect row, wearing the purple cloaks of Knights of the Body. An honour guard from the king. At the front was a man with monstrous shoulders and an even more monstrous neck, his hair clipped to grey stubble. Durand was leaning dangerously far over the rail to see. "Is that Bremadan Gorst?" Leo squinted towards him as the ship slid in closer to the harbour, captains squawking out commands and the sailors swarming to obey. "Do you know," he said, perking up further, "I think it is." When the gangplank scraped to dry land, Leo made sure he was first across, still walking with a stick, if only to remind everyone he'd been heroically wounded in a noble cause. A man with a balding pink head and a heavy chain of office started towards him. One weak chin had clearly not been weak enough, and he had opted for several spread across his fur-trimmed collar.
"Your Grace, I am Lord Chamberlain Hoff, son of Lord Chamberlain Hoff."
He paused, as though expecting gales of laughter. None came. No doubt bureaucrats were a regrettable necessity, like latrines, but Leo didn't have to like them, especially when bureaucracy became a family business.
"And this is Premadan Ghost."
He would encounter important people now, of course, but there's something special about meeting a boyhood hero. Leo had listened for hours to his father's stories about the man's exploits at the Battle of Osrung, hanging on every word. How he turned the tide on the bridge single-handed and led the final assault on the heroes, hacking through Northmen like a butcher through sheep.
"I once saw you fight 3 men in an exhibition."
Leo brushed the Lord Chamberlain aside to seize the big man's hand and got a nasty surprise. You can tell a lot about a man from his grip, Leo's father always said, and Gorst's was shockingly limp and clammy.
"Not something I would advise on the battlefield."
Gorst's voice was even more shocking than his handshake. Leo wouldn't have believed so mighty a neck could produce so womanly a tone.
"I think I once heard we're related,"
he said as they began to mount up.
"5th cousins or some such."
Leo tossed his stick to Durand. He was damned if he'd look like a cripple in front of a man he so much admired. He insisted on dragging himself into the saddle in spite of the pain in his leg, stomach, side, shoulder.
"How is your mother?"
came Gorst's odd squeak.
"She's well," said Leo, surprised. "Happy the war's over. She was leading the fight when the Northmen first attacked."
He thought about the light that put him in.
"Giving me some excellent advice, at least."
"She was always highly perceptive." "I knew you saved my father's life at Osrung. He used to love to tell that story, but I'd no idea you knew my mother." Gorst looked a little pained.
"We were good friends at one time."
"Huh." Leo had spent more than enough of his life worrying about his mother's feelings. He abruptly changed the subject.
"I would have loved to train with you while I'm here, but I fear I'm in no fit state. Maybe I could observe."
"Alas, there will be so many demands on your Grace's time," said the Lord Chamberlain, oozing uninvited into their conversation. "His Majesty is keen to greet you."
"Well, I'm at His Majesty's disposal, of course."
Leo gave his horse a nudge and set off at a walk after the 2 standard-bearers.
"As are we all, Your Grace. But first, His Eminence the Arch-Lector wishes to discuss your triumph."
"Since when do inquisitors arrange parades?" The Lord Chamberlain delicately cleared his throat.
"Your Grace will discover there is little that happens in Adua without Arch-Lector Glokta's approval."
One of the banners at the front of the young lion's grand column had got tangled with a washing line, so they all had to sit in their splendid saddles waiting for it to get untangled. Leo himself could hardly be seen for the fawning gaggle of overpriced arse-lickers. Even Durand and Glawood had been demoted to trailing after, eased further back with every turn. Seemed the fake adoration of strangers mattered more to Leo than his friends or his family or his lover. If that's what she still was to him, if that's what she'd ever been. Rikke raised her brows as a whole column of dark-skinned soldiers tramped out of a side street, gilded standards flashing and spears lowered. Wasn't until a wagon rattled through 'em she realized they weren't there. "By the dead!" She held a hand over her left eye, hot and itching and aching right into her teeth.
"Still seeing things," murmured Isern, jaw chomping happily on Chagger. "Take it as proof the moon has marked you special and rejoice." It all made Rikke more than a bit nostalgic for a time when folk just thought she was mad. "If this is special, I reckon I'd rather be ordinary." "Aye, well, we all want the things we haven't got." "That's it. Thought you were here to help me with the long eye." "I said I'd work out if you had it, then help you ease it open. Plain to everyone at that battle or that duel you've got it, and it's wide open." Isern grinned over. "Closing the bastard was never numbered among my promises." "Fucking marvellous," muttered Rikke, nudging her horse on so she could find some space to get a breath. Wasn't easy in this damn place, though. By the dead, the air! Close and sticky and full of odd smells. There was a catch and a scratch in her throat, a sting at her eyes like far-off burning. And the noise! The babbling in a dozen languages she didn't know, pleading, shouting, fighting, everyone shoving on to nowhere as if they were all endlessly late for everything. Hammers clanging, wheels turning and fires burning, so many it became a low rumble that made the ground buzz, as though the city itself were alive and tortured and angry and desperate to wriggle free of its infestation of human lice. "All this progress," Baez again, glancing approvingly at vast building sites to either side with their towering cranes and their cobwebs of rope and scaffold and their swarms of bellowing workmen. "You would not believe how much it has changed in so short a time. This district, the 3 farms, I remember when it was 3 farms and far outside the city walls. The city burst those walls, and they threw up another set, and it burst those too. And the 3 farms is so built over with manufactories, there's barely a stride of grass left in the borough. All iron and stone now." Rikke watched one of the horses in front lift its tail and drop a few turds. There was still plenty of that in the streets. "All iron and stone? That a good thing?" Baez snorted, as if the whole idea of good was a waste of his valuable time. "It is a thing as irresistible as the tide, a golden tide of industry and commerce. There is no limit on what can be bought and sold. Why, I saw a shop not far behind that was selling nothing but soap. A whole shop for soap. When you reach my age, you learn to swim with the current." "Huh. Would have thought famous wizards would ride up front with the big folk, rather than getting stuck at the back with the dross." Baez smiled. He was a hard bastard to rattle, the first of the Magi. "The figurehead goes at the front of the ship, braves the terror of wind and waves, takes the risks and reaps the glory. But it's an unnoticed fellow hidden away near the back who does the steering." He smiled up towards the head of the column. "No leader worth a damn ever led from the front." "Words to live by, I reckon," murmured Rikke. "The last wisdom I can offer you for the moment, I fear." And Baez pulled his horse up at the grand front steps of a building. Vast it was, somewhere between fortress and temple, with huge pillars at the front and carved masonry all over, but precious little in the way of windows. "What's this place?" She didn't much like its looks. Lots of serious people going in and out, stepping around some well-dressed fellow with papers dangling from one limp hand, the strangest horrified look on his face. "A school for wizards?" "Not quite," said the first of the Magi. "It is a bank." "Master Baez?" An ordinary-looking man had come up to hold the wizard's bridle. "Ah, this is Yoru Sulfur, a member of the Order of Magi." "I'm Rikke," said Rikke. "Rhymes with—" "Yes," said Sulfur, smiling up. "The dogman's daughter, the one blessed with the long eye." Rikke was caught between suspicion and satisfaction that her legend had come ahead of her. "Or cursed with it, I guess." "I hope we might speak more later,"
said Bias. "Young women born with the long eye are rare indeed in these latter days."
"Almost as rare as magi," she grunted.
Sulphur smiled wider, his eyes never leaving her face, and she realized they were different colors, one blue, one green. "We relics of the age of magic really should stick together."
"Can't see why not. I'm hardly besieged by admirers."
"Not yet, perhaps." Bias gave her one last thoughtful glance, like a butcher assessing a shepherd's flock and judging what to offer. But who can say what the future holds?
"Aye,"
murmured Rikke, as she watched him climb the steps with his curly-haired sidekick.
"That'd be a fine bloody trick."
Shivers was sitting in his saddle, turning that ring he wore on his little finger around and around, glaring up at the bank with a frown hard even for him.
"What's your problem?"
asked Rikke. He turned his head and spat.
Never trusted banks.
The man they called Old Sticks, the king's chief torturer, Archlector Glokta, hunched behind a giant desk loaded with papers, frowning as he signed one after another. Death sentences, Leo imagined, bloodlessly executed with a flick of the pen. His Eminence made Leo wait an insultingly long time before he finally looked up, winced as he leaned to drop his pen into its bottle of ink, and smiled. On that gaunt, waxy, wasted face, etched by deep grimace lines, a yawning gap where the 4 front teeth should have been, it was an expression as painfully unsettling as a leg bent the wrong way at the knee. If inward corruption expressed itself as outward ugliness, and Leo had always been sure it did, the Archlector was even more vile than the vilest things they said about him, and that was saying something. He held out his hand.
"Forgive me, your grace. I cannot easily rise."
"Of course." Leo limped forward, leaning heavily on his cane. "Not too sprightly myself right now."
"You, I trust, will heal."
Glokta's revolting grin grew wider.
"I fear that ship has sailed for me."
He looked as if a stiff breeze would shred him, but his bony hand, its liver-spotted skin almost transparent, gripped far harder than Bremer Dan Gorst's great paw. You can tell a lot about a man from his handshake, his father had always said, and this old cripple's was like a smith's pincers.
"I must congratulate you on your victory,"
said Glokta, after studying Leo a moment longer.
"You have done the crown a great service."
"Thank you, Your Eminence." Though who could have denied it? "But I didn't do it alone. A lot of good men dead, good friends dead. And the cost to England's coffers was huge." Leo pulled out the weighty scroll his mother had given him. "The ruling council of the province asked me to present His Majesty's advisers with this accounting for the campaign. In the absence of any help from the Crown during the war, they demand financial support in the aftermath." Leo had practiced that speech on the trip and was rather pleased with how it came out. He could manage this bureaucracy business as well as anyone, but Glokta looked at the scroll as if he was being presented with a turd. His eyes moved up to Leo's.
"Your triumph will take place in 3 days' time. A parade of some 4,000 soldiers, as well as foreign dignitaries and members of the closed and open councils. It will begin at the palace, chart a course through the city around Arnold's Wall, and return to the Square of Marshals. There, His Majesty will give an address to the Union's foremost citizens and present you with a commemorative sword."
Leo couldn't help smiling. "That all sounds marvelous. The stuff of boyhood dreams, indeed."
"Crown Prince also will ride alongside you,"
added Glokta. "Pardon me?" asked Leo, smile quickly vanishing. The Archlector's eyelid flickered and a tear rolled down his cheek. He wiped it gently away with a fingertip.
His Highness won a famous victory of his own recently, putting down a rebellion in Valbec.
He hanged some peasants. Leo had been so pleased with himself all day that this sudden shock was doubly disappointing. It's hardly the same.
True, said Glokta. He is the heir to the throne, after all, and you the grandson of a traitor. Great generosity on his part to share the glory.
Leo's face tingled as if he'd been slapped. He bloody had been slapped, and in his pride, which was far more sensitive than his face. I beat Stour Nightfall in a duel. I spared his life.
In return for what?
For his father and uncle quitting our land, keeping the Dogman's protectorate alive and safeguarding Angland.
No further concessions? Asked Glokta, his eyes glittering in their deep bruised sockets. No ongoing assurances?
Leo blinked, wrong-footed. Well, there's a code of honor among Northmen.
Even supposing there was, you aren't one.
Among warriors, wherever they were born, and I was raised with Northmen. Leo curled his lip as he looked the cripple up and down. You wouldn't understand.
No? How do you think I got crippled? Codes of honor, I fear, aren't worth the paper they're not written on. You could have taken Stour hostage, could have delivered him to the king to ensure Scale Ironhand's future good behavior. Instead, you secured nothing but his word.
Leo wasn't sure whether he was more furious because Glokta was obviously wrong, or because he wondered whether he might have a point. Perhaps there was more to this bureaucracy business than he'd thought. I won! His voice had a hint of that whine it had when he complained to his mother. I beat the whole bloody North, and without one soldier from Adua, I risked my life.
You risked not only your life, which is yours to lose, but Union interests too, which most definitely are not. I am prone to be more generous, but some might call that reckless.
Leo could hardly believe it. I made a friend of the next king of the Northmen. I'm a soldier, not a bloody diplomat.
You must be both. Glokta was implacable. You are a Lord Governor now, one of the greatest men in the Union, one of His August Majesty's most important servants. You cannot simply think with your sword anymore. Do you understand, Your Grace?
Leo sat and stared, stunned by the disrespect, the injustice, the rank ingratitude. He'd been far from keen on the closed council when he arrived in Adua, one interview with this crooked desk-worm, and he was utterly disgusted by them. By all the fucking dead, he whispered in Northern. The Archlector either took that for agreement or simply acted as if he did.
I believe the Lord Chancellor wished to talk to you next. Some concerns over the latest tax receipts from England. It wouldn't do to keep him waiting.
He nodded towards the scroll, which Leo only at that moment realized was still in his clenched fist.
Perhaps you should present your war debts to him.
Glokta plucked up his pen and slid down the next document in a heap.
It seems a Lord Governor must be warrior, diplomat, and accountant.
A natural. Broad turned the handle, swung the carriage door open, and respectfully stood out of the way. Savine raised a brow at him.
And?
Oh, he offered her his hand. My lady. He helped her down, while Rabbik grinned from the driver's seat, thoroughly tickled to see the business handled so badly. So Broad reckoned he was a coachman now. He had the livery anyway, bright green jacket with brass buttons, better than most officers had in Styria. Shiny new boots, too, though they were prone to pinch. He might have felt quite the fool in all the finery if it hadn't been so clear that anyone within 100 paces would be staring at Savine instead, and that included him. He could still hardly believe this beautiful, masterful woman was the same ragged, helpless girl who'd hidden in his daughter's room. She seemed to come from a different species than the sorry rest of humanity now. Her clothes were a masterpiece of engineering as much as tailoring, twisting her into a shape no person ever was. She was graceful as a tightrope walker, unstoppable as a warship's figurehead. Folk stood gaping at her like one of the fates had dropped from the sky and was taking a stroll through their building site.
"Should I stay here?"
muttered Broad as he helped Zuri down. Not that she needed it. She was deft as a dancer. Probably she should have been helping him. No. She had a smile that was hard to pin down. It would be lovely if you came along. They'd made a huge breach in the old city walls, rubble showing through a teetering mass of scaffolding, and 2 cranes towering overhead. They'd knocked down a few rows of houses, too, and were digging a mighty trench through the midst of it all. Parties of men, some of them bare-chested, even in the cold, thumped away with picks and shovels in time to a work song, growled between gritted teeth. Women in filthy dresses, wet hair plastered to their faces, slipped and slid up the bank with yokes across their shoulders, holding buckets full of mud. Further back, children swarmed in the bottom of the great diggings, smeared grey from head to toe, stamping clay down around the sides of the trench with their bare feet.
"What is this?"
muttered Broad. "It will be a canal," said Zuri, "floating cargo into the heart of the city, and out again, of course."
"What's Lady Savine's interest?"
1/5 of it, or it should be. We're here to make sure. They clattered up a stair and between 2 long rows of clerks. A narrow office at the end was crowded by a big, pudgy man with grey hair scraped over his bald pate and an oversized desk covered in green leather. He had to lean dangerously far across it to shake Savine's hand, giving the buttons on his waistcoat quite the test. "Master Court," she said as Broad shut the door.
"Lady Savine, I am delighted to see you well."
Court gave Broad a slightly troubled smile. Broad didn't return it. He was getting the sense he hadn't been brought there to smile.
"Everyone has been extremely worried."
"So moving," said Savine, pulling off her gloves 1 finger at a time while Zuri whipped free a dagger of a hatpin. "But in business, we must set sentiment aside." With the slightest twist, Zuri lifted Savine's hat away from a wig that must have cost more than Broad used to earn in a year. "I am delighted to see work on our canal progressing so well." Court winced, hesitated, winced again, and finally leaned forward, clasping his hands.
"There is no easy way to say this."
"Take the hard way, then. I'm not made of glass."
"Regrettably, Lady Savine, I was obliged to come to a new accommodation."
"And who has been so accommodating?"
"Lady Celeste Danhuygen."
Savine's expression didn't seem to change, but Broad had the feeling it took a struggle.
"Her cousin was kind enough to arrange for some permits."
"We had an agreement, Master Court."
"We did, but you were not here to fulfill it. Thankfully, Lady Celeste was able to step into the breach."
Savine smiled. "And you think you can just slip her into my breach without so much as a by your leave?" Court shifted uncomfortably in his chair.
"The banking house of Valentin Bulk was kind enough to act as her backer, and she was kind enough to act as mine. Lady Savine, I was really given no choice."
"I recently spent several weeks living like a dog." Savine still smiled, but there was something brittle in it now, something jagged. "And I do not mean that figuratively. Starving, filthy,
hiding in a corner, constantly afraid for my life. It has changed my perspective. It has made me see how very fragile we all are. Then I have been involved in let us call it an affair of the heart, which did not end to my satisfaction. It did not end to my satisfaction at all.
I have nothing but sympathy, Lady Savine.
Your sympathy is not worth a speck of shit. Savine fished an infinitesimal mote of dust from her sleeve and rubbed it away between finger and thumb. It's your canal I want. Just what was agreed. No more and no less.
What can I say?
Court spread his big hands.
My canal is no longer available.
Savine's smile had hardened to a skull's grin. The fibres in her neck stood out as she bit off the words. The thing is, so much of business is a show. It is about the confidence people have in you, and confidence is so fragile. I'm sure we have both seen it 100 times, cast from iron one moment, crumbling like sand the next. Following my misadventures in Valbec, confidence in me has been profoundly shaken. People are watching me, judging me.
Lady Savine, I assure you...
Don't bother. I am merely trying to make you understand that whoever your backers might be, I cannot afford the luxury of letting you and Celeste Dan Huygen fuck me on this occasion. And she glanced over at Broad and caught his eye. At least there'll be no trouble serving a fine lady, eh? Liddy had said. Broad had smiled. Aye, no trouble. He didn't smile now. He knew exactly what Savine wanted. He'd seen that look in her eye before, on some of the men he'd fought with, the ones you had to watch, the ones you had to worry about. He knew he'd had the same look, a kind of mad delight that it had come to this. He didn't understand business or deals or canals, but he understood that look all too well. So Broad took hold of the edge of Court's great desk and moved it out of his way. There was no room to push it into, so he just lifted one end. Papers, ornaments, a nice letter opener all slid down the green leather as it tilted like a sinking ship, clattering off onto the floor beside it. He hefted the great thing all the way upright, leaving Court oddly exposed in his chair, eyes wide and plump knees pressed fearfully together. Broad took off his lenses and folded them and slipped them into his jacket pocket. Then he stepped forwards across the suddenly blurry office, a loose board creaking under his new boot. I lost many things in Valbec, Master Court, came Savine's voice from what sounded like a long way off. Several investments and several partners, a lovely sword belt, and an irritating but very capable face maid. I also lost my patience. Broad stepped so close to Court that their knees touched. He leaned down and put his hands on the arms of Court's chair, their noses just a few inches apart, close enough that the blur of his face resolved into an expression of extreme fear. "You displease me," said Savine, "and I am in a mood to see things which displease me broken in such a way that they will not go back together." Broad gripped the chair so hard that every joint in it groaned, breathing through his nostrils like a bull. Bull Broad, they used to call him. He acted like he was only just keeping a grip on himself. Maybe he was.
"Our agreement stands,"
squealed Court, face turned away and his eyes screwed shut.
"Of course it does, Lady Savine. How could it be otherwise?"
"Oh, that is excellent news." And the bright tone of Savine's voice was like a hand letting go of Broad's throat.
"You are the partner I always wanted," blathered Court. "Our deal is forged from iron, just like my bridge."
"Your bridge?" As Broad hooked his lenses back around his ears, Court was giving a desperate, quivery smile.
"Our bridge."
Marvellous. Savine pulled on one of her gloves, while Zuri slipped her hat back on with masterful precision and slid the hatpin home. I would hate to have to send Master Broad to see you without my restraining influence. Who knows what might happen? Broad pulled shut the office door behind them with a gentle click. It was only when he took his hand from the knob he realized it was shaking. Zuri leaned towards one of the clerks. Master Court may need a little help writing his desk. It seemed too bright outside as he followed Savine through the noise and bustle back to the carriage. I'm not a coachman, am I? He muttered. Much of what I do is to recognize talent, said Savine as she watched the workers struggle in the diggings. I saw yours the moment you saved me from those men on the barricade in Valbec. Employing you as a coachman would be like employing a great artist to whitewash cottages. But don't you feel better for it? She leaned close to murmur, I know I do. And she glided off towards the carriage as if the whole world belonged to her. You're a natural at this, Master Broad. Zuri pressed something into his palm, a gold coin. A 20-mark piece, more than he'd been paid for a month's work at the brewery in Valbec, more than he'd been paid for the assault in Marseilles. Broad looked up at her. You believe in God, right? Oh, yes, absolutely. Thought he was dead set against violence. If he was set that firmly against it, and Zuri smiled as she closed his aching fist around the coin and gave it a fond pat. Why would he make men like you? Good times. Leo felt a bit of an outsider at his own party. It was staged in the Hall of Mirrors, the most amazing room in a palace full of amazing rooms, silvered viscerine glass covering every wall, so the richest, noblest, and most beautiful the Union had to offer stretched away in every direction into the dim distance. Certainly the introductions went on forever. Damp hands were shaken and powdered cheeks kissed until Leo's lips were chapped and his fingers raw. It was a flood of congratulations, admirations, well-wishes, an onslaught of long names and weighty titles scarcely heard and straightway forgotten. The ambassador from here or there, the over-secretary for whatever, the niece of Lord What's-his-face, some bald old smirker someone might have called the first of the Magi, who blurted some magical nonsense about defeating eaters in a circle of salted iron being just like fighting Stour Nightfall in a circle of grass. Leo assumed it was a joke, and not a very funny one. His cheeks ached from returning all the beaming smiles, the promises of never-ceasing friendship, which ceased with the next breath. This was what he'd wanted, wasn't it? To be fawned over by the greatest people in the realm. But close up, it all felt so false. He'd much rather have been in a barn with the dogman and his warriors and his friends. He caught a glimpse of Durand standing on his own across the room, and Leo felt himself smile. He made it one step towards him before he was cut off. "It's an outrage, if you ask me," murmured a tall man, maybe 10 years older than Leo, though his carefully swept hair was pure white. "What is?" asked Leo, never able to resist the bait. "That you must share your triumph with the Crown Prince. You bled for the nation. What did our half-Styrian heir do? Hang some peasants?" It was like this white-haired fellow had peered into Leo's skull and read out the contents. "I suppose taking credit for other men's work is why we have royalty," murmured Leo. "I am Fedor Dan Isha." If you could know a man by his handshake, then Isha was firm, cool, and careful. "These are my colleagues from the Open Council, Lords Barazin," a heavy man stuffed into a braid-wreathed uniform with pinking cheeks and a boyish riot of blonde hair, "and Huygen, small and handsome, with bright little eyes and sculpted moustaches around a pouty mouth. "Good to meet you all," It was pleasing to finally hear names Leo had heard before. These were the heads of 3 of Midderland's most powerful noble families, men with seats next to his on the front row of the Lord's Round.
My father knew your father well.
Barrazin's jowls shook with feeling.
Such a wonderful man, he was always telling me, such a man's man, such an exemplar of the noble virtues. They were close friends.
As far as Leo could remember, his father had always written the Open Council off as a nest of vipers. But this was a new generation, and he reckoned you could never have too many friends.
We all wish to thank you for the great service you did the Union, droned Isha. It was a disgrace that you had to manage the business alone, frothed Barrazin. A shameful business, awful.
New laws prevent us from keeping standing armies of our own. Huygens spoke with great pace and precision while constantly shaking his head as though nothing ever met his high standards. Or we would have sprung to your aid ourselves.
Too kind,
said Leo, though actual aid would have been even kinder.
Our ancient rights and privileges are under constant attack, said Isha, dropping his voice, from old Styx and his cronies.
Huygen nodded away like a chicken pecking at seed.
The closed council are a crowd of bureaucratic arseholes, burst out Leo.
He couldn't hold it in.
The gall of that bastard Glokta! Then the Chancellor, grilling me about extra taxes after we bled ourselves white winning their war. Good men gave their lives. Folk in England'll be...
He was about to say fucking incandescent, then realised how loud he was talking and settled for
very displeased.
Isha looked quite delighted, however.
The Open Council must present a united front, especially with all this unrest among the lower orders. Your place is with us, said Barrazin.
As the foremost of us, said Huygen.
As our champion,
said Isha, languidly clenching a fist.
Just as your grandfather was.
Really? Asked Leo, getting just a bit suspicious of their close harmony flattery. I heard he was a traitor. Isha wasn't put off at all. He leaned closer to murmur,
I heard he was a patriot. He simply refused to be cowed by bias.
And he nodded towards that bald man, deep in a murmured conversation with Lord Chancellor Gorodets, who did, it had to be admitted, look thoroughly cowed.
That actually is bias?
Asked Leo, baffled. Isha's lip curled.
During the last war, he promised my uncles that they would be Chamberlain and Chancellor. Then, when he had the crown in his pocket, he snatched the rug from under them. Loyalty is an admirable quality, said Barrazin. Admirable, but it must cut both ways.
Loyalty to a corrupt regime, added Huygen, is foolishness. Worse, cowardice. Worse, it's disloyalty. Leo wasn't sure he followed the logic.
It is. We leading lights of the Open Council really must meet, said Barrazin.
Discuss the advancement of our mutual interests, said Huygen.
To have a genuine hero among us would make all the difference, said Isha.
It would certainly make all the difference to me. Leo looked around to find a very striking red-haired woman at his shoulder. Your lordships really mustn't hog the man of the moment, since you haven't the manners to introduce me, though she'd given them no chance and could clearly manage it herself. I am Celeste Dan Huygen, and she held her hand out.
Charmed,
said Leo, bending to kiss it, and he really was charmed as well. The quality of the company's looking up, he said, and she gave a silvery laugh and fanned herself, and he smiled, and she fanned him, and he laughed, and Isha, Barrazin, and Huygen melted away, with a few grumbles about speaking later, but Leo wasn't really paying much attention anymore. Celeste had a nice ring to it, and she had this breathless way of acting, as though every word he said was a delightful surprise. "Have you been enjoying our city?" she asked. "A lot more since you came over." "Why, Your Grace, I suspect you're flattering me." She brushed his wrist with her fingertips in a way that couldn't have been accidental. Could it? She leaned towards him, voice slightly husky. "You really should take a tour of my new manufactory while you're in Adua." As if touring manufactories was a forbidden thrill. The way her eyes met his over the feathers of her fan made him wonder whether a tour of other things might be on offer. "What do you—" His voice came as squeaky as Bremerdan Gorst's, and he had to clear his throat and try again. "What do you make there?" "Money." She gave another giggle. "What else?" Riding through Adua in a grand procession, Rikke had thought she couldn't feel more out of place. Now she discovered her error. It was like they'd had a contest to dream up the circumstances she'd feel most horribly small, twitchy and ugly in, and this right here had been the winning idea. All she needed to complete the horror was to have a fit and shit herself across the pristine tiled floor. Everyone was so clean. Everyone smelled so good. Everyone's shoes were so shiny. They all had these little smiles worn like masks, so you'd no notion what they were really thinking. They all spoke in whispers, like everything was a secret meant only for particular ears, and those ears certainly weren't hers. At least the long eye was leaving her alone for now. The only ghosts in attendance were her own awkward reflections, wincing at her, profoundly unimpressed, from the mirrored walls of the hall. She felt as if her own skin didn't fit her, let alone her clothes. She wished she had some chagga to chew, but she hadn't brought any, because it hadn't seemed the kind of place where you chewed chagga, and indeed it wasn't. Where would you spit? Down someone else's back? There were only a handful of people she knew in the whole vast room. Baez she could hardly call a friend, and the Magus had as fine a suit of clothes as anyone, slipping through the crowds with bald pate gleaming, trading hushed secrets as though he belonged there. Durand stood alone, apparently pining for Leo even worse than Rikke was, while the young lion himself was forever at the centre of a gaggle of fine new friends who'd no doubt stab him in the back the moment he turned it. As if to rub salt in her still smarting wounds, some woman had floated up to him, some pale and unearthly beautiful woman with hair redder than hair had any right to be, all scraped up with golden combs, then swirling down her bare freckled shoulders. Her tits looked on the point of popping out the whole time, but by some sorcery of tailoring never quite managed it, a fact which Leo was evidently not blind to. You'd have thought she had the secret of creation tucked in her cleavage, the way his eyes kept drifting back to it. She had a necklace of sparkling red stones and a bracelet to match, and flashing crystals stitched into her bodice, and by the dead, on her shoes too. Rikke had a ring through her nose like a troublesome bull. Summed it up. She wished she could pull the bloody thing out, but there was no way to do it without ripping half her nose off. She doubted even that would have got anyone's attention. She hadn't the slightest notion how to play this intricate game of fans and eyelashes and hints dropped over the shoulder and not quite but oh so nearly out tits, let alone the tools to win. She slurped down some more of the thin wine they'd given her. Didn't taste of much, but it was already having an effect, namely making the tips of her ears feel hot and sinking her ever deeper into jealous depression. They tell you drink makes you happy, but what they mean is it makes happy folk happier. They don't tell you that it makes unhappy folk more fucking unhappy than ever. She gave an unpleasantly sweet burp and scraped her tongue on her teeth. "Man," she muttered helplessly. "I know," came a voice from behind her. "There's no reasoning with them." By the dead, this one was even more beautiful than the other. Her skin had this sheen, like she wasn't made of meat, but some magic alloy of flesh and silver, every gesture finished off right to the tips of her long fingers like it was part of a dance, endlessly practiced and utterly perfected. "Shit," breathed Rikke, unable to stop herself looking this woman up and down.
You have made some effort.
Honestly, my maids made most of it. I only had to stand there. Maids? How many do you need? Only 4, if they know their business. I very much like your shirt. It looks so comfortable. I wish I could wear one.
Why don't you?
Because there are a million different rules a lady of taste must observe. No one tells you what they are, but the penalties for breaking them can be most severe.
That sounds a pain in the arse.
You have no idea.
Must admit, I didn't really know what to expect.
Rikke plucked at her shirt. It had stuck around her armpits with the heat of all these people lying to each other.
I got new boots, too. Even combed my hair.
She nervously twisted a stray tangle behind her ear.
But I slept out in the forest for a few weeks, and it's refused to behave ever since. How'd you get yours to do all that?
The woman leaned close. It's a wig.
Is it?
Rikke stared at those shining braids, coiled and piled and swept up like a nest of spun gold. Looks like hair, just more so. It is hair, it just isn't mine. Doesn't yours grow? I clip it off. Or your maids do. Well, yes. Most of the women here are wearing wigs. It's the fashion. She said that word, fashion, like it was an explanation for any kind of madness.
Everyone knows that?
Everyone.
So why are we whispering?
Whispered Rikke. Well, because everyone knows it, but no one admits it.
So, you shave your head so you can wear a hat made of someone else's hair, then lie about it.
Rikke puffed out her cheeks.
Puts my worries in some fucking perspective.
Not all of us have the courage for honesty.
Not all of us have the wit to lie.
The woman narrowed her eyes at Rikke. I doubt you're lacking wit. Rikke narrowed her eyes at the woman. I doubt you're lacking courage. She flinched a little, as if that somehow touched a sore spot, and changed the subject. I very much like your necklaces, too. Rikke tucked her chin into her neck to peer down at the mass of charms she'd collected over the years. Some Gurkish ones, some northern ones, some shaman's teeth, and this and that. She'd always felt you could never have too much good luck. Seemed a right lot of old junk now. She hooked the well-bitten dowel with her thumb and held it up.
This one's to bite on if I have a fit, hence the tooth marks.
The woman raised her brows.
Beautiful and practical. These are runes. My friend Isser Nefael carved them. Supposed to keep me safe. Year I've had, though. I doubt they work.
Well, they're lovely, regardless. I never saw anything like them. She actually seemed to mean it, and she'd been kind in a way. Here. Rikke took the runes off and slipped them gently over the woman's head.
Maybe they'll work better for you.
Thank you, said Savine, and for once she meant it. It was such a simple, forthright gesture, she found herself disarmed. She could hardly remember the last time someone gave her something without expecting double the value in return.
I can get another, said the northern girl, waving it away. Looks much better on you. You've the shoulders for it.
Fencing.
What, sword work?
It's fine exercise. Keeps me focused. She was caught off guard by a sudden memory of her sword punching through that man's ribs in Valbeck in the gutter. The noise he made as she struggled to pull the blade out of him. She had to shake off an ugly shiver.
Though, perhaps playing with swords is a bad idea. Might be I'll try an axe instead. Axes are always popular where I come from.
I had heard. And they smiled at each other. Savine told herself she found this girl's artless ways endearing. The truth, as usual, was less sentimental. She did not trust herself to talk to anyone more important. Whenever someone expressed their disingenuous condolences over her ordeal or their unconvincing relief at her safe return, she wanted to knock them down and grind her heel into their eye. She'd been sniffing pearl dust all day.
Just a pinch at sun-up to chase off the nightmares, then a pinch at breakfast to keep her head above water, maybe a couple more before lunch. Only, rather than keeping her sharp the way it used to, it was making her twitchy and savage and strangely reckless. Here. She undid the clasp of her necklace, red Suljuk gold and the most stunning dark emeralds from Thond, beautifully worked by her man in Osprey at a cost that had raised even her eyebrows. She slipped it around the girl's neck and fastened it. "I'll swap you." The girl stared at it, nestling among that mass of beads, charms and talismans, big eyes bigger than ever. "I can't take this." "I can get another," said Savine, waving it away. "It looks far better on you. You have the chest for it."
"It looks like a gold ring around a turd."
The girl glanced down Savine's front.
"And you've got twice what I've got."
"I have half what you have, and some very expensive corsetry." Savine reached out with both hands, pushed the girl's unkempt mess of red-brown hair out of her face, and studied it. Presumptuous, undoubtedly, but she was in that kind of mood. "Honestly, you have some remarkable natural advantages."
"I've a what?"
she said, looking slightly scared. Savine put a finger under her chin to tip her face into the light. "Fine, strong bones, excellent teeth, and your eyes, of course. Huge and pale and so very expressive. I've never seen anything quite like them." She flinched a little, as if that somehow touched a sore spot.
"Not sure whether they're a blessing or a curse."
"Well, I know women who'd kill for them. Literally. An hour with my maids, and I could have every person in here drooling over you." Savine gave the girl's face a parting pat and let her go, frowning out at the oblivious gathering. "Just goes to show what a ridiculous lie it is. What a ridiculous fucking lie everything is." She realized she had spat that last phrase with a sudden bitter fury. "Forgive me, I'm being terribly rude."
"You're being amazing, far as I'm concerned."
The girl looked down at the necklace, blushing now, which only made her look better.
"My father saw me wearing these. He'd shit himself."
"I don't know what my father would think, but he shits himself routinely." The girl grinned up. "You're all right, you know that." And Savine felt, of all things, a sudden need to cry. She looked out at the hall of mirrors, blinking back the tears. There was some bald old man she could not quite place staring right at her like a butcher at a livestock sale. She flicked her fan open as though she could hide behind it.
"No,"
she muttered.
"I'm not."
She had to stop herself flinching at the sight of Orso, draped against a pillar, looking drunk and despondent. It was as though there was a hook in her throat, and every glimpse of him was a painful tug on it. She was ashamed to admit it, but she wanted him no less. She certainly wanted to be queen no less. Her one desire was to go over to him and put her hand in his and say yes, and kiss him and hold him and watch the smile spread across his face, and marry her brother. The thought disgusted her, but hardly any more than everything disgusted her now. She took a shuddering breath. He was lost to her forever, and the person she had been with him was lost forever, and she could not even tell him why. How he must despise her, almost as much as she despised herself.
"Lady Savine?"
She found to her horror that the king was standing right beside her, with that haunted, fascinated expression he always had in her presence.
"Your Majesty?"
Savine dropped into a curtsy on an instinct, her face suddenly burning. Out of the corner of her eye she saw the northern girl clumsily trying to imitate her, but in trousers abjectly failing. "I so enjoyed my visit to the Solar Society," the king was blathering. She could hardly hear the words over the thudding of blood in her head. "So impressed by what you and Master Kernsbeck have achieved. The industry, the innovation, the progress. So proud to have subjects like you. Young ladies pointing the way to the future and so forth."
Please excuse me, she managed to whisper, turning so fast she almost stumbled. She took a wobbling step or two, weak at the knees.
I'm Rikke, she heard the northern girl yammering behind her. Rhymes with pricker.
The dogman's daughter, of course. He was a good friend of my good friend Logan Ninefingers, you know.
Ah, you have to be realistic.
Exactly.
Talking of which, my father was saying we were promised 6 seats on the open council.
Savine tugged at her corset in a futile attempt to let in some air. She felt buried. She was sure she was about to fountain vomit all over the pinnacle of society. It was only a sudden, sobering stab of cold rage that stopped her, froze the guilt and fear, and left her icy. Celeste Dan Huygen, that sly bitch. She was only 20 paces off, using every weapon in her arsenal on Leo Dan Brock, fanning herself as if she was on fire. Did she think she could worm her way into Savine's place, steal her canal, her connections, her profits? It was precisely what Savine would have done in her tasteless shoes, of course, but that was only the more reason to make her pay for it. Celeste saw her coming, carried across the hall on a wave of poisonous fury, and darted to head her off.
Lady Savine, we are all so very glad you have returned to us unhurt. Lady Celeste, you're such a treasure. It must have been a terrible ordeal, what you went through.
The temptation to bite her was almost overwhelming, but Savine only shrugged.
I was far from the only one who suffered.
Celeste was pretty, clever, and rich, but she led with her chest and smiled far too much. Smile all the time and you'll make them sick, like a cook serving nothing but meringue. Make your smile a rare treat, you'll leave them desperate to taste another. Savine let Brock see the corner of hers, just for a moment, almost hidden behind her fan.
I'm Leo, he said with that bluff, blunt Angland accent.
Of course you are, said Savine. Celeste's voice dripped with tattletale venom. Lady Savine was in Valbeck. As if Valbeck was some awful secret. She thought to make Savine seem ruined, but all she would do was make her seem fascinating. Savine would see to it. It's true, she said, turning away, biting her lip as though at horrible memories. Brock blinked. During the uprising, I was visiting a manufactory in which I was a part owner when it happened. She let it hang there for a long time, finally meeting Leo's eye, as if she would not tell just anyone, but could not hide the truth from him. The workers turned on us, several hundred of them. I'm ashamed to say I locked myself in an office. I heard them overpower the guards, heard them set upon my business partner. Brock stared, mouth slightly open. By the dead! Savine caught a delicious glimpse of doubt on Celeste's face as she realized that her banal drivel could not possibly compete with this. I found a loose board, broke my nails pulling it up. I had to crawl through the machinery to get away while they smashed down the door above. Brock was spellbound. That must have taken some courage. Or lucky cowardice, in my case. I saw one of the guards dragged into the machinery. His arm was ripped off in the gears. Celeste preened and fluttered in an effort to recapture Brock's attention, but it was futile. Sometimes pretty lies win the day, but sometimes ugly truths cut deeper. She spoke on, relentless, imagining each word was a slap in Celeste's face. I crawled through the guts of the building to the river and squeezed between a wall and a water wheel. I found a filthy old coat washed up on the riverbank, disguised myself as a beggar, and ran. The city was going mad. Gangs on the rampage, prisoners marched in columns, owners hanged from jibs. I wish I could say I helped, but I was thinking only of myself. Honestly, I was hardly thinking at all. No one could blame you, said Brock. I was chased through the slums, through tenements where the husk smokers laid 12 to a room,
through the filth of the pig pens. 2 men cornered me in a blind alley." She remembered that moment, remembered their faces. Now she would turn her terror to her advantage. Even Celeste looked gripped now, her fan hanging limp. "What happened?" muttered Brock, as if fearing the answer. "I had a sword with me. A decorative thing, but sharp." Savine let the silence stretch an almost uncomfortably long time. A blabbermouth like Celeste would never understand that drama is not so much a question of words, but of the silences between. "I killed them. Both of them, I think. I hardly even chose to do it, but suddenly it was done." She took a breath, and it caught in her throat, and she let it go, jagged. "They gave me no choice. But I still think about it. I think about it over and over." "You did what you had to," whispered Brock. "That makes it no easier to live with." Celeste's voice sounded slightly cracked. "Well, you're back with us now, and I, for one—" Brock spoke over her as if she wasn't there. "How did you get away?" "I stumbled upon some decent people, and they took me in. They kept me alive until Prince Orso delivered the city." Celeste Dan Huygen knew when she was beaten. She snapped her fan open and drifted off. The chill satisfaction of victory was the closest Savine had come to pleasure in some time. She might never be Queen of the Union, but she still reigned supreme over the ballroom. "And here I am." "That's quite a story," said Brock. "Not compared to facing fearsome warriors in a circle of shields, I dare say." "Your ordeal went on for weeks. Mine was done in moments." He leaned close, as if sharing his own secret. "Between the 2 of us, Stour Nightfall's the better swordsman." He brushed the long scab under his eye with a fingertip, and Savine realized with a guilty thrill that it must be a sword cut. "He could have killed me 12 times. All I did was survive long enough for his own arrogance to beat him." She held up her glass. "To the survivors, then?" "I can drink to that." He had a fine smile, open, honest, full of excellent teeth. Even though the fight was won, Savine found she was still talking to him. More surprising still, she found she was enjoying it. "Your name is Savine?" "Yes, Savine Dan Glokta." Say what you would for the name, you could always be sure of a reaction. Brock gave an ungainly cough. He really had no disguise at all. "You met my father, then?" "All I can say is you got your mother's looks, and she must be quite the beauty." She gave him a discerning nod. Not a bad effort, under the circumstances. All she had wanted was to crush Celeste Dan Huygen, now fanning herself wildly beside an oblivious Lord Isher. But with the fight won, the pearl dust and the drink closed back in on Savine, and she found the prize was an extremely handsome man. There truly was something of the lion in his sandy hair worn long, his sandy beard cropped short, his confident, comfortable, obvious strength. With that healing cut across his face, he looked like the hero from an overblown storybook, so manly and so popular and so powerful. Indeed, the young Lord Governor of England was surely the most eligible bachelor in the Union at that moment, if you discounted Crown Prince Orso, which Savine feared she had to. "It must be difficult to be a celebrated hero," she said. "Everyone wants to be sympathized with, after all, however little they deserve it." "I'll admit it takes some getting used to." "It must be hard to tell the genuine admiration from the empty breath, surrounded by people but all alone." She gave a theatrical sigh. "Everyone trying to make use of you." "Whereas you've got my best interests at heart?" "I wouldn't insult your intelligence by pretending anything of the kind, but we might be able to make use of each other." And she gave Leo another smile. Why not? His blunt, easy manners were the opposite of Orso's.
He brought her no puzzles to solve. His words barely had single meanings, let alone double ones. And sometimes a beautiful fool is the very thing one needs. Savine was tired of being clever. She wanted to be rash. She wanted to hurt someone, hurt herself. "There is one place in the city you really ought to visit while you're here." "Really?" "The office of a friend of mine, a writer, Spillian Swarbrick." Brock looked crestfallen. "I'm not really much of a reader." "Nor am I, honestly. Swarbrick's away on a research trip in the near country." She touched Leah on the chest ever so gently with her fan, looking up at him from under her lashes. She needed a little something. "I'll be there, though." Brock cleared his throat. "Tomorrow?" "Now," said Savine. "Tomorrow I might have changed my mind." She was probably making a fool of herself. She was probably causing a scandal. But, safe to say, a smaller one than marrying one's brother. Orso stood and drank. Well, to be precise, he stood and drank and watched Savine. Surreptitiously, to begin with, but less surreptitiously with every drink. Just watching her was torture. Watching her with that square-jawed oaf Leodan Brock was triply so. A torture that for some reason he could not stop inflicting on himself. People were dancing between the two of them, he rather thought, a whole floor full of sparkling, whirling figures, but they were just a drunken blur. All he saw was Savine and the young lion laughing. He had thought only he was funny enough to make her laugh that way. It turned out she could do it for entirely unfunny people too. That she had turned him down was hardly a surprise, but that she would, by all appearances, start trying to snare another man, and that one widely thought of as his rival, within a few days of turning him down, that hurt. He finished his glass and snatched another from a passing tray. Who was he fooling? It all hurt. He was one tremendous wound, one that would never heal. "And this is my son, the heir to the throne, Crown Prince Orso." Orso turned to find his father in the company of a solidly built old man, bald as an egg and with a short grey beard. "This is Bias," said the king with great ceremony, "first of the Magi." He bore only a passing resemblance to his magnificent statue on the Kingsway. Rather than a staff, he held a polished cane shod in brass and crystal. Rather than an air of mysterious wisdom, he had an expression of hungry self-satisfaction. Rather than arcane robes, he wore the clothes of a modern man of business. One owed a great deal of money by an excellent tailor. Orso gave a sniff. "You look more like a banker than a wizard." "One must trim one's style to the times," said Bias, holding up his cane and admiring the way the light shone through the crystal knob. "My master used to say that knowledge is the root of power, but I rather suspect power has a golden root these days. We have met before, in fact, Your Highness, though you, I think, cannot have been more than 4 years old." "He's barely changed," said the king with a suffocatingly false chuckle. "I'm afraid I've a terrible memory for anything that happened more than an hour ago," said Orso. "Bit of a blur." "I wish I could have been here more," said Bias, "but there are always problems in need of solving. No sooner did I engineer a suspension of hostilities with a troublesome brother in the south than 2 siblings in the west chose to become difficult." "Family, eh?" grunted Orso, waving his glass at his father, who was looking less comfortable with every word exchanged. "The seeds of the past bear fruit in the present," murmured Bias. "The wounds of the past even more so. Then you can't turn your back on the north for an hour without at least one war breaking out. Never the slightest peace. Still, I hope my erstwhile apprentice, Yorusulfur, was useful in my absence." "Hugely," swooned the king. "Now, if I could just—" "Hugely," echoed Orso, anger stabbing at him through the fug of drunkenness. "Indeed, he made himself useful in the hanging of 200 innocent people I had promised amnesty." "Manners, Orso," murmured the king through gritted teeth. He was always weighed down by cares, but Orso had never seen him look truly scared. What did the king of the Union have to fear in his own palace? And yet he looked scared now. His face had lost all colour, and there was a sheen of sweat across his forehead. "Let the boy have his fun," said Bias mildly. "We all were young once, eh? Even if in my case it was a very long time ago. In due course he will learn how the world really works, just as you did." And with a smile, the first of the Magi turned away. "You shouldn't indulge that old fool," grumbled Orso. "You weren't there." The king's fingers dug painfully into his wrist. "When the eaters came, you didn't see what he is capable of." His eyes had the strangest haunted look. "You must promise me never to defy him." Orso tried to twist his arm free. "What are you talking about? You must promise me." "A word, your majesty," called Bias, and with one backward glance the king hurried after the Magus like a dog called to heel. Orso took another swallow of wine, then turned back towards Savine, still laughing with the young lion. He would have been furious with her, but he could no more hate her than a drunk can the bottle. He would have been furious with Leo Dan Brock, but he had done nothing wrong. The horribly but justifiably vain, magnificently manly, utterly superficial bastard. He was doing exactly what Orso would have done in his place, only looking like a hero while he did it. The only person in this triangle of misery he could reasonably be furious with was himself. He had ruined it all, somehow, by being too backward, or too forward, too slow, or too fast, or too something. He knew most people scorned him utterly, but for some reason, though she was the cleverest, bravest, most beautiful woman in the world, she had not. He had let himself believe that she loved him. But it was just another trick, a trick he had played on himself. "Women," he muttered helplessly. "I know," came a voice beside him. "Fucking bitches." It was that northern girl, the dogman's daughter, Rikke. He had seen her from a distance and thought she looked interesting, with the wild hair and the twitchy gestures and the total lack of usual propriety. Up close, she was a great deal more interesting. She had, for some reason, a heavy gold ring through her nose and some streaks of dark paint on her freckled face, and a beguiling hint of cleavage showing among a rattling mass of necklaces and talismans that included a rather wonderful and entirely incongruous set of emeralds. But most of all, it was her eyes, big and pale and piercing. He felt as if she saw right into him and wasn't repulsed by what she found there, which was welcome, because he certainly was. Hell, he was drunk. "Is it wrong of me," he said, mangling the words and not much caring, "to say I find you fascinating?" "Not at all." She gave a haughty sniff, that thick gold ring shifting. "You're a man. You can't help yourself." Despite his attempts to be the tragic hero of his own life, he could not help laughing. "It has been remarked upon." He had always been the most wretched judge of what he needed, but what he needed right now might be the woman who was least like Savine in the world. And here, as if by magic, "I sometimes think no one in this city can tell the truth for 3 breaths together." He waved his glass at the room and slopped some wine onto the tiles. "But you seem honest. And so funny. And so funny. Who the hell are all these bastards?" "Well, he's the court clockmaker, and she's a famous actress.
That bald idiot is a legendary wizard, apparently. I'm told that woman there is a Styrian spy, one of the ones we pretend not to know about."
Rikke sighed. "I'm like an angry chicken trying to pass myself off among swans. I've tried swan, as it happens, thoroughly mediocre meat once the feathers are off." She might not have worn ladies' clothes, but without doubt there was a woman's shape underneath, and one he found not the slightest fault with. A good chicken, on the other hand. A man of taste, eh? It has been remarked upon. I'm told you're the heir to all this. A sad fact."
She puffed out her cheeks and she glanced about the hall of mirrors.
"All this wealth and flattery must be such a curse. It's made me the useless cunt I am. You can't argue with those results. I'm told you're a witch who can see the future. Witch, no. Future, sometimes."
She winced, pressed a hand to her left eye as though it hurt.
"A bit too much lately." "What's the ring for?" he asked. "Keeps me tethered to the earth. Or you'll float off? I'm prone to fits."
She thought about that, then snorted laughter and blew some snot onto her top lip.
"And shits," she said as she wiped it away. "I'm told you've bedded 5,000 whores. I'd be amazed if it's more than 4,900.
Huh. She gave him a long, lazy, utterly shameless look up and down, a look that no one within 30 paces could have doubted the meaning of, a look that made him feel at once slightly embarrassed and rather aroused.
"They teach you anything?"
He realized he had not even glanced at Savine since they started talking. He looked over now, felt a sour pang of loss as she touched a grinning Leo Dan Brock on the chest with her fan.
"I used to be with him," murmured Rikke.
She was watching them too, and looking more than a little sour herself.
"Fancy that," said Orso. "I used to be with her." "Doesn't bother you, being second best to the young lion?" "I'll confess it stings, but I'm used to being the absolute worst."
Orso drained his glass and tossed it rattling onto a side table.
"Second best is an immense improvement."
He offered her his elbow.
"Perhaps I could accompany you on a stroll around the palace gardens."
She turned those bewitching grey eyes on him.
"Long as it ends in the bedroom."
A bit about courage. The cold nipped at Leo's ears as they made their way through the darkened streets, but the fires of excitement were burned ever hotter inside. Durand looked as eager as he was, a playful sparkle in his eye, a handsome flush to his cheek.
"Where are we going?"
he murmured, his hand on Leo's shoulder and his voice a little squeaky.
"Somewhere far from prying eyes, I suppose."
Leo nudged him in the ribs with his elbow.
"Wouldn't want to cause a scandal, would we?"
"Honestly," said Durand, with that grin at the corner of his mouth, "I don't care." Leo wasn't listening. He'd seen the street sign. He'd seen the number.
"This is the place,"
he whispered, breath smoking in the chilly night. It was a tall, terraced house, a little smoke-blackened, just like a dozen others in this street, which was just like a dozen other streets on the way from the Agrient. Not the most exciting building, but a chink of light shone between shutters in an upstairs window, and Leo felt almost as skittish looking up at it as he had towards that bridge on the day of the battle, ready to order the charge.
"Thanks for the directions," he said. "You're a good friend, the best. I'll see you tomorrow, at the parade."
When he turned, grinning, Durand had the strangest look on his face. Shocked, dismayed, let down.
"Who are you meeting?"
he whispered.
"The Archlector's daughter, Savine."
Leo felt a shiver of nerves as he said the name and lowered his voice.
"Probably best if you don't mention that to anyone, though."
"No." Durand closed his eyes and gave a disbelieving little laugh.
"You're right, of course."
Cheer up." Leo hugged him roughly with one arm, looking back to the building. The one lit window. "There are plenty of ladies for all of us," though he couldn't think of any close to Savine Dan Glokta's class. "Plenty of ladies," Durand echoed gloomily. "I hope you know what you're getting into." "Sometimes it's better if you don't," and Leo handed Durand his cane, gave him a parting poke in the stomach, then strutted across the street, trying not to let the pain show. They didn't call him the young lion for nothing, after all. He knew a bit about courage, and the secret is to dismiss the whole notion of choice and just do. He lifted his fist and gave 4 smart knocks, twisting his face into the kind of self-assured smoulder he imagined the great lovers of history might have used. It slipped straight off when the door opened. There was a dark-skinned woman on the other side he'd never seen before. "Oh, I was expecting—" "You must be the young lion," she said in common that probably had less accent than his. "Some people call me that." She snapped her teeth at him with a surprisingly lion-like growl, and he jerked back in surprise, winced as his weight went on his wounded leg, and tried to pass it off with a false chuckle as she let him past, leaning back against the door until it clunked shut. "Lady Savine is upstairs." "Upstairs? Of course." He found he was blushing, which probably wasn't something the great lovers of history would have done. "I mean, not that. I just mean, I'm not much of a talker." "No doubt God gave you other talents," and she turned away with the slightest smile. It seemed a long way up that darkened staircase, his heart beating so loud they could have heard it in the street, the chink of light below the black door getting steadily closer, promising so much. He'd no idea what to expect. Wouldn't have shocked him to find Savine waiting with a loaded flatbow, or stretched out naked on a tiger skin, or both, for that matter. He paused outside the door, trying to catch his breath, but it refused to be caught. Too cold outside, too warm in here. He thought about knocking, then realized it might be more masterful if he just swept in. They didn't call him the young lion for nothing, after all. Reckless charges were his trademark. He reached for the knob, paused at a rush of nerves, then bundled too eagerly through. Savine stood, pouring wine in the light of one lamp, as precisely posed as if she was standing for a portrait. She didn't even flinch as the door opened, didn't even turn to look at him, just held the glass up to the light, frowning slightly as she checked the colour. "You made it, then?" she asked, finally turning towards him. "Yes." He clutched for something witty to add, but the cupboard was bare. She looked even more immaculate than he remembered, her shape against the lamplight, almost impossibly— What? Where else would words fail you but in a bloody writer's office? He looked around, hoping to find some inspiration. Shelves burst with books, a leather-topped desk was strewn with papers. What might have been a printing press stood in one corner, about the ugliest thing Leo had ever seen, all iron gears and handles, a blackened roller, and one printed page lying in its open jaws. "Swarbrick's latest tissue of fantasies," said Savine. "But you didn't come to hear about other people's adventures." "Why did I come here?" he asked, pushing the door shut, half a weak effort at a joke, half actually wanting an answer. "For an adventure of your own," and she offered him the glass. She looked so composed, so poised, so totally in control, but as she glided closer, Leo caught something glimmering in her eyes, some hint of hunger or anger, or madness even, that made him very excited and slightly afraid. Or maybe the other way around. He found himself shrinking back, ended up pressed awkwardly against the desk, the moulded edge jabbing him in the arse. By the dead, even the most thick-headed man in Adua, and Leo counted himself in the running, couldn't have doubted what she was after. Probably there'd never been any doubt, but for some reason he'd let himself think she might really want to give him a tour of a writer's office. Here the pens, there the ink. Now we can all go back to our separate beds and have a lovely sleep, entirely untroubled by worries over one's abilities as a lover. If anyone asked, Leo would always say he adored the ladies, but there'd been times when he worried that women didn't quite excite him the way they should, the way they did other men. Now it seemed his problem had simply been finding the right one. Rikke had been such easy company, one of the boys. Savine could scarcely have been more the opposite. He'd never met a woman who was more woman.
"Nervous?" she asked.
"No," he lied. His voice cracked a bit and she smiled. A hard little smile, as though she'd caught him out, which she had, of course. He'd never been much of a liar. The truth was, Leo had never been that comfortable around women. But perhaps comfortable is the last thing romance should be. Perhaps it should have an edge. And every moment with Savine felt as thrilling and dangerous as stepping into the circle with a great wolf.
"I don't think I've ever met a woman like you before," he said.
"Of course not." She threw her wine back in one easy motion, thin muscles in her neck fluttering as she swallowed. "I'm the only one." And she tossed the glass onto the leather top of the desk, where it rattled on its edge, but by some sorcery stayed upright. She eased closer, pale chest rising and falling, soft skin gleaming with the lamplight, and she was wearing a necklace that didn't fit at all with her flawless tailoring. A twisted thong with bone tablets threaded onto it, jaggedly carved, the kind of thing Rikke used to wear in a rattling mass. Even through the drink and the excitement, that gave him a twinge of guilt.
"Where did you get the runes?"
"From the north," she said vaguely, her eyes on his mouth.
"What do they say?"
He wasn't doing anything wrong, was he? Rikke had made it perfectly clear she wanted nothing more to... Savine took him by the chin with a force that wasn't to be resisted.
"Who cares?"
Her thumb-tip crept up his cheek, her narrowed eyes fixed on it, and the tip of her tongue showed between her lips as she found the fresh scar, stroked it gently, a little tickly, a little sore.
"Did Stour Nightfall give you this?" she asked. "With a few other keepsakes. Does it hurt?" "Only if you press... Ah!"
She very deliberately pressed it, her teeth savagely bared for an instant, and made him flinch away, twisted even more uncomfortably over the desk. He could hardly believe how slight she was, how slender, the sinews twitching in her bare shoulder. He hardly dared to touch her in case she snapped in his hands. But she was stronger than he'd expected, far stronger, far warmer. He caught a waft of her scent, mostly summer meadow, but with some harsh animal edge in it. He might have been more scared than excited, but without doubt his cock was the other way around. His throat was so tight he could hardly speak. He found himself wondering how much older she was than him. 5 years? 10? How much more experienced?
"Are you sure this is a good idea?"
"I'm sure it's a terrible idea. That's its appeal." She flipped open a little box, brought out a pinch of something between finger and thumb, and lifted it to his face. She found a way to do even that gracefully.
"Here." "What is it?"
"Pearl dust. The stuff artists use to make them more sensitive. What works for artists works just as well for the rest of us. They're really a great deal less special than they like to think. Just sniff it."
"I'm not sure.
I thought you came for an adventure." And she pressed that pinch of powder to one of his nostrils while she squeezed the other shut with a fingertip. He really had no choice but to snort it up. The time for choices had been in the street outside.
"Ah, by the dead!"
Fire burned to the back of his throat, out into his ears, down into his teeth, brought tears to his eyes. A horrible sensation.
"Why the hell would anyone—"
"Other side," she hissed, twisting his head and near shoving her fingers up his other nostril. He hardly even knew she was undoing his sword belt until he heard it clatter to the floor, disarmed in every sense. Bloody hell, he wanted to sneeze, stood for a moment with eyes closed, trying to smother it. When the urge passed, he found she was kissing him, gentle little nips at his mouth. Then she twisted his face side on to hers, started lapping, sucking, biting at him. He squeezed at her ribs, but couldn't really feel her, just a fortress of corsetry, stiff as armor. The burning in his face was fading, his head pleasantly spinning. His mouth moved mechanically, numb and clumsy, lips all fizzy. He could taste wine on her tongue. Whether it was her, or the drink, or the stuff for artists up his nose, Leo couldn't say, but he'd started to feel bold, wild. He was the bloody young lion, wasn't he? He'd come for a fucking adventure. He was one of history's great lovers, damn it. He gave a lion's growl as he caught her face, thumb under her jaw, caught the strap of her dress and gripped it, twisted it, his knuckles pressing hard into her shoulder, making her gasp, turning her until he was the one shoving her up against the edge of the desk. He caught his foot on his sword, staggered, and she kicked it away with one pointed shoe, blade half falling out of the scabbard as it clattered into the lion-carved feet of the printing press. His face didn't hurt anymore, not one bit. He could hardly feel a thing from the neck up, but twice as much as usual from the waist down. She grunted in her throat, lips curled back into something between a smile and a snarl as she nipped at him with her teeth. He felt her fumbling with his belt, dragging it open, felt his trousers sagging down until they were tangled with his boots. The air was cool on his arse, then her hand even cooler. Any thought of saying no was long gone, any thought at all, for that matter. She wriggled nimbly back onto the desk, almost as if she'd had a lot of practice, skirts rustling as she pulled them up, and she dragged him after her, hand twisted in his hair. Almost painful, but not quite. Substitutes.
"By the dead,"
groaned Rikke. She propped herself up on her elbows, tried to blow free the hair tangled across her face, and failed. She had to drag it back with her fingers, squeeze her stinging eyes shut against the light, then bit by tiny bit peel open just the one. She was lying with a sheet tangled around her hips, one leg sticking out, which she knew must be hers, 'cause she could wriggle the toes. She was stark naked but for her shirt, the sleeve all rucked up around one wrist and the rest spread out limp across the bed like a flag of surrender. She frowned past the shirt towards the window, then jerked up, staring about. Where the bloody hell was she? The room was big as a chieftain's hall, acres of rich-coloured drapery stirring about the great windows. The far-off ceiling was all crusted with gilded leaves, the furniture all polished to a blinding sheen, the door high enough to be used by giants, with a knob shaped like the Sun of the Union. It turned, and the door shuddered open as if from a kick. Someone came in with a silver tray teetering on one hand, things sliding dangerously about on top. His crimson jacket, heavy with gold stitching, hung open to show a strip of pale and slightly hairy chest and belly. He turned slowly towards the bed, concentrating furiously on keeping his tray balanced. It was Crown Prince Orso. Oh! Rikke felt her eyebrows go very high then, as that last part of last night suddenly came rushing back. Oh! She'd been about to cover up, but now there didn't seem much point, so she just flopped back, arms outstretched. "You're awake," he said, grinning. "So you say," she croaked out. "How much did I drink?" "All of it, I think." He put the tray down proudly on the bed beside her. "I brought you an egg." She lifted her chin a little to give it the eye. Her guts had felt far from settled ever since Leo's duel. They felt less settled than ever now. "Well done. Lay yourself, did you?"
There's no point being a crown prince if you mean to do all the hard work. But look, I carried it from the door to the bed," and he gestured at the path he'd taken. "As you observed last night, fucking a crown prince is no great distinction, even if you did it rather bloody well." She gave a humble shrug. "I've a gift, what can I say? But being brought breakfast by one, that is a rare honour." She had to admit to feeling a little bit honoured. She wasn't sure anyone had brought her breakfast before. Leo certainly never bothered. The thought would never penetrate his thick skull that there were needs in the world other than his. She wondered where he was now, with that hideously beautiful woman more than likely, who she couldn't even hate on account of the absurdly generous gift of green jewels that were right now gleaming on her chest. "What's this?" she asked, fishing a crumpled sheaf of papers from the tray. She was no expert on printing, but she reckoned this a poor example. "It's a news bill. They tell you what's happening." Also thought about that. Or they tell you what to think about what's happening. He thought more. Or the really successful ones just confirm what you already think about what's happening. Huh. There was a smudged etching on the front of Leo on horseback, looking even more pompous than usual. There must have been half a page about exactly how he trimmed his beard. Then there was something about breakers rampaging, trouble in the south, rivalries with Styria, how immigrants had ruined the tone of a neighbourhood, how everything was better during the reign of King Casimir. She gave a disbelieving snort. "Hear this shit. His Highness was observed leaving the function in the company of the beautiful and mysterious Witch of the North." Now that is poor writing. Also ever so gradually leaned towards her as he spoke, eyes fixed earnestly on her face. It should say beautiful, mysterious, shapely, cunning, talented, highly entertaining. She flung the newsbill fluttering across the room, grinned as she caught Orso by the ear, pulled him close and kissed him full on the mouth. A scuzzy and sour-tasting kiss, but if you hold off till everything's perfect, think of all the great kisses you'll miss. "You're not quite what I was expecting," she said as they broke apart. "Even more handsome in the flesh, eh? Handsome I expected. Kind I didn't." "Kind?" He gave her a strange look. "That might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me." He peered up at the ceiling. "Now I'm wondering if it's the only nice thing anyone's ever said about me. I could show you the city." He jumped up from the bed with an enthusiasm that made her head hurt. "Adua, city of white towers. It's the centre of the world, you know." "So I hear." "The theatre. I can get the place cleared, arrange a private showing just for the two of us." "Folk acting out silly stories, all magic and wars and romance. Don't reckon that's for me." "Cards, then. Do you play cards?" "Not sure it'd be fair. I've got the long eye, remember." His eyes went wide, like a boy who's found a fine new game. "Even better! I can finally wipe the smirk off that bastard Tunney's face at the gaming table." "Thought you had a parade to lead." Orso's mouth twisted. "I don't deserve a parade, unless it happened to be stomping over me, I suppose." And he flopped down on his back, staring up at the gilded leaves on the ceiling. "Thought you crushed some rebellion." "Oh, yes, the heroic crown prince. I talked some labourers into surrendering." "Well, that's something to celebrate. Saved some lives, didn't you?" "I did." He turned to look at her. "Then they all got hanged." Rikke stared up at the ceiling herself. "Ah. I didn't make it happen, but I didn't stop it either. Some hero, eh? I'm told a leader has to make of their heart a stone." Rikke sat up and plucked the egg out of its cup. "At least you know what you are." And she bit the top off it. "I'm no young lion. I think we can agree on that. Thank the dead." And she grinned, showing him a mouthful of egg mush. "Man's a fucking arsehole." He grinned back. "Do you know, I don't think I ever met a woman like you before. And you've met so many."
Honestly, my reputation in that regard is hugely inflated. Hugely inflated, eh? Perhaps you're more like Leo Danbrock than you think. She leaned over to grab a slice of bread off the tray, and there was a rattle as the door was flung carelessly open. For pity's sake, Orso! A strange, sharp accent. Tell me you're not still... A superbly dressed woman glided into the room with all the majesty of a great ship under full sail and stopped, staring down her nose towards the bed. Didn't take long for Rikke to realize it was Orso's mother, Her August Majesty, the High Queen of the Union. She gave a kind of helpless squeak. Might have done better if she hadn't just wedged a piece of bread in her wide-open mouth, but she doubted it. "Who is this person?" asked the Queen. This is Rikke, the beautiful and mysterious Witch of the North." Also attempted an ornamental flourish, as though she was being presented to the throne rather than caught in his bed, and Rikke coughed and almost blew bread out of her nose. "She is an emissary from the Protectorate." Rikke wasn't sure whether he'd made her look better or the Protectorate worse. She took the bread out of her mouth, shut it, then pinched the sheet between finger and thumb, and ever so gradually pulled it up over her tits. The Queen made an arch of one perfect brow. "When it comes to building close diplomatic ties with the future King of the Union, one cannot fault her commitment." Rikke cleared her throat. "Well, it's a key alliance for us." Also smothered a laugh. His mother didn't. Rikke thought about just keeping on pulling the sheet until it was all the way over her head. "Tell me this isn't the girl you're thinking of marrying, Orso." Rikke stared at him. "You're getting—" "No!" Orso gave a pained wince. "That was all a misunderstanding." The Queen sighed heavily. "It says something for the scale of my desperation that I was entirely prepared to welcome her into the family." And she swept out, shutting the door behind her with a precise click. Rikke puffed out her cheeks. "By the dead, your mother's got a stare could curdle milk." "I think she rather took to you," said Orso, "and it's a hell of a compliment. When it comes to naked women, she's quite the connoisseur." "I'd best get dressed." Rikke sat up, peering about for her trousers. "In case your father comes wandering in next." "I'm guessing it doesn't take you too long." Rikke glanced down at herself. "Get my boots on and I'm pretty much there." "Wonderful." Orso was looking down at her too, the ghost of a smile about his lips. He brushed her neck with a fingertip, then slid it down until it caught the hem of the sheet and started to drag that down too. "We may be able to fit in a brief round of diplomacy before the parade." "Well, I was sent to improve relations with the Union." And she kicked the tray clattering off onto the floor, spat a bit of egg after it, grabbed a fistful of Orso's jacket, and dragged him down on top of her. No expense spared. "The bloody people!" bellowed Leo over the cheering. "There are a lot of them," Orso shouted back. They crowded to the edges of every roadway, crammed every roof and window. The streets were canyons of humanity, the squares were seas of faces. Just when Leo thought there couldn't be any more in the world, they'd turn a corner and another avenue would open up, smiles stretching into the distance. His wounded side was sore from all the riding, his wounded arm from all the waving, his wounded face from all the grinning. "Are they taking them from the back and rushing them to the front down side streets or something?" "Bearing in mind my mother organised this," said Orso, "I wouldn't be at all surprised." The parade itself must have been several thousand strong. At the front rode magnates of the Open Council, garlanded with braid and medals. Leo got an approving nod from Lord Isher as he glanced over his shoulder, an energetically shaken fist from Barazin, a self-satisfied salute from Huygen. Further back were lesser aristocracy, officers of the army, and fur-trimmed bureaucrats.
Wedged between them and the glittering ranks of tramping soldiers were a group of ambassadors, emissaries, and foreign worthies with a daunting array of skin tones and national costumes. Leo realized with a twinge of guilt that Rikke was probably among them. He wondered what she'd done after the ball last night. Probably sat on her own in the darkness, plotting his doom. He turned his eyes hastily forward towards the magnificent standard flying at the very head of the column, its white horse rearing against a golden sun. Just the sight of it made the embers of Leo's patriotic fervour flare back into life. A relic of a better time when the Union was ruled by righteous warriors, not copper-counting cripples. "The steadfast standard," he murmured in a voice hushed with awe. Also nodded. "The very piece of cloth that fluttered at the head of Casimir's conquering armies. Without him, there'd be no England at all. Now there was a great king." "Indeed," the Crown Prince sighed. "Makes one realize how terribly far the monarchy has fallen." "I didn't mean—" "Don't worry," said Orso with a sad little smile. He looked sad in general, considering this was all partly in his honour. "No one has a lower opinion of the royal family than me, and that is with some savage competition. Makes you wonder, though, doesn't it, whether Casimir and Herod and the rest were really the great men history paints them as, or were they just yesterday's mediocrities, bloated up with centuries of stolen credit into today's towering heroes?" He gestured to the crowds. "I mean, it's you they're here for. You're the one defeated Stour Nightfall. Men are wearing their beards like you, wearing their swords like you. There's a play about your duel, I believe. Any good? I'm sure it's less exhilarating than the original." Leo had to admit he quite liked the Crown Prince. He'd expected him to be a real wilting dandy, and, yes, you wouldn't have called him a man's man, but there was no doubt he was a damn good-looking fellow, and he turned out to be really quite thoughtful and generous. A hard man to hate. Leo was learning that people and their reputations rarely had much in common. He found himself, ironically, joining the Arch-Lector in trying to inflate Orso's achievements. "You liberated Valbec, Your Highness. Put down a bloody rebellion." "I surrounded a city and had a very good breakfast, discussed terms and had a very good lunch, accepted a surrender and had a very good dinner, then found the majority of my prisoners already hanged when I got up the next morning. My own fault for being a late riser, I suppose." "But you're the heir to the throne." "My parents might agree on nothing else, but they do agree on that. Being heir to the throne takes no effort, however. Believe me, I know. You, on the other hand, have risked your life." He waved a hand towards the scar on Leo's face, covered with the red marks of bravery. My most serious wound was sustained when I struck my head getting out of bed dead drunk. The bleeding was quite spectacular, to be fair, but the glory was minimal. Leo's eye was caught by a knot of dark-skinned beggars in the crowd. "Lot of brown faces around," he said, frowning. "Troubles in the south. Refugees are pouring across the Circle Sea seeking new lives. Fought a war against the Gurkish 30 years ago, didn't we? You sure they can be trusted?" "Some can and some can't, I would have thought. Just like Northmen, just like anyone. And they're not all from Gurkle." "Where then?" "All across the south," said Orso. "Kadir, Taurish, Yashtavit, Dagoska, dozens of languages, dozens of cultures, and they've chosen to come here. Makes you proud, doesn't it?" "If you say so." Leo knew nothing about those places, except that he didn't want the Union to become one of them. He took no pride in the watering down of his homeland's character. "Don't you worry, there might be—" Leo felt a need to lower his voice. "Eaters among them. I'm not sure cannibal sorcerers are one of our most pressing problems. Some of them can steal people's faces, that's what I heard." Leo craned around to frown at those southerners again. "They can disguise themselves as anyone."
Then wouldn't a pale face make a better disguise than a dark? Leo frowned. He hadn't actually thought of that. Just hardly feels like the Union's the Union anymore. Surely the great strength of the Union has always been its variety. That's why they call it a union. Huh, grunted Leo. Also would think that. He was a half-Styrian mongrel himself. Something landed in his lap. A flower. Looking towards an upstairs window, he saw a group of smiling girls tossing down more. He grinned and blew them a kiss. Seemed the only decent thing to do. "Adua appears to be enjoying you," said Orso. "How have you been enjoying it?" "Can't say I take to the vapours, and the politics is pretty murky too. Since the closed council didn't help fight the war, I'd hoped they'd at least help pay for it. Easier to open a gate to hell in my experience than the king's purse. A royal waste of my time. But on the other hand, I met a woman. Never met one quite like her before." Orso gave a sharp little laugh. "Fancy that. So did I. Beautiful, clever, sharp as a dagger and fierce as a tiger." Another laugh. "Fancy that. So did I. But so poised, so elegant, every inch the lady." Orso laughed louder than ever. "Well, there we differ. Does your paragon of womanhood have a name?" Leo cleared his throat. "Reckon I'd better not say." "Went further than just a meeting, then?" "She took me to—" No, that sounded too weak. "I met her, I should say, at the office of some writer." The prince's face gave an ugly twitch, even less keen on books than Leo was, maybe. "But she didn't invite me to read, if you take my meaning." "I think I can deduce it." Orso's voice sounded strangled, but Leo had never been much good at finding the hidden meaning in things. He was a straightforward fellow, so he carried on, straightforwardly. Was that a word? "A night of passion, with a beautiful and mysterious older woman." "Surely every young man's dream," grated Orso. "Yes, except—" Leo wasn't sure if he should say more, but Orso was a man of the world, infamously so. Maybe he could help make sense of it. "If the story got out, people might think I made use of her, but I've a feeling she made use of me." "We all want to be wanted," growled Orso, eyes fixed ahead. "The way she looked at me, as if he were her next meal. The way she touched me, with no gentleness and no doubts. The way she spoke to me, knowing just what she wanted and not caring a damn for what he might." The thought was making him stiff in his dress trousers. It was just like— His eyes went wide. Bloody hell. It was just the way his mother talked to him. That thought made his trousers droop even more quickly than they'd risen. Could it be, deep down, he liked being spoken to that way? "You know," said Orso, checking his mount, "I really shouldn't be here." "What?" "You deserve it. I don't." Orso clapped him on the arm and, without waiting for a reply, pulled his horse to the side and began to drop back. Till then there'd been the odd false note in the applause, boos, mocking calls of young lamb, even outright screeches of murderer. But when Orso left, he took all criticism with him, and with Leo leading the parade alone, riding beneath the steadfast standard, just as Casimir himself might have, the cheering was twice as loud. The flower petals fell in fountains. Urchins pointed fingers, eyes wide in dirt-smudged faces. There goes the young lion, saviour of the Union. Leo smiled. It wasn't hard to do. Orso was right, after all. He did deserve the glory. How many people can say they won a war single-handed? Everyone had cheered for Leo Dan Brock, up on his own at the front of the parade, a famous hero from head to toe. Things quietened down a lot as the great men of the Open Council followed. "That's fucking Isha,"
growled Broad, as he rode past with his chin in the air, great gilded cloak spread out across the hindquarters of his prancing horse. "The one who stole our land. Looks like he's done all right out of it. Let it go." Liddy's hand was gentle on the back of his, gentle but firm. "Your anger won't hurt him any, but it could hurt us." "Aye," said Broad, taking a hard breath. "You're right. It had hurt them enough already." Fur-trimmed worthies followed the lords, trying to steal a piece of glory they'd had no part in winning. Next came the officers, and Broad turned his head and spat. After what he'd been through in Styria, he liked those bastards no better than the lords.
"There's Orso!"
called a child up on shoulders.
"Why's he back here? Shame to show his face beside a real hero,"
someone grumbled. Broad saw him now, sat on a fine grey in this loose, relaxed way, like he didn't know what guilt was, an odd little smirk at the corner of his mouth as he chatted to some old soldier in a fine fur hat.
"Shame!" someone roared. "Down with the Crown Prince!"
A tall man with a thick black beard standing on tiptoe to shout over the heads of those in front. Folk frowned around at him, but he'd the light of madness in his eyes and didn't back down a step.
"Murderer!"
Liddy shook her head.
"Damn fool will only cause trouble."
"Got a point, though," muttered Broad. "Also is a bloody murderer."
"Didn't Valbeck teach you any lessons at all, Gunner? You can have a point and still keep it to yourself."
200 good men and women he hanged as traitors," grumbled Broad.
"They were traitors,"
said May, jaw tight.
"That's just a fact."
Broad didn't like hearing it, especially from his own daughter. "We could argue that case, I reckon." Though arguing with May never got him anywhere he wanted to go. "Truth is, Leo Dan Brock fought in a war. Also just sat in a tent and lied."
"Cheer for Leo Dan Brock, then," muttered Liddy, "and leave His Highness out of it. You've no idea who's listening. Inquisition are everywhere."
That bearded bastard didn't seem to care.
"Shit on the young lamb!"
he bellowed through cupped hands, and also looked over with that faint, bored smile, and gave a little bow, and there was some scattered laughter, which Broad had to admit took a little venom out of the gathering. Moments later, someone barged his shoulder, and 3 black-clothed men shoved through the crowd. The bearded heckler saw them, spun about, but another 2 were coming the other way. The crowd surged back as if from a plague victim as the practicals caught him, shoved him down, started forcing a stained bag over his head.
"No!"
hissed Liddy. Was only then Broad noticed her hand on his arm, both hands dragging him back as hard as she could.
"No more trouble!"
Was only then he noticed his every muscle was stiff and his fists clenched trembling tight and his lips curled back in a snarl.
"Don't you dare fuck this up for us!"
May had slipped in front of him, was stabbing her pointed finger in his face.
"Not when we just got right!"
There were tears glimmering in her eyes.
"Don't you dare!"
Broad took a deep breath and let it shudder away, watched as 3 practicals manhandled that poor fool through the crowd. Could have been him, dragged off to the House of Questions. Would have been him, gibbeted beside the road to Valbeck, if it hadn't been for May and the biggest slice of luck an undeserving man ever got.
"I won't, May."
He felt tears in his own eyes then, eased his lenses down his nose to rub them dry.
"I'm sorry." "You promised us,"
hissed Liddy, dragging him back towards the tramping men and the high-stepping horses and the flags and shiny metal.
"No more trouble."
"No more trouble." Broad put his arms around his wife and his daughter and held them both close. "I promise." But his fists were still so tightly clenched they ached. Savine had always loved grand events. The bigger the crowd, the more opportunities to turn strangers into acquaintances, acquaintances into friends, and friends into money. They were a chance to be seen and therefore admired, and therefore kept powerful. Because power is a mountain one is always sliding down. A mountain one must claw and strive and scramble always to keep one's place upon, let alone to climb higher. A mountain made not of rock, but of everyone else's writhing, struggling, grasping bodies. Events came no grander than this one. A holiday had been declared for the working folk of Adua, and the furnaces had been doused and the vapours cleared. It was warm for the start of winter, the sun shining crisp upon the revelling crowds. Those of the great and good who had not joined the famous victors on their parade were gathered here at the end of the route, along with a multitude of the small and bad in the square of marshals. Savine was at the heart of it, at one end of the purple-swagged royal box, along with most of the closed council, a legion of toadying footmen and stern knights of the body, not to mention their august majesties, the High King and Queen of the Union. Therese stood painfully erect at the very pinnacle of power, honouring the crowd with the occasional scornful wave, unquestioned mistress of all she saw. For once, Savine did not need to make an effort to be jealous. That could have been her place, should have been, almost had been. The king glanced sideways, and just for an instant caught Savine's eye. That same sad, needy look, and she stared down at her very fine shoes. She had no idea why she should be embarrassed. She was not the one who had fucked her mother and abandoned the results, but still her face burned. She had always loved grand events, but she hated everything and everyone today, and herself most of all. She missed Orso like an arm cut off. She would think of some observation only he would understand and smile and turn to Zuri to arrange a meeting, and then that sappy pang of loss all over again. Leo Danbrock had been a pleasing diversion. From the neck down he was astonishing. When she opened his shirt, she had spent a moment just staring. It was as if he was carved from flesh-coloured marble by a sculptor intent on exaggeration. There had been a moment when he lifted her clean off her feet so effortlessly it felt as if she might never come down. But in the end, what truly makes a man is above the neck. The instant she made a joke, Orso would have pounced upon it, unfolded and developed it, tossed it back, delightfully changed. Leo scarcely realized a joke had been made. Like that new invention Kernsbick was always prattling about. He was a wagon on rails. Conversationally, he went only one way, and that at no great speed. She needed a little something. She bent as if to adjust her shoe and slipped the silver box from her sleeve. Just a pinch to settle the nerves. That first pinch, which was actually about the 5th that morning, did not quite do the trick, so she took a bigger one. A lady of taste never leaves a job half done, after all. She straightened up sharply and nearly toppled right over, the rush of blood to her head so savage she thought her eyes might pop from her skull. When things came back into focus, she realized Zuri was holding her firmly by the elbow. "What?" snarled Savine, ripping her arm free. She felt guilty right away. I'm sorry. I'd be lost without you. Lady Savine." Zuri glanced carefully about the royal box. Her stumble had evidently been noticed. They were always watching, the fucking vultures, hoping for fresh meat to rip at. "You do not seem yourself." "Who am I now, exactly? Answer me that." She was close to shrieking all of a sudden, the pulse throbbing behind her temples, and she wiped her sore nose and closed her eyes. "I'm sorry, Zuri. No one deserves being shouted at less than you. Do you need to leave? And miss all this shit?" As she waved towards the thronging square, Savine noticed the finger and thumb tip of her glove were stained white with pearl dust, and tried unsuccessfully to slap it off against her other hand.
sticky fingers," murmured her father from the side of his mouth, although of course he was not her father, Arch-Lector Glokta, entirely unrelated by blood. "Nothing you need to concern yourself with," she snapped. "But I am concerned." He continued to gaze out at the crowd as the distant cheering grew louder, the happy parade approaching through the streets of the Agriant, but he crooked one finger to beckon her down beside his chair. "Might I ask what you are doing with Brock?" "You know about that." "I imagine half of Adua knows about it." "The last thing I need is a fucking lecture," she snarled. And suddenly, entirely unbidden, entirely inappropriate, a memory welled up. That dark-skinned little girl, wet eyes lit by flames, pleading with her in a filthy alley in Valbec. Please, 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 over and over, the crushing terror and the stink of burning. Her clothes were too tight, far too tight, she could hardly breathe. She twisted and wriggled in a sweaty panic, fumbled pointlessly at her waist at laces she knew she could not loosen. No more than a prisoner could pick their shackles off with their fingernails. Her father frowned up at her. "Whatever has got into you, Savine?" "Into me?" Fury bubbling up again as she caught the arm of his chair and bent to hiss in his ear. "Do you know what your wife told me?" "Of course I know. What kind of a fool do you take me for?" She gave a snort of bitter, snotty laughter. "Not half as big a one as you and my mother took me for." A flurry of twitches ran up the left side of his face and set his eyelid flickering. "Your mother was young and alone, and she made a mistake. Since then, all she has thought of is what was best for you." "That, and draining a bottle. Ah!" Her father's hand gripped her arm, pulling her down closer. He forced the words through tight lips. "Put aside your pique. This is serious." "Pique," she whispered. "Pique. I'm a lie. Do you not understand?" Several people had evidently caught the anger of their exchange. Curious faces turned towards them. One in particular. The first of the Magi stood beside the king, dressed in robes, with a dash of the arcane now for a public appearance. He smiled, a knowing little smile, and gave her a nod of acknowledgement. Her father did not miss it. He scarcely moved his thin lips, but she could see a muscle working on the side of his head. "Has he approached you?" "Who?" "Bias," he hissed, gripping her wrist almost painfully tight. "I've never spoken to him," Savine frowned, "though there was a man at the Solar Society who claimed to be a magus. He didn't look like one." The chords in her father's thin neck shifted as he swallowed. "Sulfur?" "He said some nonsense about changing the world, about seeking new friends." "Whatever they ask for, whatever they offer, refuse. Do you understand?" He looked up at her now. She was not sure she had ever seen him look scared before. "Refuse and come to me at once." "What the hell has Bias to do with anything?" "Everything." He gripped her even tighter, pulled her even closer. "I hardly think you have considered the danger of your position. Bastard or no, you are the king's oldest child. That could make you very valuable. And very vulnerable. Now pull yourself together. This sulking is beneath you." He let go of her, wiped a tear from his weeping left eye, and began politely to applaud as Leo Dan Brock rode into the square, smiling hugely, and the cheering was redoubled. Savine slowly straightened, rubbing at the livid marks her father's fingers had left on her wrist. She wanted to punch him in his toothless mouth. She wanted to scream at the mad top of her voice, right in the king's face. She wanted at least to storm furiously away.
But that would only draw attention, and no one could know. Her father was right about that, or he would have been if he had been her father. Baez was still smiling straight at her, less majestic than the statue which stood not far off on the Kingsway, but a great deal more smug. All Savine could do was turn her attention to the square, push her shoulders back, her chin up, and her face into the blandest smile imaginable, and clap, and fume like a boiling kettle. Orso heard the cheering ahead as the parade reached the square of marshals. He heard the chanting of "Leo, Leo," the calls of "The young lion." There could be no doubt the manly bastard filled the role of hero spectacularly well, far better than Orso ever could. He had to admit to being pleasantly surprised by the new Lord Governor of England. He'd expected him to be a humourless thug, and yes, he had the usual provincial prejudices, but he turned out to be rather winningly honest and generous. A hard man to hate. The poor bastard had no idea he was hammering nails into Orso's skull when he talked about Savine. He had no idea about a lot of things. Probably she would squeeze the hapless fool until his pip squeaked and leave him a pining husk. It would hardly be the first time she'd done it. All it took was the thought of her with another man to leave Orso wanting to puke out his eyes. Then he caught sight of Rikke, and found he was smiling in spite of himself. She slouched in the saddle, squinting angrily up at the sun, as though she was taking its shining personally. He wasn't sure she'd changed a thing since getting out of his bed. Among that immaculately tailored, groomed, and decorated company, he found her total lack of effort oddly attractive. He had wanted to marry the best-dressed woman in the circle of the world, after all, and look how that turned out. "Your Highness," she grunted as he dropped back towards her. "Your—" Orso frowned. "What's the term of address for an emissary from the Protectorate?" "Rikke?" "You don't stand on ceremony up there, do you?" "We stomp all over it. What are you doing back here with a chaff? Not enough width on one street for two heads so swollen as yours and Leo Danbrock's?" "I quite like him." Orso shrugged. "A great deal better than I like myself, at least, in which I think for once I am in tune with the public mood." Those commoners who looked in Orso's direction did so in the main with hatred. "No doubt I deserve it, though. Unpopular at home, you came down here to work on overseas alliances. You're not the self-obsessed rake I was expecting." "I fear I'm even worse." He leaned towards her, dropping his voice. "There's only one alliance I want to work on, and it's the one between my prick and your—" He caught sight of the man riding just behind Rikke, a towering old Northman with the most monstrous scar he had ever seen, a bright ball of metal gleaming in the midst of it. His other eye was fixed on Orso with an expression fit to freeze the blood, though it must be hard to find warm expressions when you have a face like a murderer's nightmare. Orso swallowed. "Your friend has a metal eye." "That's cold shivers. Got a good claim to being the most feared man in the north." "And he's your bodyguard?" Rikke shrugged her bony shoulders. "Just a friend, but I guess he's filling the role." "And the woman?" She watched Orso even more intently than Shivers, if anything, one hand blue with tattoos, her stony hard face shifting rhythmically as she chewed at something. Without breaking eye contact, she turned her head and savagely spat. "That's Isser Nifale, reckoned most wise among the hill women. She knows all the ways, even better than her daddy did. She's been helping me open the long eye, and to make of my heart a stone, with mixed results." "So she's your tutor?" Rikke shrugged again. "Just a friend, but I guess she's filling the role. For an easygoing woman, you have some fearsome retainers."
Don't worry, you're safe." She leaned close. "Long as you don't let me down." "Oh, I let everyone down." He grinned at her, and she grinned back all the way across her wide mouth. It looked so wonderfully open and true somehow that he felt pleased with himself for having some part in it. He had proposed to the most manipulative woman in the circle of the world, after all. Look how that turned out. No expense had been spared. They'd turned the Square of Marshals into an arena, like they did for the summer contest, banks of seating bursting with happy crowds. The buildings were decked with flags, the Sun of the Union, the crossed hammers of England. Everyone wore their best, though their best varied depending on which end of the square you were at. Up at the other end it was jewels and silk. Down here it was twice-turned jackets and a ribbon or two for the lucky ones. Still, feeling is free, so there was no shortage of emotion as the glittering ranks tramped past. There was jealous admiration, of beggars for commoners, of commoners for gentry, of gentry for nobility, of nobility for royalty, all twisting their necks, looking always up to what they didn't quite have. There was warlike enthusiasm, mostly from those who'd never drawn a sword in their lives, since those used to swinging them tend to know better. There was patriotic fervour, enough to drown an island full of foreign scum, and righteous delight that the Union made the best young bastards in the world. There was civic pride from the denizens of mighty Adua, city of white towers, for no one breathed vapours so thick or drank water as dirty as they did, nor paid so much for rooms so small. When it came to feeding the people, or housing them better than dogs, there were always harsh limits on what government could afford. But for a royal triumph, the closed council would find a way. Someone who'd starved in the camps, who'd lied her way into the hearts and beds of good people, who'd tricked and tortured to betray a cause she halfway believed in for the sake of one she didn't at all, might have felt a little bitter at seeing all this money wasted. But Vic had a harder heart than that, and for damn sure a harder head, or so she told herself. "Been looking all over for you." Tallow was at her elbow. No need for him to shove through the crowds. He was that thin he could just slip through the gaps like a breeze under a door. He'd brought a girl wearing a best bonnet that even Vic, who'd never worn a bonnet in her life, could tell had been out of fashion a century ago. "This is my sister." Vic blinked. "The one who... I've only got the one." There was no telling how old she was. When children don't get fed properly, sometimes they look far younger than they are, sometimes far older, sometimes both at once. She had her brother's big eyes, but a face even thinner, so hers looked even bigger, like a tragic frog's. Vic could see her own stern, distorted reflection in the damp corners of them, and didn't much like the look of it either. "Go on, then," said Tallow, nudging his sister with his elbow. The girl swallowed, as if she was dragging up the words from a long way down. "Just wanted to thank you. It's a good place I've been living, clean, and they feed me, much as I can get, though I don't eat much, I guess. Just... Our parents died, you know. We never had anyone looking out for us before." Vic was hard. Ask anyone who'd tried to cross her in the camps. Ask anyone she'd sent to the camp since. Ask anyone unlucky enough to run across her. Vic was hard. But that stung. The girl was thanking her for being a hostage, thanking her for using her as a tool to make her brother betray his friends. "What did Tallow tell you?" muttered Vic. "Nothing, really." Worried she'd get him into trouble. "Just that he was doing some work for you, and so you were looking after me while he was doing it." She glanced up, fearful. "Is the work done?" "The work's never done," said Vic, and the girl perked up right away. Maybe she should have been happy that someone was happy about more work,
But Vic had never been sure what being happy felt like. Maybe it had happened and she hadn't noticed. There was an ear-splitting fanfare, hundreds of boot heels crashing down together as the soldiers found their final places and brought the parade to an end. For a moment all was still. Then someone rose from among the great men of the closed council, from beside the king, sunlight gleaming on the arcane symbols stitched into his shimmering robes. Bias, the first of the Magi.
"My noble lords and ladies, my stout yeomen and women, my proud citizens of the Union, we stand at the site of a great victory."
And he smiled out at the square of marshals, a place that was still being painstakingly rebuilt after he'd levelled it no more than 30 years ago. They said it would be better than ever when they were done, but things are always going to be better, or were better long ago. No politician ever got anywhere by telling people things are just right as they are.
"Here, the best the Gurkish could send against us were utterly crushed."
And Byers shook one meaty fist, calling up a patriotic grumble as a conductor calls up the percussion.
"Here, their great emperor was utterly laid low. Here, the prophet Khalul was utterly humbled. His cursed army of eaters sent back to hell where they belonged. We were told the emperor's soldiers were countless, the prophet's children indestructible. But the Union was victorious. I was victorious. The forces of superstition and savagery were defeated, and the gates opened to a new age of progress and prosperity."
Byaz's smile was huge enough to be seen all the way across the arena. Clearly, a Magus could be as pleased with his own past glories as any other old man.
"To me, for it needs hardly to be said that I am very old, it still feels like yesterday. But the bright-eyed young heroes who fought the Gurkish here are old greybeards now."
And he set a heavy hand down on the shoulder of King Jazal, who looked more queasy than pleased by the recognition.
"The pages of history turn. One generation gives way to another, and today we have not one, but two new famous Union victories to celebrate. In the north, on the barren borders of Angland, Lord Governor Brock defeated enemies without."
There was widespread cheering, and a child on someone's shoulders frantically waved a little Union flag.
"While here in Midland, outside the walls of Valbec, Crown Prince Orso put paid to rebellion within."
Orso's applause was quieter, especially at this end of the square, and what there was had the overblown quality of coming from purse rather than heart. The prince had few friends among the nobility, even fewer among the common folk. From what Vic could see of his expression, he knew it too.
"I feel bad for Orso."
Tallow gave a maudlin little sigh. He'd a talent for maudlin, that boy.
"Wasn't his fault those folk got hanged?"
"Guess not," said Vic. "Less his fault than hers, anyway. Fancy a pauper having pity to spare for a crown prince."
"Pity costs nothing, does it?"
"You might be surprised."
"I have seen many battles fought,"
Byaz called as the last of the cheering faded.
"Many battles won. But I have never been prouder of the victors, never held higher hopes for their futures. We, of older generations, will do what we can to advise, to inform, to give the benefit of our hard-won experience. But the future belongs to the young, with young people such as these."
He spread his arms wide, one towards the man they called the young lion, the other towards the one they were starting to call the young lamb.
"I feel the future could not be in safer hands."
More applause and more cheering, but there was grumbling too among the poor around Vic. Lord Isher had nudged his horse up close to Leodan Brock, murmuring something under his breath, both of them frowning towards the royal box. Trouble at both ends of the social scale. Trouble all over. Vic frowned at Prince Orso, then at that northern girl with the hair like a bird's nest blown from its tree. She was staring at her own hand with the oddest expression. From what Vic could tell, it was shaking. She scrambled drunkenly from her horse and took something on a thong around her neck and wedged it in her mouth. "What's got into her?" asked Tallow. "Couldn't say." Like a tree chopped down, she toppled over backwards. "Rikke?" She prized open one eye, a slit of sickening, stabbing brightness. "Are you all right?" Orso was cradling her head with one hand and looking quite concerned. She pushed the spit-wet dowel out of her mouth with her tongue and croaked the one word she could think of.
"Fuck! There's my girl."
Isern squatted on her other side, necklace of runes and finger bones dangling, grinning that twisted grin that showed the hole in her teeth and offering no help at all.
"What did you see?"
Rikke heaved one hand up to grip her head. Felt like if she didn't hold her skull together, it had burst. Shape still fizzed on the insides of her lids, like the glowing smears when you've looked at a candle in a black room.
"I saw a white horse prancing at the top of a broken tower."
Choking smoke, the stink of burning.
"I saw a great door open, but on the other side there was only an empty room."
Empty shelves, nothing but dust.
"I saw..."
She felt a fear creeping up on her then.
"I saw an old chieftain dead."
She pressed her hand to her left eye, felt hot still, burning hot.
"Who was it?" "An old chieftain dead in a high hall lit with candles. Men gathered about the body looking down, all of them wondering what they could get from it, like they were dogs, and that dead old man was the meat."
That fear grew worse and worse, and Rikke's eyes got wider and wider.
"I have to go home." "You think it was your Dar?"
asked Isern.
"Who else could it be?"
Shivers was frowning hard, sun gleaming on his metal eye.
"If it is, there's no telling who'll seize power in Ufrith."
Rikke winced at the thumping in her head.
"All shadows where their faces should have been. But I saw what I saw."
"You're sure?" asked Orso.
"I'm sure."
Rikke groaned as she pushed herself up onto one elbow.
"I've got to go back to the north, and the sooner the..."
She realized everyone was looking at her, and everyone was a hell of a lot of people right then. She wrinkled her nose at an unpleasant smell.
"Oh, by the dead."
My kind of bastard.
"How's the leg?"
Scale laughed and slapped his nephew's wounded thigh and made him wince.
"Better than it was,"
said Stour as he stretched it out under the table.
"You're lucky, boy."
Scale took another swig from his cup, ale leaking out into his beard. Clover would have thought a man who drank as much as he did would have got better at it, but the bastard couldn't seem to stop spilling.
"The young lion could have killed you."
"Aye." Stour frowned at the floor, still a trace of yellow bruises around his eyes.
"I'd have killed him if things had gone the other way."
"Yes, you would have."
And Scale chuckled and beckoned for more ale. His old bastards had something smug about them now, and Stour's young ones something grudging. When their master lost, they'd all lost a little themselves. A little pride, anyway. It had been a long time since Clover had seen pride as aught but a handicap, yet some men still loved it more than gold.
"The king seems oddly pleased about his champion's defeat,"
muttered Wonderful, almost without moving her lips.
"Aye," said Clover. "Maybe 'cause it gives him a chance to wag his finger and harp on the hubris of youth and go over all he's learned in a long career of draining ale cups. Even though he was every bit as keen on a duel as Stour. That's kings for you. The shit ideas are always someone else's."
Clover watched Stour rubbing at his hurt leg, seemed more tame puppy than great wolf now, thoughtful, subdued even. Looks like defeat might have finally taught our king-in-waiting some lessons, mind you. Like it did you? Failure's the best schoolmaster, they say. Wonderful nodded, looking out at the room from under her grey-flecked brows. So the war's over. Seems so, said Clover. A lot of men dead and nothing much changed. That's war for you. Turns out best for the worst of us. No doubt we'll have another presently. I shouldn't wonder. And in the meantime, back to teaching sword work. Can't think of aught else I'm fit for that I can do sitting down. You? Wonderful frowned over at Stour and let a breath sigh through her nose. Long as I'm done babysitting this bastard, I really don't care. You could come join me and teach boys sword work. You've more wisdom to pass on than most, I reckon. She snorted. More than you have, that's for sure. There you go. Like all good partnerships, we make up for each other's deficiencies. You can do the passing of the wisdom, I'll do the sitting in the shade. And Clover took a sup from his own cup and grinned, thinking about being propped up against his favourite tree, the rough bark against his back, the sticks going clack-clack down in the field. You're serious, she said, eyes narrowed. Well, I'm not serious. If I've ended up doing things alone, it's more through bad luck than preference. That, and through killing your friends, anyway. This is the North, muttered Clover, who hasn't killed a friend or two. And they grinned at one another and tapped their cups together. A few chairs down, Stour was frowning into his ale as if there was a riddle at the bottom. I never lost before. Not at anything.
Would have won if it wasn't for that fucking witch,
sneered Greenway, as bitter as if it was him who'd lost.
Fucking long eye or whatever. Fucking cheating, that's what that was. They should all have the bloody cross-cut in him.
There's no rule against shouting out, is there? Stour spoke soft and with a musing sort of look Clover never saw him wear before. And I reckon she did me a favour. Losing, it's made me see things a new way, like putting a coloured glass to your eye and seeing the world in new colours, or... No, like taking one away and seeing the world as it is. Scale raised his brows at his nephew. He wasn't the only one doing it. Clover scarcely had room on his forehead for how high his had gone.
Might be you're more like your father than I thought, said the king. I knew you were a fighter, but I never had you marked down for a thinker.
Nor did I, said Stour, his wet eyes bright. But when you're laid up wounded, what can you do but think? Made me realise the young lion didn't put me in the mud, but we're all heading there sooner or later.
True, nephew. The great leveller waits for us all.
Made me realise, and Stour stared at his hand as he curled the fingers into a fist. You only have a lifetime to make your name, and a lifetime might not be that long.
True, nephew. No one'll hand you a place in the songs. You have to seize it.
Made me realise, and Stour thumped the table. You can't wait to take what's yours. Scale smiled as he lifted his cup.
True, Nick.
The word was cut off in a kind of sickly squelch, and the king puked blood and ale, and Clover saw to his great surprise that Stour had buried a knife in his uncle's neck. There was a click, and something spattered Clover's face, and he saw the old warrior beside him just got his head split down to the bridge of his nose with an axe. Another was shoved onto the table and had his head hacked off right there. Took 2 blows. Another thrashed as Greenway cut his throat, kicking meat and cups off the table, ale spraying. Another snarled curses, flailing with his eating knife, all tangled up with his own fur cloak, before he got a sword through his guts. He swore and drooled blood into his beard, then a mace stove in the back of his head. One of the king's serving girls had been knocked on the ground. The other was clutching her jug to her chest like she could hide behind it. Scale himself had flopped face down on the table, eyes popping and his tongue hanging out, still weakly blowing red bubbles out of his nose, while bloody ale dripped from the edge of the table with a tap, tap, tap. One of his old warriors was underneath it, crawling, snarling, crawling, trying to reach a fallen sword with his one good arm. He stretched and stretched, like working his fingers across that little space of stone to the pommel was all that mattered. One of Stour's boys hopped over the table and stomped down on the back of his neck, once, twice, 3 times, with a crunching of bone. Didn't take more than a few breaths for the old cunts to be sent back to the mud, the young to stand over 'em with smiles on their red-speckled faces. Clover cleared his throat and carefully set down his cup and pushed back his chair and stood. Realized he still had a half-eaten meat bone in his hand and tossed it on the table, rubbing the grease from his fingers. He felt strange, calm. The axe made a sucking sound as it was dragged out of that old warrior's head. Stour's men turned towards him, red blades in their hands. Wonderful faced him, on her feet in a fighting crouch, sword levelled and teeth bared. "Easy, everyone!" called Stour. "Everyone easy!" And he sat back, the wolf's smile across his bruised face wider than ever. "See this coming, Clover? We don't all have the long eye." For all his high opinions of his own cleverness, he'd been as blind to it as Scale. But he knew if Stour wanted him dead, he'd have been stretched out with the others. So Clover stood there and waited to see which way the wind would blow. "You make out you're a silly bastard." Stour took a little sip from his cup and licked his lips. "But you're a clever bastard, too. The wise fool, eh? Always thought your lessons were coward's nonsense. But looking back, I see you had the right of it all along." He wagged his bloody dagger at Clover. "Like what you said about knives and swords. Spent 20 years training with a sword every morning and every dusk, but I won more with one knife thrust. I'd like you to stick with me. Might be you've more to teach. But I'll need a show of good faith." He looked sideways to Wonderful. "Killer." She turned, eyes wide. "Clove?" She looked greatly surprised as he caught her in a hug, her sword arm trapped under his left, while he stabbed her in the heart with his right, and the blood gushed hot over his fist and down his arm and spattered the floor. You have to pick your moment. He'd always said so, told everyone who'd listen. Have to recognize it when it comes and seize it with no care for the past and no worries about the future. He held her as she died. Didn't take long. He told himself he'd want to be held when he went back to the mud, but it was really that he wanted to hold her, needed to. What she felt about it, there was no knowing. The feelings of the dead weigh less than a feather. No last words, just a sort of grunt, and Clover lowered her to the ground and laid her in the widening pool of her own blood, her disappointed eyes fixed on some cobwebs high among the rafters. "Fuck," said Stour. "You didn't have to think about that for long." No. Clover had seen a lot of corpses, made a fair few himself, but he was having trouble thinking of Wonderful as dead. Any moment she'd laugh it off, make some joke about it, cut him down to size with a raised brow. "That was cold." Greenway shook his head, while another of the young warriors gave a long whistle. "Cold. A man has to bend with the breeze." The great wolf's grin was wider than ever. "You're a bastard, Clover.
But you're my kind of bastard.
Stour's kind of bastard. That was where all his cleverness had got him. There was a bang as the doors were flung open, armed men spilling into the hall, painted shields up, and swords and spears and axes ready. Black Calder strode in after them, eyes wide as he took in all the murder.
"Father!"
called Stour, pouring some ale and holding up the cup.
"Fancy a drink?"
And he drained it and set it down in the spreading puddle of the king's blood.
"What have you done?"
whispered Calder.
"Chosen not to wait."
Stour peeled Scales' fat head from the table by one ear and dragged the chain from around his shoulders, its dangling diamond red with blood. Greenway giggled, and the others grinned, all well satisfied with the outcome. Clover had never thought to see Black Calder at a loss for words. He looked to Wonderful's body, then to Clover, then back to his son, and bunched his fists.
"We've got allies who won't stand for this. There'll be men who won't stay loyal."
"Didn't you hear?" asked Stour.
"I made a friend of the young lion. Won't find a stronger ally than the Union. But if folk want to stick with my uncle, that's fine."
And he showed his teeth, wet eyes bulging.
"They can go back to the fucking mud with him."
And Stour tossed the chain over his own shoulders, the red links landing skewed and smearing blood across his white shirt.
"They're going to have to learn. Times change. And so are you. I'm King of the Northmen now."
Calder's face was pale as milk, but what could he do? Kill his son for killing his brother? Stour was the future of the North, always had been. And with all those old warriors lying slaughtered on the bloody floor of the hall, it seemed the future had come early. A man's worst enemies are his own ambitions, Bethod used to say, and here was the red-spattered proof. Black Calder had ruled for 20 years. With one thrust of the knife, his time was done.
"Your grandfather's dream,"
he whispered, like all his grand schemes could be unfucked, like King Scale could be unkilled. Stour gave a hiss, somewhere between disgust and boredom.
"Folks say a lot of things about my grandfather, Bethod this and Bethod that, but I never even met the bastard."
He winced as he lifted his wounded leg and propped it up on the murdered king's fat back.
"I got my own dreams to think about."
Clover just stood there, the blood soaking his sleeve, turning cold. Long live the king. Orso woke in the darkness and reached out, but she was gone. He sat up, not sure where he was, not sure who he had been reaching for. He rubbed at the bridge of his nose. Had he been dreaming? Rikke had gone back to the north. Savine had gone for good. People still clambered over each other to be noticed by him, of course, to embrace him, to flatter him, to profit by him. But he was alone. He could not remember ever feeling more so. He was snatched from the comforting blanket of self-pity by a noise in the hall, a distant shout, muffled, then another, closer, and the thumping of quick footsteps, past and away. He flung back the covers, swinging his bare feet to the cold floor. Shadows moved in a thin strip of light under his door, then the knob turned and it creaked open.
"Bloody hell, Mother, don't you ever knock?"
She looked regal as ever, face emotionless as a mask by the light of the candle she held. But she wore a dressing gown and her hair was down. Orso was not sure he had ever seen her leave her chambers without it elaborately pinned. It hung almost to her waist and seemed somehow a surer herald of disaster than if some other person had charged in on fire.
"What is it?"
he whispered.
"Come with me, Orso."
There was a great deal of activity in the palace, considering it was the middle of the night.
Everyone busy at nothing, running to nowhere, all with the same oddly panicked expression. A fully armoured knight of the body clanked past, sweat beaded across his forehead, the lamp in his hand bringing a glitter to the gilded panelling. "What is it, mother?" asked Orso, his mouth very dry. She said nothing, only glided down the chilly hallway, decorated with berries for the New Year festival, so quickly he had to take the odd running step to keep up. 3 more knights of the body stood at the towering door of his father's bedchamber. They fumbled their way to attention as the Queen swept up. One gave Orso the strangest haunted look before he turned his eyes to the shining tiles. There was a press of people about the bed, in nightshirts and dressing gowns, grey hair in wispy disarray. Men of the king's household, lords of the closed council, shocked faces, strange in the shifting candlelight. They parted wordlessly to let him through, and Orso was drawn into the gap without choosing to move his feet. As if he was rolled along on a trolley, numb and dreamlike, his breath coming slow, until it hardly seemed to come at all. He stopped beside the bed, looking down. King Jezal I lay flat on his back, eyes closed, mouth slightly open. The covers had been pulled down to his ankles, feet still making 2 little peaks in the crimson cloth. His nightshirt had been dragged right up above his chest, waxy pale body exposed, fuzzed here and there with grey hair, shriveled prick flopped sideways and stuck flat to his hip. Orso's father had always said that dignity was a luxury kings could not afford. The royal physician knelt by the bed, ear pressed to the king's chest. Someone pushed through the crowd to offer him a hand mirror, and he held it to the king's mouth, fumbled for his eye lenses, and perched them on his nose. "There was no sign he was ill," came a disbelieving mutter. "I was talking to His Majesty just last night. He was in high spirits." "What the hell does that matter?" someone snarled. The silence stretched. The physician carefully put down the mirror and slowly stood. "Well?" asked Lord Chamberlain Hoff, wringing his pale hands. The physician blinked, then shook his head. Bremerdan Gorst took a breath so sharp it made a strange squeak in his broad nose. Archlector Glokta slumped into his wheeled chair. "The king is dead," he murmured. A kind of groan went through the gathering, or maybe it came from Orso's own throat. Suddenly he felt that there had been so much he needed to say to his father. He had always supposed they would discuss the important things later, the profound things, but it would never happen. There had only been a fixed time in his presence, and Orso had pissed it all away talking about the weather, and there would be no more. He felt a heavy hand on his shoulder, more grasping than comforting, and turned to see the first of the Magi standing beside him. He almost had the ghost of a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Long live the king," said Baez. You have been listening to A Little Hatred by Joe Abercrombie, read by Stephen Pacey.